Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. Don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member.
Hey, good morning, everyone. We are going to be live today with Judy Church and the Kelsey Fitzsimmons cases. We already have court. They have already started. We've got a little room. We are going to go ahead and get you guys started and get you into court. Go ahead and grab your coffee, your tea, whatever you would like to drink. And we're going to go ahead and get in the courtroom.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
March 25th, 2026, Courtroom 2, Lawrence Superior Court. Calling the criminal matter of Como versus Kelsey Fitzsimmons, 2025, 77 CR 311, scheduled today for continued jury waive trial. Could counsel please identify themselves for the record?
Good morning, James Capitosi.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Brady Moriarty.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Martha Coakley for the defendant, Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Good morning. Good morning, Ms. Fitzsimmons.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Timothy Brayley, Honor for Ms. Fitzsimmons, Healy, Ms. Leonard, and Ms. Hesser with me as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the summary. I appreciate it. You can have a seat. So I wanted to talk about a couple of administrative matters. One is on the view. I've decided that the most efficient, transparent way to handle the travel to and from the view is to do it like we do a jury trial. And that is that I intend to order a bus and the attorneys, the court staff, the defendant will all travel together on that bus like we do during a jury trial along with our court officers. I think that it lends to some transparency, but also I think it will be an efficient way to travel over there so that whatever escort or whatever arrangements are made, I'm not suggesting I don't get involved in that, but whatever arrangements are made for security, that we just are in one place. Again, it's what we do for jury trials, so let's do it that way. As for the timing, if I can, I'm assuming we'll go tomorrow morning, but whenever you folks work it out, just work out the time with Mr. Ruane so he can get the bus scheduled. But we do have a reservation-ish right now, reserved for tomorrow morning. I would suggest that we, like in a jury trial, we gather in the courtroom. Mr. Ruane announces the case, and then we adjourn for the view and return to the courtroom, etc. So that would be the procedure. Also, after thinking about it on media and public access or whatever, not access, but the public attending, the crowd control, basically, for lack of a better word. I think that after thinking about it, it's not my place. I think that I don't intend to issue an order. The state police and the local police always do what they do, and they do it well, and they don't need me meddling. And it occurred to me that when I mentioned yesterday about having some space, order requiring some space between folks, I was really thinking of jurors and all that. So again, unless you folks think I need to order it, I think that law enforcement are skilled at these things, know how to handle it, and they can use their normal discretion. The media typically is allowed to film things, and it should be public in that way, but do you folks believe that I need to order something more specific than that?
No, Your Honor.
No. All right. So, and then the last thing is administratively is I emailed you folks this morning. I took a crack at I'd like to have some starting point for when we have our charge conference, when we discuss the law, law of assault by means of a dangerous weapon. And so what I did is I just basically formulated what would be a jury instruction as a starting point. It was disseminated by email, but you also should have been left physical copies. Mr. Ruane has marked that item as Exhibit C for identification, and we'll just work off of that. And I think that would be the most efficient way. And then lastly, scheduling. Commonwealth, you're going to be calling witnesses, one witness, okay. And then you'll be ready to proceed into the defense case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, let's proceed. Commonwealth, you can call your next witness.
Thank you. Sergeant David Strong, please.
You raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Good morning. You can have a seat. Pull yourself right up to that mic.
May I?
Yes, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
In a nice loud voice, if you could please state your name and spell it for the record.
Yes, my name's David Strong, Strong.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a sergeant on the Mass State Police.
How long have you been employed by the Massachusetts State Police?
14 years.
And if you could just give us a brief chronology of your assignments while on the state police.
Yes, I graduated the State Police Academy March 2012. Was assigned to patrol. 2018, began working out of the State Police Detective Unit. And then in 2025, I was promoted sergeant.
And is that the State Police Detective Unit assigned to the Essex District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
And as a trooper assigned to, and then as a sergeant assigned to the Essex District Attorney's Office, what are your day-to-day responsibilities?
We conduct death investigations, homicides, suspicious deaths, unattended deaths, non-fatal shootings or stabbings, as well as officer-involved shootings.
I'd like to direct your attention to June 30th of 2025. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was the on-call supervisor.
And what's it mean to be the on-call supervisor?
For 1 week a month, where we supervise the troopers. If they have any questions or if there's a homicide or a serious event, then we'll go out to assist.
And at some point during that, was it a Monday?
Yes,
And at some point during the day, did you get a call from one of your troopers?
I did.
And as a result of that phone call, what information did you learn about what you would be doing next?
I learned that there was an officer-involved shooting in North Andover. So I responded along with my detective lieutenant, as well as crime scene services and ballistics.
And a number of other troopers that you supervise?
Yes. Several of the other troopers from my office also responded.
Do you remember about what time of day, what address did you respond to?
125 Phillips Brook Road.
And about what time of day did you arrive?
I believe I arrived at around 6 p.m.
And what was the state of the address at 125 Phillips Brook Road when you arrived?
The residence was taped off. There's a perimeter outside the house.
And who was at the scene at that time?
At that time, it was just North Andover PD.
And effectively, what happened once the Massachusetts State Police arrived?
I joined Trooper Ortiz, who also works in my office, and we took control of the scene.
And what was one of the first things that you did while on scene?
I was given a brief summary by Lieutenant Daly about what had occurred.
And after learning from Lieutenant Daly about what occurred, what did you do next?
I drafted a search warrant for the residence.
And at some point, was the search warrant authorized by the court?
Yes.
And at that point, did you and members of the Firearms Identification Squad, Crime Scene Unit, and other troopers from the DA's office enter the house?
Yes,
And did you participate in the search of the residence?
I did.
And did you, at some point, focus on one particular room?
Yes.
And what was that room?
It was the bedroom on the second floor.
And was that the bedroom to the right or to the left?
To the right.
Sergeant Strong, I'm showing you exhibit 51. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And what's depicted in that photograph?
It's a green colored chest, as well as a chair and a box.
So the green colored chest you're referring to is this item here?
Yes.
And where was that in relation to the layout of the room?
It would be to your immediate left when you went to the room.
And is this the red box you're referring to?
Yes,
And is that the chair as you saw it that day?
it is.
At some point, did other members of the search team open the green chest?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah, will there be objections to
No,
these?
you're not
Okay.
supposed to. They can
All right,
be
so
made.
let's just have them marked and admitted.
Exhibit 97, so marked. Exhibit 98, so marked.
It was a 98,
97? And
97 and 98?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
may I display that, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Showing you exhibit 97, Sergeant Strong. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And what's in the picture in that photograph?
That's the inside of the orange colored chest with two firearms and firearms case.
Is the firearms case the black box?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you or other members of your team move those items?
Yes.
And where did you move them to?
To the bed.
Move to the where?
The bed.
The bed.
Showing you exhibit 98. What's depicted in exhibit 98?
It's a firearm that was located inside of the box, the gun box.
So that was what was in the closed box in the green chest?
Yes.
And what are these items here to the left?
Those were the other two firearms that were inside that same chest.
So there were two firearms, total of 3 firearms?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Trooper Sergeant, do you know what kind of firearms these were?
I believe they were all 6 hours.
And do you know what happened to the firearms after they were photographed?
Yes, a trooper assigned to my office recovered them and secured them in our evidence.
And is that where they are today?
Yes.
May I have one, Your Honor?
Yes.
No further questions, thank you.
Cross?
Thank you. Trooper Strong, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Trooper, you're the lead investigator on the case from the state police, correct?
I am.
And you're a sergeant detective,
Yes, sir.
and you work at the Essex County District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
Part of your job is to investigate officer-involved shootings?
That's one of them, yes.
Yes, okay. And do you also do homicides?
What's that?
Do you investigate homicides as
Yes,
well?
sir.
And in this case, when was it first brought to your attention that there was an officer-involved shooting?
So the on-call trooper received the call about the shooting, and then he called me.
And who was the on-call officer?
We had Trooper Ortiz.
And when you received that call, what did you first do?
I notified my detective lieutenant, and we responded to the scene.
Is that Detective Lieutenant DeMeo?
Yes, sir.
And what time was the shooting?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Was it approximately 6 p.m.?
Around there.
And what time did you arrive?
Probably 25 minutes after I received the call, 30 minutes after I received the call.
All right, 6:30-ish, about
Yes.
6:30? What did you see when you got there?
The house was taped off, and there were detectives and police officers standing outside.
Now, I'm going to ask you to distinguish between North Andover police officers and state police officers.
Okay.
When you got there, who was in control of the crime scene?
At that time, Trooper Ortiz was there first, and then I arrived.
Do you know when Trooper Ortiz got there?
It must have been 5 or 10 minutes before I got there.
All right, so doing the math, it's about probably 20 minutes where the North Andover police have exclusive control of the crime scene?
Yeah, approximately.
Did you recognize or know any of the North Andover police officers that were there?
No, sir.
Did you recognize or know the chief of police for North Andover?
No, sir.
Did you meet any North Andover police officers when you were there?
I spoke with Lieutenant Daly and Lieutenant Domenico.
Who's in charge of that crime scene in this circumstance? Is it the North Andover police or the Mass State Police?
Mass State Police.
And as a practical matter, as we said, that transfer could only happen when a state trooper gets there, right?
Yes.
And the first trooper's there about 6:20, probably,
Yeah, approximately.
and then you get there around 6:30.
Yes.
And what was what happened with respect to kind of taking over the crime scene?
We just made sure the house was secured. Nobody was inside. Nobody crossed the tape line of the perimeter. And then we knew that we needed to draft a search warrant.
When you got there, did you go in the house?
No.
When did you first go in the house?
Once we got a search warrant.
Were there any North Andover police officers in the house?
No.
And when you were there anyway?
Correct.
Do you know if that was by coincidence or by some order of someone that nobody be in the house, or what?
It was by an order. Everybody knew that we were in a search warrant, and everybody knew not to be in the house.
When you first got there, what did you do while you were there before you worked on the search warrant?
I spoke with Lieutenant Daly and Lieutenant Domenico.
Where did that occur?
It was in this, kind of near the school, outside of the house.
Was it on the school property or was it on the house property?
It was in the school. It would be in the street, so the school
Sidewalk
part.
or something?
Yeah.
Was there any mention, to your knowledge or awareness, of any invocation of the town policy regarding drug testing?
No.
No conversation about that at all?
No.
All right. Did you speak with Officer Noonan at the scene?
No.
Where was Officer Noonan?
He wasn't on the scene.
Do you know what happened to him?
I believe he went to the hospital.
And do you know any circumstances about that?
I do not.
And you know that that's a common occurrence when there's an officer-involved shooting. The officer's always taken to the hospital, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's a precaution, but it also gets him out of investigative scrutiny, doesn't it?
I think it's policy.
Right, okay. So then you decided to obtain a search warrant, and the reasons for that were what? That the person that was shot owns the house, and they're not around to consent. Is that a fair statement?
Correct.
At some point, Ms. Fitzsimmons was charged with assault as well as assault with intent to murder, right? Assault, I should say it better. Assault by means of a dangerous weapon and assault with intent to murder, Officer Noonan, correct?
Basis. What's the relevance?
Well, it goes to what the investigators did, judge, potential investigator bias, that they overcharged the case. What happened at the scene? I think it's pretty basic. What did they charge her with?
Okay, why, how is that relevant to me as the fact finder in determining whether the Commonwealth met its burden on the charge that resulted? So,
I think it just goes to potential investigator bias, wherever it may be found. I think it goes to how they perceive the situation early on. It's part of the case. It's part of the circumstances of the case, Your Honor.
I'll tell you what, I'm going to sustain the objection. You can make a proffer if you want to protect the record, but I'm going to sustain it.
Okay, that's it, Judge, just for those issues. Thank you.
Thanks.
So Ms. Fitzsimmons was charged,
Yes.
and that was on what date? I don't want to quiz you. How about July 3rd?
July 3rd, yes, sir.
Okay, a few days later.
Yes.
Okay. And on July 3rd, had you talked to Officer Noonan?
Yes.
Was that the first time you talked to him?
Yes.
And where was that?
North Andover Police Department.
And what were the circumstances of that?
We met in a conference room at the police department. It was myself and Detective Lieutenant Robert DeMeo, as well as an attorney.
Okay. And that was an interview that was recorded on your body camera, correct?
Yes.
And the body camera obviously takes video and takes audio, right?
Yes.
And now in that interview, you put your body camera on the desk, right?
Yes.
And you didn't put the body camera on the person you were interviewing though, right?
I don't recall exactly where it was facing when I put it down.
So, but don't you know that we don't have video of any of these officers when they're testifying from your body camera?
You mean interview?
Yes, I'm sorry, when they're interviewed. Thank you, Your Honor.
I tried to do them all consistently. I think I put it in the center of the table.
So you know that Noonan's not on video when he's testifying, right?
Yes.
Okay. So that was a deliberate decision you made to not video the witness that you were interviewing?
No.
Because I mean, isn't it important to kind of see the witness's demeanor, reactions to questions, their emotional state when you have a body camera?
I felt it was just as important to get the audio as well as everybody else in the room.
And in this case, Trooper Strong, you wrote a report that's kind of like what we call a PC report, right?
For the
You know that
statement of facts?
terminology? Right.
Yes.
You, is that your only report in the case?
No, I drafted several reports.
Okay. And in terms of the report for court, you sort of encapsulated the statements of all the other people in the case, right?
I believe I summarized 3.
Just gonna use the picture.
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 51. So it's fair to say that Exhibit 51 shows the door frame of the bedroom where the shooting happened, right?
Yes, sir.
And it shows this chest right here that I'm pointing to.
Yes.
The firearms, you observed those extra firearms that were in the chest, right?
Yes.
And it's fair to say those firearms had nothing to do with the shooting in that room, right?
Yes.
So that's like a chest that has leather trim on it, right?
Yes.
It has kind of a top that swings back and opens up,
Yes.
and it has some stuff on it right now anyway in the picture whenever that was taken.
Correct.
Are you aware of when that picture was taken?
I am not.
And it's fair to say that the end of the chest kind of lines up with the door frame, right?
It's very close.
So to get into that chest, you don't really need to disappear behind the door frame, do you?
I don't know, sir.
I mean, there's a chair there as well, right?
I'm not sure where the chair was at the time.
Yeah, but it's there in the picture, right?
It's there in the picture.
And the pictures are offered as evidence of the crime scene, right?
Yes.
May I have one moment, please, Rose?
Take your time.
Trooper Strong, what time did you get back with the warrant?
I believe it was before midnight.
All right, so I just want to get the time frames down when you were at the scene, okay? So you arrived there around 6:30,
Yes,
right?
sir.
And then you think Ortiz is there 6:20.
Yes.
When do you leave to go prepare the search warrant?
I read the search warrant in my cruiser.
Okay, on scene.
Yes, sir.
And how long do you figure that takes you?
2 hours, approximately.
Then what did you do when you had the search warrant drafted?
I contacted the clerk.
Did you involve any assistant district attorney from the Essex DA's office?
Did I involve one?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and when was that?
I believe on scene.
On scene? Who was on scene?
ADA Guptosi, Detective Lieutenant Rob DeMeo.
Did you have to go anywhere for the search warrant, or did you do that electronically?
I believe it's electronically.
And you emailed it to the clerk? Do you know when you emailed it to the clerk?
I do not.
When did you get approval?
It was sometime before midnight.
And while you were there, were you, obviously you're busy writing a search warrant, you have a lot to do. Were you also taking note here and there of any traffic into the house?
No.
Were you, did you know whether anyone from the North Andover PD went in and out of the house while you were writing the search warrant?
Not that I'm aware of.
Was there an order in place and you said everybody knew about it to not go in the house?
Yes.
So was that order, fair to say, as far as you're concerned, that order's in place the entire time you're drafting the search warrant, getting approval, waiting to get it back, right?
Yes.
And so it's fair to say that no North Andover officers were supposed to be in the house from the time you got there, and that's presumably when you gave the order?
They never went back into the house after I got there.
Okay.
At any point.
And then no one went back in the house. And then once you had approval from the clerk on the search warrant, you went in the house very late.
Yes.
And so what time did you go in the house?
I don't recall. I believe it was just before midnight.
Who went in the house with you?
Crime scene services, ballistics, and other members from Essex SPDU, State Police Detective Unit.
Did any North Andover officers go in the house?
No.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Yes, take your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
Any recross? Sorry, redirect?
Just one issue. Sergeant Strong, you were asked about the timing of the search warrant that you conducted at 125 Phillipsbrook Road. Do you remember?
Yes.
And is your memory exhausted as to the exact time that the search was conducted?
Yes,
Would reviewing a report related to the search warrant refresh your memory?
it would.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, direct your attention to paragraph 1.
Yes.
What time did you and other members of the Massachusetts State Police start the execution of the search warrants?
Approximately 11 p.m.
No further questions.
Any, I'm sorry?
No questions.
Okay, just for clarification, Sergeant, so the search warrant was approved by a judicial official.
Yes, sir.
Do you recall who that was?
I do not.
Was it, do you recall what court the person was from?
No, it wasn't Lawrence, Essex County. It was a different county, I believe.
Okay, it was like an on-call judge or something?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
And is it fair to say that I had no involvement in reviewing or approving that search warrant?
Yes, it is.
And is it fair to say that Mr. Ruane, when you mentioned something about a clerk, had no involvement in the issuance or review of that search warrant?
He did not.
Counsel, either side wish to follow up on that?
No, thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you very much,
Thank you, Your Honor.
Sergeant. You may step down. Commonwealth, you call your next witness?
Commonwealth rests.
All right, the Commonwealth rests. All right. And is there a motion?
There is, Judge.
Okay.
I'll stand on the papers.
All right, so it's paper 90. You've been provided, Commonwealth, a copy?
Yes, I received a page.
All right, defendant's motion for required finding and not guilty. Let me just read it. All right, and Mr. Bradle, did you want to be heard on the motion?
I'll stand on the papers.
Okay, all right, the motion is denied. And the defense, you can call your first witness.
Yes, Judge. We're going to call Ms. Maureen Teresi. Should be outside.
Maureen Teresi.
Could you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Good morning. You can have a seat and pull yourself right up to that mic.
May I inquire, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Please state your name and spell your last name.
Maureen Tursi, Torrisi,
And where do you live?
in North Andover.
Okay, do you live in a condo complex there?
I do.
What do you do for a living?
I am a stay-at-home mom, I guess. I guess I'm retired.
What are you retired from?
The construction industry and home staging, design.
How long have you been retired?
I closed my business, I think, 3 or 4 years. 3 years ago, I had a large staging business.
How long have you lived in your condo complex in North Andover?
Since 2014.
Do you have a dog?
A dog?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I have 2
And do you walk the dog around the complex from time to time?
every day.
Do you, in the course of walking your dog, have you ever made the acquaintance of one of your neighbors named Mr. Noonan?
I have.
And do you know who that is generally?
I do.
And how do you know him?
Walking the dogs. I knew him as Duke's father,
And
Duke is
dog.
his dog's name. I've spoken, just in passing. The dogs interact and, just general talking about the dogs and whatever. So I had spoken to him a few times and his wife, about the dogs and just general
Neighbors
stuff.
making small talk.
Absolutely.
Okay. And back in August of 2025, you had engaged him in some conversation about what was going on at the North Andover PD, right?
I did.
And is that what you said to him by way of initiating the conversation?
I did, yes. The beginning of it was just I had a razzing relationship with him, just regarding things going on in the world. And so what I started with is, how do you like what's going on, in the world today or whatever? And he's like, I love it. And then I had asked, what's going on with North Andover, the town of North Andover?
What were you referring to when you said that to him?
What was going on at the department, as far as, the shooting, the cop being shot.
And did he?
And he first said, what do you mean? And I said, well, that press conference, the first press conference that was given made no sense. And at that time he said, I'm the shooter.
What he said, I'm the shooter?
He said, I'm the shooter.
And what did you take that to mean?
I said to him that he was the one that shot the other officer, is what I took that to mean.
Right. And then what happened?
I had asked him if, well, first I said, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I know when police officers have to discharge their weapons, it affects them. And I can't imagine having to do that with a colleague.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get the end of that.
I said I couldn't imagine having to do that to a colleague.
And what did he say?
And he had said to me that, sorry, I'm a little nervous. He had said that there was no choice to it. He had no choice, that he had to, she had the gun pointed at him when he came into the bedroom. And
Did he use any
he said
certain,
that,
pejorative about her?
I'm sorry,
Did he use any certain pejorative about her?
I
What did he call it?
what did he call her?
Mhm.
Well, he didn't call her that at that time. He explained very, very briefly what had happened. And he said that when he came into the room, she had the gun pointed at him. And that it clicked. She clicked it. And I said, so there was no bullet there? And he said it clicked and that he wasn't going to let her get a second shot off and that he had to shoot her. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make any sense. And I had asked why they went to her house. The three of them went to the house instead of having her go to the station. And why wouldn't they, if they were going to the house to take a baby, why wouldn't they have had some social services there with them? And he said, well, she's a fucking whack job. Oh, sorry.
No,
I'm sorry.
You don't have to apologize.
You have to say what was said.
Okay.
And
And he said that she's an effing, whack job.
so was that in response to you saying, why didn't you have social services go to the house?
Yeah. And I was like, wow, that word is used.
Objection. Yeah, sustain. Next question.
Sorry.
That's okay.
So not what was said so much, but
Okay.
did you engage back with him about the, let's say, the propriety of that usage?
I did.
After that, did you end the conversation with him?
There was a little more conversation, and then it ended, yes.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you.
How did you get involved in this case?
How did I get involved in it?
Yeah.
I didn't.
Well, no, how did they know you heard this?
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
After the conversation that we had had, I was shocked by it. I didn't even know Pat's first name or.
But
his
how
last.
did you contact someone?
I did. And a little bit after we had the conversation, probably a week afterwards, I did contact somebody
Who?
that Mike Crawford, that I knew was in contact with the defense, and because I think there was a hearing, I'm not sure, but I know that Mike was in contact with them, and I contacted Mike.
And so when was this? When was this conversation?
With Mike,
No, with this conversation with Pat.
it was August 20th.
August 20th.
Yep.
You were interested in this case from the beginning, right?
I'm sorry?
You were interested in this case from the beginning, weren't you?
No, I mean, I was interested in what was going on in my town, yes.
You're Maureen Sullivan's person, correct?
I am.
And you post, and you make comments to newspaper articles, don't you?
About this?
Yeah.
I could have, yeah,
Okay,
sure.
can I put your-
Yes, you've shown it to defense.
Yeah, they have a copy. Well, that's you, right? You reposted something on July 10th, correct?
When was this? July 10th. Okay, yeah.
And what did you repost?
Meaning what? What do you mean? What did I repost? It's a
Yeah, it's a
article
simple
from Mike.
question.
I'm sorry, it's an article from, it looks like a post from Mike Crawford.
Right.
I reposted that.
You reposted that.
Yes.
Well, what did you repost?
I can't see it. Like, what's the context of Mike's?
You did it.
I understand that.
One second, please,
What
please.
is that?
Hold on, please. I'm not raising my voice, anything more than to just, I have a timeout, but hold on one second, ma'am. Just wait for, and Mr. Kubatosi has to do the same. We can't have two people speaking over each other. So Mr. Kubatosi, why don't you ask the question again? All right, thank you.
You don't remember what you reposted?
I can't see, no.
Okay,
From
no-
July 10th, I can't read. My point being is, I'm sorry, I can't see it is my problem.
If I may, for the witness, exhibit it up here, maybe it's bigger.
Any objection?
I don't see the relevance of this, Judge. I object.
All right, well,
And there's no foundation as to why it might affect our state line or lives.
all right, let's first things first, let's mark it for ID.
I can't read it either for the record. A lot of statements.
Exhibit E for identification.
Okay. All right. Now, I guess my question for Mr. Gubitosi is, why would putting it on the screen
I just want
allow
her
it to be
see
more legible?
Well, it may be bigger, then I would ask her to go up to the screen to look at it. Maybe it won't.
Is there an objection?
I can't read it, so I don't know what it says, so I don't know if I should
Okay.
object to it.
All right, so let's take it a step at a time. So you can put it on the screen. She can take a look and just yes or no whether it allows her to read it. You can get off the stand and approach the screen if you'd like. And I'm sorry, Mr. Wayne, that was exhibit what?
E.
Read the big print.
Up here?
Yeah.
Attorney Tim Brado of North Andover Police, use of deadly force against his client. North Andover Police Officer, Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Okay, and so it's a statement, I'll let you get back at them.
Just for the record, I could not hear what she just said. I could see
I can
something,
read it from
but
here, the big,
Okay.
Right, it's just my eyesight's horrible.
Sure.
Yeah, I just can't read the context. It says Attorney Tim Bradle on North Andover Police use of deadly force against his client. North Andover Police Officer Kelsey
Okay, so you
Fitzsimmons.
reposted
Simmons.
the statement that Attorney Bradle made about the case, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you said you comment to about news articles also, correct?
I have no idea. What,
Okay, may I
What do you-
put you again, Your Honor?
yes.
I'm going to show you and just ask if you can look and see if you recognize that. What's that date?
August 14th.
Okay, and do you see something that you wrote?
Just yes or no?
Just,
Yeah, I think-
yes, that's my name. And yes, this is it's a comment.
It's a comment that
To a
you
post.
made to an article, correct?
Excuse me.
Well,
Hold on one second. Let's mark it for ID, please. And Mr. Bradley, you've seen this?
I have that.
Okay.
Exhibit F, so marked.
Thank you.
So August 14th, you commented, correct?
I did.
Can you read what you said?
Can I read it?
Can you read out loud what you said?
Oh, sure. Joseph LaHood, I'm commenting too. Yeah. Got proof or evidence of this narrative? This incident was a setup from the get-go. Their narrative will not pass the smell test. I hope all involved are ready for their tireless scrutiny that independent media will bring to light through extensive research. Ask Norfolk County, Mass State Police, and Canton Police are doing these days. We have just begun.
So we have just begun. So you feel like you have a stake in this game?
Not at all.
You feel that you're akinning this to the Karen Reed trial, right?
Yes.
That there's a cover-up.
Well, not that there's a cover-up.
Well, those were your words, weren't they?
I don't know is that what it says in there? I forget what that says in there.
A setup from the get-go, correct?
Correct.
And tireless scrutiny that independent media will bring to light through extensive research. And then
Correct.
you mentioned Norfolk, Mass State Police,
Yep.
and the Canton Police.
I did.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay. So a cover.
Well, yeah, it's the judicial system seems to be going awry, and there's more eyes on things now.
Okay, I'm gonna show you something else. I'm sorry, I don't have a copy of this.
Let's have that mark when, on your way up. Thanks.
Mark this identification, please.
Exhibit G, so marked.
Thank you. Can you first look at it and see if you recognize it?
Sure.
So look at the first page. Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
Okay. Can you flip to the second page?
I sure
You
can.
made a comment to that.
Yep, I sure did.
Can you read the first page? How about it?
The first, the post itself?
Yep.
Today, it's from the North Andover Police Department. Today is National Police Women's Day. Please join us in recognizing Sergeant Katie, can't say her last name. Do you
If
want
you
me to
can't
spell
read
it?
the last name, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Sergeant Julie Nigro and School Resource Officer Stephanie Rizzo. They have over 43 years of combined experience, and it shows. As all three demonstrate strong leadership inside and outside our department walls. We appreciate their immense dedication to helping both residents and visitors in the North Andover community every day. Thank you for your service.
And you commented on that, correct?
I sure did.
What did you say?
Wow, let's hope they stay safe from their colleagues.
Thank you. I have nothing else.
Redirect.
We're content, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right. You may step down.
Thank you, sir.
And defense, you may call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the defendant calls Lauren Page.
Lauren?
Could you raise your right hand? You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God. Thank you.
Good morning. You can have the seat right there. You pull yourself right up to the mic.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Good morning, Mrs. Page. I'm going to ask you to give your full name, first name, last name, and spell it, mostly for our stenographer, if you can do that.
Sure. Lauren Page, Lauren, Page, Page.
Okay, I'm just also going to note that because the windows are open, occasionally we have fire trucks go by. So if we hear that, we'll stop our conversation. Okay?
Sure.
Thank you. Mrs. Page, you are the mother of Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Is that correct?
Yes.
Today?
Yes.
And you have to say yes or no again for the stenographer.
Yes.
And what's she wearing today?
A white blazer.
Can I have the record reflect, Your Honor, that this witness has identified her daughter as the defendant?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, Kelsey's father is Stephen Fitzsimmons, is that correct?
Yes.
And is he your ex-husband?
Yes.
And you are now married to William Page, is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell us just roughly, you were together with William Page since 2011, and then you've been married since 2022, is that correct?
Correct.
And you have another child besides Kelsey with Stephen Fitzsimmons, is that right?
Yes.
Who is that?
Stephen Jr.
And is he 6 years older than Kelsey?
Yes.
Your husband, Will Page, also has 2 children from a prior marriage. Is that correct?
Correct.
And who are they?
Madison Page and William Page.
Okay. And how old are those children?
Madison will be 18 on the 31st of this month, and Willie is 20.
Okay. And those families are friendly, are they not?
Yes.
Where did you grow up, Mrs. Page, and go to high school?
Arlington, Mass.
And did you have education after high school?
Yes, I did a 2-year paralegal program at Aquinas Junior College in Newton.
And did you become employed after school?
I did. I worked for Shawmut Bank.
Okay. And in general, what was the nature of that first job you had?
Teller, assistant manager. Excuse me.
And since that time, you've been employed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Where do you live now, Mrs. Page?
Methuen, Mass.
And I won't ask you the address. We don't need that. And where do you work now?
I work for Sullivan Mechanical. It's in Wilmington.
In Wilmington. And how far away is your home from the North Andover home where Kelsey Fitzsimmons lived in June of 2025?
8 minutes.
And how about your place of work? How far away is that?
20.
Kelsey went to college, did she not?
Yes, she did.
And after that, did you stay close with her?
Yes.
Close to her today?
I'm sorry?
Are you close with her also
Oh,
today?
yes. Yes.
And did Kelsey live in Methuen with you and Mr. Page, his son and daughter, from before Christmas 2025 until recently?
Yes.
When Kelsey finished college, did she do about 1.5 years of law school?
Yes.
And you're aware she applied to become a corrections officer in Essex County, is that correct?
Yes.
And she served as an Essex corrections officer before she went to the North Andover PD.
She did.
And all during that time, you were close in contact with her. Fair to say she was in your life, you were in hers?
Absolutely.
Okay. And again, what town do you and Will live in now?
Same, Methuen.
In Methuen, okay. At some time, did Kelsey move to North Andover?
Yes.
And did she first have an apartment and then bought a house, is that right?
Yes.
Where did Kelsey live when she served as a corrections officer?
Her apartment in North Andover.
And again, how far away is that from where you lived in Methuen and where you live now?
8-10 minutes.
Close drive, correct? Yes. And you knew that your daughter Kelsey was engaged to Justin Alayan, did you not?
I did.
And you also knew that Kelsey had a child, of course, is that right?
Yes.
And that Justin was a father.
Yes.
You knew they were planning to get married in October of 2025?
Yes.
And did you know her fiance's parents, sister, just yes or no?
Yes.
You had met them upon occasion and socialized with them, is that right?
Yes.
And you knew that they lived in Stowe, Massachusetts, is that also correct?
Correct.
During this time that your daughter had her baby Caden, did you ever babysit for him?
We did, yes.
And could you just tell generally, what kind of baby was he? Fussy, calm? Can you give us a description of the baby?
Caden was very easygoing, very happy baby.
Easy to take care of?
Yes.
And generally, in your experience, when did he cry?
If he needed to eat.
When he was hungry?
Yes.
And when you, I'm going to draw your attention now to June 30th, 2025. And we're going to focus on that day. Caden's about 4 months old, is that right?
Yes.
At that time? And where was Caden living at the time on June 30th, 2025?
Phillips Brook Road in North Andover.
With Kelsey, is that
Kelsey,
correct?
Yes.
Mrs. Page, did you know that Kelsey had been cleared to go back to work in a few days from June 30th?
Yes.
And on that day, were you aware that she was going to the North Andover Police Department in order to do some CPR training?
Yes.
Were you aware that she was going to take Caden with her during that training?
I was aware.
I'm just going to ask you yes or no. Did Kelsey call you that day? This is June 30th.
Yes.
And at what time, any time after noon, do you recall that she called you?
2:30.
And did she give you some information about where she was headed when she talked to you?
Yes, she was going to meet Justin at the Common in North Andover.
Okay. And did she talk with you at some time to let you know if and when she was headed back to her house?
Yes.
Do you remember what time that was?
3:30.
And did you and she agree to meet at her house?
Yes, I met her at the house after work.
And about what time was that, if you recall?
3:30, 3:45.
Yeah. And you were working that day, right?
Yes.
And your place of work was close enough by that you could do that?
Yes, my route to and from work, I drove by her house.
So if you were going from Wilmington to Methuen, you would actually go by where Kelsey lived,
Yes.
correct? Do you remember what time you arrived again? What time did you get to Kelsey's house that afternoon from work?
I want to say it was 3:30, 3:45.
Okay. Who else was there when you got there?
No, and just Kels and baby.
And Kelsey.
Yes.
And just generally, without giving us the conversation, what topic or topics did you discuss?
Kelsey was sad that Justin blew her off and didn't show up at the Common to meet her. She couldn't understand why. She was confused why he would ask her to come and then just ghost her.
And what would you say was her demeanor at that time when you were talking with her at home?
Sad, confused.
How long did you stay when you got there around 3:30?
I left around 5:20, 5:30.
And just in general, again, Mrs. Page, what were you doing while you were there with Kelsey and Caden?
We sat in our living room, played with Caden, talked. I did some dishes in our kitchen. Basically just sat and talked.
Okay. Do you know what time you left?
Between 5:20 and 5:30.
And where were you going immediately? Where were you headed to?
CVS in Methuen.
And originally you were going to CVS. Where were you originally headed after that?
Home.
And that's your home in Methuen?
Yes.
Right. Did you get another call from Kelsey while you were at the CVS?
I did.
And as a result of that call, Mrs. Page, what did you do?
Went back to her house.
Do you recall what time you arrived at her house?
5:45.
So it's a pretty quick time between the time you left, went to CVS, and then went back. Is that correct?
Yes.
Tell us again the time to drive to CVS from Kelsey's house.
Under 10 minutes.
When you arrived at the house at that time, can you tell us what's the first thing you saw?
Police cars.
Did you go in the house?
Yes, I went right up.
And doors open. You've been in and out of that door before many times, correct?
Yes, went right up to her porch.
Did you see anything on the porch?
It's a police officer holding Caden.
And at that time, did you know which police officer that was?
No.
He was holding Caden, you said,
Yes.
correct?
I didn't hear the answer.
I'm sorry, no.
Okay, thank you.
A police officer was in uniform, correct?
Yes.
And you didn't know who he was at the time?
No.
What happened next once you saw the police officer holding Caden?
Caden was crying, so I asked if I could take Caden from him so I could settle him down.
And did the police officer give you Caden?
He did.
Is that still on the porch outside, or were you inside?
Right on the porch, we exchanged the baby.
So you're holding Caden, and what happens next?
I brought him inside to Kelsey's living room, where there was another police officer.
And did the officer who gave you Caden also come into the house with you?
No,
Do you know where he went?
I don't.
So you are holding the baby, you're in the living room with another police officer. And can you tell us what happened next?
Justin walked in with his sister Courtney.
And Justin is the fiance that we spoke about earlier, right?
Yes.
And his sister, what's her name?
Courtney?
They both came in while you were in the living room.
Yes, they walked in.
Do you know about how long you were there before they arrived?
Minutes.
Are you still holding the baby at this stage?
Yes.
Okay. And then what happens next, Mrs. Page?
The officer in the living room asked me to hand Caden to Justin.
And had either Kelsey or the police officer, when you arrived, told you about the restraining order? Just yes or no?
No.
And did you actually who did you give the baby to, I should say?
I handed the baby to Justin. Justin turned and handed Courtney the baby.
And what did they do next?
Left.
Did you have any conversation with them, just yes or no?
No.
Did they take anything for the baby with them, if you remember?
Car seat, I believe.
And they left together, if you recall. Is that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Mrs. Page, when you arrived, did you see your daughter on the first floor?
No.
Did you know where she was?
Upstairs.
And while you were downstairs, did you hear anything coming from the second floor? Just yes or no for now.
Yes.
Can you tell us what you heard?
I heard a gentleman say, "Kelsey, no, Kelsey, no." And then 2 gunshots.
And can you give us some idea of how quickly those shots were connected to each other?
It was Kelsey, no, bang, bang.
Did you hear Kelsey say anything from the second floor?
No.
Could you hear her make any noises?
Yes.
And Mrs. Page, what happened next?
I saw Justin run by the windows on the porch, and after that, officers came in, EMTs came in, running up the stairs, and I was let out of the house. I was let out by an officer.
And what was your frame of mind, state of mind at that stage?
I was pretty upset.
And were you making any noise?
I was screaming.
When is the next time you saw your daughter, Mrs. Page?
At the trauma room at Mass General.
Your Honor, I have nothing further.
No question.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. You may sit, you may stand down, thanks. And defense, you may call your next witness. Yes.
All right, it looks like they are taking their first break. While they do that, we're going to head on over to the Massachusetts versus Judy Church, and we will cover that for a little bit while the Fitzsimmons trial has their break. Hope you enjoy. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, because I think he goes from Rams to leader to whatever.
Anything we need to discuss before we bring the jurors in?
Nope.
Very good.
Stand. But look at this. Look at this. Read this sentence to yourself. That number? Oh, I think it's the same because of this. That number.
Yes, 5201.
Instead of
26.
instead of D,
Right.
DL.
Yeah, he added a 0 onto this. I don't know why.
Yeah, because I think he goes from Rams to leader to whatever.
That's a leader.
That's a leader. So I think he changes it to leader.
Yes, thank you.
Good to go, Bill. Come right in.
All right, for the judge. Be seated.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. See you all again. Saw each other yesterday afternoon. Has any member of the jury discussed the substance of this case with anyone, including among yourselves? No. Any member of the jury seen, read, heard, or overheard anything from any outside source about any aspect? No. The prosecutors may call their next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Daniel Anderson.
Right this way.
Walk right up to my car.
Just gonna ask you to stand behind the blue line and face the clerk.
Sir, if you'd raise your right hand for me, please. Do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Come around. Make yourself comfortable in that chair.
Sure. Good morning, sir. In a nice loud voice, could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. My name is Daniel Anderson, Daniel Anderson, Anderson.
And sir, where do you work?
I am currently employed as a forensic toxicologist with NMS, Nancy Mary Sam Laboratories.
All right. And sir, in order to become a forensic toxicologist, could you tell us a little bit about your educational experience?
Sure. So I have a bachelor's of science degree from Colorado State University in 1988. and a master's of science degree from the University of New Haven in Connecticut in 1990.
All right. After you completed your formal education, sir, where did you go to work?
So in 1990, I finished with my master's, and I immediately went from Connecticut to Los Angeles. And I worked at the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office for about 24 years.
Okay. And at the medical examiner's office in Los Angeles, sir, what were you responsible for doing there?
My primary duties was as a criminalist. Not only was I assigned to the crime scene unit at the medical examiner, where I would respond to death scenes and collect physical evidence from the bodies of the decedents, but I also was a forensic toxicologist there as well.
Now, what is a forensic toxicologist?
Forensic toxicologist is a scientist that basically analyzes biological fluids for drugs and poisons. Biological fluids can be blood, urine, any type of tissue taken from the body. And not only do we do the chemical analysis, but then we have to interpret what those results mean in context with the totality of the case and explain it to courts, attorneys, police officers.
In addition to testing biological samples, can you also test non-biological samples like liquids?
We can, yes, we can.
So you said you spent, 26 years at the medical examiner's office in LA?
I spent 24 years there. I do have a 1-year stint at the Ventura County Sheriff's Department, making 25. And then I left Los Angeles County and went to Colorado, where I spent 6 years with the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, also as a forensic toxicologist.
Okay. After leaving the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, where'd you go?
Where I'm currently at now, NMS Labs. So I've been with them for 5 years now. So in all total, I've put in 35 years as a forensic toxicologist.
Now, without getting into too much detail about it, how is it that you guys actually test these biological samples or other liquids for substances that might be in them?
Well, typically we're using validated methodology, methods that have been validated for the task at hand before testing any type of evidential samples. So, we use instruments such as a GCMS or gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, or more sophisticated instruments such as time of flight or TOF. You basically are sampling a portion of a biologic material such as the blood, performing a chemical extraction on it to isolate drugs or poisons of interest, what you're looking for, and then putting them on an instrument, and the instrument provides data that we interpret and read.
Now, in connection with a particular investigation here in Massachusetts, were you asked to do some testing of substances in connection with that investigation?
Yes, we were.
Okay. And you were asked to test certain substances for ethylene glycol, correct?
Correct, very specifically.
Okay. What is ethylene glycol, sir?
Ethylene glycol is a chemical typically found in AntiFreeze. It's colorless, odorless, but it does have a taste. It does have a sweet taste to it. It's very poisonous if consumed. Hence why they tell you to don't spill it on the garage and let your dog lick it up. It can cause metabolic problems in your system. It will shut down your heart. It will shut down your kidneys.
And over the course of your career, 36-year career, have you had the occasion to test for ethylene glycol prior to this case?
Yes, I have.
How many times approximately have you tested for ethylene glycol?
Several hundred times. I mean, typically you're asked by the medical examiner to test for it if they're not finding a particular cause of death, or if they have signs that are pointing to ethylene glycol poisoning or toxicity.
Okay. All right. Now, In terms of this particular investigation and case, sir, you were sort of asked to do the testing that you did in three sort of batches. Is that fair?
Well, actually, 4 work orders or 4 submissions were provided to us.
Okay. All right. So let's start with the first submission. The first submission you received was blood that was sent to you by the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner here in Massachusetts, correct?
Correct, in November of 22, yes.
Okay. And you were asked to test that blood taken at Anna Jake's Hospital from an individual named Leroy Fowler for for ethylene glycol, correct?
Yes, we were.
All right. And did you run that test that you described for us a few minutes ago, the GCMS sort of testing to see if there was ethylene glycol in that blood sample that you were provided?
Yes, I mean, it was using 2 instruments, but yes, we did test for it.
Okay. And what were the results of testing that blood for ethylene glycol, sir?
The results were 52 milligrams per deciliter.
Now, in December of 2022, you were sent additional samples for testing, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and those samples included a liquid from a Powerade bottle, a liquid from a Rain-X de-icer bottle, and then a liquid that came to you it came to the lab here in Massachusetts in a specimen jar from a Fanta can, correct?
I mean, yes. I mean, that type of information was provided to us by the law enforcement agency. All the descriptors, yes. I mean, we receive it in a little container separate from what they receive it from, but
Fair.
a portion of.
All right. So now the sample that came from the Powerade bottle, was that tested for ethylene glycol?
It was, yes.
Okay. And what was the results of the testing of that liquid, sir?
2,400 milligrams per deciliter.
Okay. The liquid that was in the Rain-X de-icer, what were the results of that testing, sir?
I believe it was 11 milligrams per deciliter.
Okay. And then finally, the orange liquid that you were told, and I know you don't know exactly where it came from, but you were told it came from the Fanta can. What were the results of the testing on that liquid?
We did try testing that twice, and the end result was the test was canceled due to like an interfering substance in our analysis, and thus we didn't offer any results for that particular piece of evidence.
No reason to believe that the interfering substance was ethylene glycol.
Oh, no, looking at the raw data itself, it didn't appear to be any ethylene glycol, but we could not make any formal conclusions on a report without the interferences, thus it was canceled.
Okay. And then finally, you were provided with 2 samples of liquids. One that you were told was from an unopened bottle of Rain-X de-icer purchased by the Massachusetts State Police, and a second one that was a bottle of AntiFreeze, also purchased by the Massachusetts State Police just for comparison purposes, correct?
Correct, I did.
All right. Now, with respect to the item that was identified as the Rain-X de-icer, what was the results of the sort of the comparison testing that you did on that for ethylene glycol?
I don't necessarily remember the specific numbers, but it was very low amounts of, I believe, ethylene glycol and propylene glycol.
All right. And if I suggested to you that the results were 7.6 milligrams per deciliter of ethylene glycol, would that refresh your memory as to the amount of ethylene glycol that was present in there?
It's a small amount, so yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. And then with regard to the antifreeze that was tested by your lab, sir, do you remember the results of the testing of the antifreeze for ethylene glycol?
I do.
And what was it?
It was 120,000 milligrams per deciliter.
Now, do you know what? Well, let me ask you, sir. You've used the terms milligrams per deciliter to describe the results of all of these testing the amount of ethylene glycol. in the liquid. What is that? What does that mean, milligrams per deciliter?
It's a weight per volume explanation. I mean, that's how the units are expressed. You know, you talk about milligrams, there's 1,000 milligrams in a gram. So I express it as, you know, when I say 2,400 milligrams, I could say 2.4 grams as well. The deciliter is an interesting volume. Deciliter is 100 milliliters or 0.1 liters. And so you start doing the math. I mean, you can express these numbers in many different ways with different types of units. It's just how the laboratory reports out.
And obviously you try to keep all of the expressions of this measurement in the same units so that they can sort of be compared to each other more easily.
You try to, but I mean, the way it's expressed from NMS perspective versus what you look at it in the literature, you really have to do some conversions.
All right. Now, sir, are you familiar with a substance called the denatonium benzoate?
I am.
Okay. And is that a substance that NMS Labs tests for?
No, we don't.
Okay. And in the course of your career, have you ever tested for denatonium benzoate?
The bittering agent? No, I have not.
And would you ever recommend to an investigator that they test for it?
Objection. Well, let me hear the question and then I'll rule on the objection. Would you finish your question, please?
Thank you. Would you ever recommend to an investigator that they test for denatonium benzoate if ethylene glycol is present?
Just a moment. Let me see counsel at sidebar. About 5 minutes, and I really think it will be about 5 minutes. I need to have a little bit further discussion with the attorneys and with the witness before I make a ruling and we proceed. So bear with us.
All right.
Joe's on the floor.
Court is back in session. May be seated. Silence all cell phones.
We are going to, Mr. Anderson, just have a very brief voir dire. You've been, a question was put to you, there was an objection. I want to hear a few more questions by the prosecutor and your responses to those questions, and I'll allow defense counsel to ask a few questions outside the jury's presence so I can assess whether I'm going to permit this particular subject to be testified to by you.
All right.
Mr. Camillo.
So the question, sir, was, would you ever recommend testing for, I'm just going to call it Bitrex. Would you ever recommend to an investigator who is investigating an ethylene glycol case to test for Bitrex?
I mean, I would not in my 36 years of conducting this type of work. I mean, our laboratory never tested for the bitterant material. You'd have to find a laboratory to test for such a thing if that was going to be a recommendation. And so it'd be hard for me to recommend any type of testing where I don't even have a lab to do the testing for you.
So and I'm going to jump in wherever I feel need. Sure. So just as a logistical, mechanical matter, it's something that you may not even be able to pursue.
Well, for sure you can't pursue it unless you secure a lab that can do it. And then you have to ask yourself what the purpose is of doing it. I mean, you're basically trying to identify a source of the material that contributed to the ethylene glycol found in the person.
And so what does that mean? What
Well-
that it doesn't have a purpose? I'm not sure I
Oh,
followed you there.
I mean, sitting here and in all my years of experience, I don't have a purpose for it. No, it'd be I mean, if I was trying to identify the source of the problem, I'd be going after the ethylene glycol as the main contributor, if that's the question at hand.
Mr. Camillo?
No, I don't, I think that covers it.
Mr. Scully?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning.
Good morning.
So if an investigator came to you, because your answer is a little bit hypothetical, right? You would never investigate to an investigator, or you would never recommend to an investigator to test for Bittrex. That seemed to be what you said, right?
True. I mean, I'd ask the why question.
Right. And in this case, you were not asked whether or not to test for Bittrex, right?
Correct.
Okay. So it's a little bit of a hypothetical, you would agree, right?
I would agree.
All right. So if this hypothetical investigator came to you and said, we suspect that this person may have intentionally consumed AntiFreeze, and we think that there might be a bittering agent in there, and we want to know whether there's ethylene glycol in the sample, and we want to know whether there's a bittering agent. Would you advise that officer to, one, we can test for the ethylene glycol right here, but since you want to know what is the bittering agent, we should look for another laboratory to see if there's somebody available to do that second test, so you have both answers.
Well, if that's the desire of the investigator at that point, again, I would ask the question why,
Well,
but I certainly can't help you.
Right.
My lab and myself can't help you in that situation.
This is a hypothetical investigator, so this
Okay.
one wants to know both answers, right? In the hypothetical I just gave you.
It appears so, yes.
Right, because in their investigation, they feel it's relevant.
Correct. In this hypothetical, yes, they feel like it's important.
They want to get to the bottom of, is there just ethylene glycol, or is there ethylene glycol and a bittering agent?
If that's the question at hand, yes, that's important to them, yes.
Okay, so there are no more questions. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, if someone said to you, an investigator, we have some question whether some liquid with ethylene glycol in it might have been consumed by a decedent unknowingly or perhaps knowingly, and so we're wondering whether there's a bittering agent in it, which might shed some light on whether they would have known that something was amiss or not. What would be your response to that?
My response would be the assumption we're all assuming that this person can even taste the bittering agent. I'm not even 100% sure that the entire population can taste it.
Do you have any particular expertise with bittering agent?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't. I'd have to do my own research to.
So you don't have any particular familiarity with how unpalatable it may make something?
True, I don't. And when you start getting into ethylene glycol being spiked into another substance to hide it or not hide it, then you start to wonder, even if you find the bittering agent, is it too dilute to even taste? And you'd have to go through that whole research of what is the minimum amount that 100% of the population can and can't taste. I mean, there's a lot of questions from a science perspective that I would have. If you had two sources of ethylene glycol, one had it and one did not have the bittering agent, I mean, you're not able to test for the bittering agent in the person, in the blood sample. So it's not like you can identify the source as being one with or one without because this person didn't have any in the blood. I mean, that would be another scenario. There's a lot of questions at hand.
Okay. And it's not something you've thought about before?
No. I've only had one other true poisoning case, poisoned by another with ethylene glycol in my career. Besides this one, this will be the second one.
All right. Any follow-up on anything I've asked, Mr. Capilio? Mr. Scully?
Just respect to that one other true poisoning case that you had with ethylene glycol. When was that?
Year 2000 out of Los Angeles. The defendant's name was Angelina Rodriguez. She's sitting on death row in California.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to permit the question to be put to this witness and the witness, Mr. Anderson, to answer in a certain limited fashion. I appreciate his responses to the voir dire questions, especially the ones that I put to him. It's clear to me that Mr. Anderson is very knowledgeable, thoughtful, and experienced, but Bitrex is not his field of expertise, either by training or prior experience. I will permit him to answer the question, would he have recommended, if an investigator asked about testing for Bitrex, whether that should be pursued. I will permit him to answer in two fashions that he laid out in his voir dire. One is no, his lab doesn't do it. No lab he's ever worked for has done it, and it may be difficult to find a lab that would do it. That's sort of a mechanical or logistical impediment to pursuing such testing. And two, just actually, I already really said it, but the other reason is because in all his years of working in various labs and medical examiner offices and at MSS and NMS, they've never done Bitrex testing. But I'm not going to permit him to start theorizing on why he doesn't think it would be efficacious if you found somebody to do it because of whether somebody might taste it or not, and people have different tastes and things of that sort, because I think it's beyond his realm of expertise or experience. He may certainly be cross-examined, Mr. Scully, about how many ethylene glycol cases he's had, how many Bitrex cases he's had or lack thereof. That's all fair game, but I will allow him to answer the question to that extent. And Mr. Anderson, I think you followed what I've said, correct?
I have, yeah, if I can remember it all, but yes.
So basically, with the questions put to you, the two things that I find are permissible and appropriate, and certainly within your realm of experiences, you're going to be hard put to find somebody who can do this, because nobody that I know has ever done that. And I don't recommend it because I've never worked at any lab where we've ever done this kind of testing. You may be cross-examined about how many ethylene glycol cases you've had to inform that experience, but that's fine. So that's my rule. Let's bring our jury back in.
Thank you, Ron.
Where is MSS?
NMS,
NMS.
Nancy Mary Sam.
Yes.
It's outside of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
Okay. I find it very hard to say for some reason. I'm usually pretty good with words, but
Right.
that one I find hard to say.
Yeah, it used to be National Medical Services.
Yeah.
All right, for the judge. Be seated.
You're not catching what I have, I hope. Thank you for your indulgence, folks. We're ready to continue with the examination of Mr. Anderson.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, before we took that quick break, I had asked you, and I'll just repeat the question. Would you recommend Bitrex or denatonium benzoate testing to an investigator who was investigating an ethylene glycol poisoning case?
And your same objection for the record, Judge. Thank you.
Yes, and overruled, but all rights preserved.
Thank you.
And my answer would be no, I typically would not recommend the bittering agent test.
Why not?
Well, one, I mean, we don't have a lab, or my lab cannot test for it, and nor do I know a lab that can actually test for the bittering agent.
Thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Scully.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Good morning.
I just have a couple of follow-ups on your work that you did for the Commonwealth in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
So you were contacted to get involved in this case by someone through the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, is that right?
Correct. We have a contract with the crime laboratory to submit their evidence to us. Yes.
And so that contract involves multiple cases, is that fair to say?
It is in this case, yes. Multiple pieces of evidence. Yes.
Yeah. And do you do other cases in conjunction with the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Yes, we have.
Okay. How long has the crime lab been a customer of NMS Laboratories?
That I don't know specifically.
Okay. But they're a client, right?
They are. I mean, we have many clients throughout the nation.
Right. I'm just asking you about ours.
Again, I don't necessarily know the history of the Mass Police Department submitting.
Okay. And did you have some direct contact with a Massachusetts State Police trooper at the time, Lewis Williams?
Well, after all the testing was completed, or at least in the midst of it, yes.
Okay. So you know that name?
Trooper Williams, yes, I do.
Okay. So I just want to run through some of the test results, and I have a few follow-up questions with each one. The first one I just want to ask about is what was referred to on direct examination as the Fanta soda. This was the interference or the one where the testing was canceled. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So there was a sample that was provided, and is it fair to say that your lab undertook an attempt to test that sample to see if it had ethylene glycol present in the sample?
Yes, we were asked to look for the 3 glycols or the glycol panel on that particular one. Usually before we cancel any testing, we'll perform the test. It fails. We'll perform it again to ensure that it just was not that particular batch or date. Okay. And it failed again.
Failed twice.
It did fail twice.
And that substance, did you ever find out what the nature of that failure was?
No, there was some underlying substance in that orange fluid or liquid that was causing some concerns analytically. Okay. Where you look at it and it wasn't passing all the acceptable criteria that it needs to pass in order to be reported, and thus it was canceled.
Okay. So you don't know what the actual substance was that was tested, right? Even though we're calling it something from the Fanta.
Correct. I mean, in the field of toxicology, I mean, they call that a direct analysis. You're asked to look for 3 glycols. You go to look for those 3 glycols to see if you can detect them. And there was some underlying substance that was causing us some problems, analytical interferences, and thus it could be something else. And you're not looking to identify that something else. You just cancel it and be done.
Okay. All right. So that test got canceled. And another test that you had done, and these aren't the exact order that you performed them, but the other another test that you did was for a product that was identified as Rain-X, right? And this is the one that was sent with the 3 samples that were part of the case file connected to the Leroy Fowler. Is that right?
Oh, I'm going to need a little bit more descriptor because
Okay.
I'm not sure which one we're talking about.
Item 2-1.1 in your patient name for your lab.
Can you help me out with the result so I can identify?
It was 11.
That's an evidential number by Mass State.
Yes, you may.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Okay, what was that?
The results are the 11 milligrams per deciliter result.
Okay. And that was connected to item 2-1.1, right?
If you say so, yes.
I'll come back up.
Okay.
I think you can talk in shorthand and Mr. Camilio will accept it if you say Rain-X from 108 Central versus, store-bought Rain-X, so we know which you're talking about.
That this result was the Rain-X.
He already testified to it. Yes, so, but the Rain-X from 108 Central, correct?
Rain-X, yes,
Yes,
from the
so
house.
that's what, I just want to make sure the jury's understanding which one you're talking about, not the store-bought one, the one from 108 Central. So we all understand that, correct? All right.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I don't plan on asking any questions, sir, about the store-bought products.
Okay, that's helpful too.
Just the ones that were directly involved with this case.
Thank you.
Okay. So one of the things that you put that in your report is that ethylene glycol is basically manifested in 3 stages when it's following ingestion, right?
If you're referring to the reference comment on that report,
Yes.
those are canned comments on
Okay.
every report that has an ethylene glycol result on
Okay,
it.
well, tell me if this is what you wrote. Following ingestion, toxicity of ethylene glycol is manifested in 3 stages, depending on the dose administered. Initially, CNS depression is noted with signs including intoxication, coma, convulsions, and possibly death. Also, during this 1 to 12 hours post-ingestion period, metabolic acidosis and gastrointestinal disturbances can be noted. The second stage, 12 to 24 hours post-ingestion, is also characterized by cardiopulmonary disturbances, including tachycardia, tachypnea, and hypertension. In severe ingestions, congestive heart failure and circulatory collapse may be seen. The end stage of ethylene glycol toxicity is renal failure 24 to 72 hours post-ingestion, signed Daniel T. Anderson, forensic toxologist. That's what you wrote in your letter about the results of the testing of the Rain-X in this case. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, that's my report. That's
Okay,
my
and-
signature.
And those are the exact words just above your signature. Is that correct, sir?
Correct. Those are
Okay.
a canned comment, reference comment put on all reports. Yes.
Canned, but you didn't submit something inaccurate and then sign it, right?
No, I believe that that's what it says, and I believe in what it says. Yes.
Okay, so it's accurate, right?
Sure.
The other thing that you included in this report was an advisement that unless alternate arrangements are made by you, the remainder of the submitted specimens will be discarded 1 year from the date of this report, and generated data will be discarded 5 years from the date of the analysis performed, right?
Correct.
Okay, when you're saying you, that's the Mass State Police crime lab that provided the sample. This is an advisement to them, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you know whether arrangements were made by them to come and get this sample, which is the Rain-X we're talking about?
I don't know off the top
Do you know
of my
what
head.
happened to that sample?
I do not.
Okay. Another sample that was provided for you to look at was the sample, and you called it patient name 2-2.1, right? And this is the Powerade, the sample that came from the Powerade bottle in this case. And if we could get a stipulation to that from the prosecutor.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, it was tested. I don't know what I'm stipulating to.
I think you're agreeing that the test result he's about to ask Mr. Anderson about is from the Powerade.
As soon as I hear the question, I'm happy to.
And
Is item 2-2.1 the sample that was from the Powerade in this case?
Is that the 2400 result?
Yes.
I believe so. Yes.
Okay, you're certain of it, right?
Well, I know I've issued a report with 2400.
Yeah.
I just don't necessarily know the police agency item number is corresponding to it. So if you're reading it and telling me it is, then
I'll approach.
okay, thank you. 2-2.1 is the 2400.
Okay. Is that the sample from the Powerade that was sent to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this 2-2.1 is listed on an NMS lab form in your letterhead, and you gave it, this sample, that patient name, right?
Well, the agency gave it that patient name. We
Agency-
actually assign it a work order number.
NMS gave it that patient name.
No. The patient name is just dictated from the paperwork that we received from the police agency.
That's the NMS. It says patient name, NMS, and they call it 2.2-1, right?
Correct. And we get that information from the paperwork submitted by the police agency.
Now, the result that you found there was the 2400 number, and that's milligrams per deciliter, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what I'm going to ask now is, based on the sample size that you had, the Powerade, the sample from the Powerade that you tested, that we're just talking about, 2-2.1, what was the percentage of ethylene glycol that was in that whole sample?
Well, as I recall from the report, I think only like 5 milliliters sample size was provided to NMS.
Right.
However, I don't know the total amount that was confiscated as evidence.
But what
Thus,
about-
I can't assign a percentage.
So from the 5 milliliters, can you determine the percentage of it that was the ethylene glycol based on the 2400 milligrams per deciliter?
Not as I sit here right now. No, I can't.
Does it sound like it was about 2%?
I can't say.
Okay, that math is not something you're capable of doing on the witness stand.
I wasn't planned to be doing mathematics on the witness stand. No.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Now, the difference between the amount of ethylene glycol that was located in the icer sample versus the amount that was located in the Powerade sample was significant, right?
The difference between those two,
Yeah.
from 11 to 2400,
Right.
is quite a bit. Yes, I would agree.
And the Rain-X is the much smaller sample, right?
Correct.
And the Powerade is the much bigger sample, right?
From a concentration perspective, yes.
Right. So there's no way, would you agree, that the Rain-X de-icer was the sole source of the ethylene glycol that was in the Powerade that was tested, because the Rain-X de-icer doesn't have enough ethylene glycol?
I would agree with that.
Okay. So there must have been some other source of ethylene glycol to get in that Powerade sample that was tested, right?
I mean, just from concentration alone, yes.
Yeah. Now, the Powerade sample that was submitted to you, was the sample itself ever tested to determine what it was? In particular, whether it was actually Powerade?
What the actual matrix was? No.
So there's the sample that came from the Powerade bottle, was tested for ethylene glycol, came back at 2400 milligrams per deciliter, but the rest of the sample, you don't know whether it was Powerade.
That's correct. I
You
mean,
don't know whether it was orange soda.
I have no idea.
Do you know what color it was?
I don't off the top of my head, no. I mean, it may say at the bottom of that report.
Okay.
It was some of the liquids were noted to have color to them, but I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall the color. That's okay. And so you don't know what the actual rest of the liquid was, right?
I mean, in my experience, there's no way of testing whether it was Kool-Aid, orange juice, soda. We wouldn't be able to test for that.
Okay. Now, the same advisement that was contained in your report, the toxicology report that you signed about the destruction of the specimen that was given in relation to the other samples was given in relation to the sample connected to the Powerade sample as well, right?
Correct. It's a canned statement.
Yeah. So unless alternate arrangements are made by you, the remainder of the submitted specimen, meaning the Powerade specimen in this case, will be discarded 1 year from the date of this report, right?
Yes, and that goes with the client and the agreement with that client that NMS has.
They get this information provided back to them, and then it's incumbent on them to go get the sample if they want to preserve it, right?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, no such arrangements were ever made.
I didn't see any, no.
Okay. Now, you testified a little bit on direct examination. You had some testimony, we took a break, and you came back to it. And it had to do with sort of a hypothetical question that the prosecutor asked about, would you, if an investigator asked you to, would you recommend that they test for a bittering agent, right?
That's correct.
And your answer was that my lab doesn't do that work, right?
My lab, or I don't know of a lab that does.
And it might be difficult to find a lab that does that work, right?
Yes.
Now, you've also disclosed that you have vast experience in this field, but only one true ethylene glycol poisoning case that you've worked on, and that was a case in LA, Los Angeles, back in 2000, correct?
Correct. I
Okay.
said this during the break outside the jury's presence, but yes.
Yeah. All right. And so in this case, that was a hypothetical that the prosecutor asked you to answer about a hypothetical investigator, not a real investigator, because they never specifically asked you to test for it in this particular case, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And your lab doesn't do the testing anyway, so you wouldn't have been able to do it.
That's correct.
If they wanted that information, they would have had to have located an outside laboratory to see if they could do it.
That would be my recommendation, yes.
And that could be difficult to do, right?
Very difficult.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Camellia.
In that California case that you just talked to us about.
Objection. We seen it sidebar?
All right.
In that California case that you just referenced for us. In that California case that you just referenced for us, sir, what substance did you test in that case to see if it contained ethylene glycol?
We only tested the decedent's biological material, so blood, liver, urine, gastric.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further? I don't think so. I wouldn't think.
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anderson.
Thank you.
Ms. Strasser?
Thank you. And before I call the next witness, yesterday the Commonwealth displayed a digital image of a cup during Sergeant Williams' testimony.
Yes.
That's been put on a CD. There's no objection to that being marked as the next exhibit.
There is an objection.
There is an objection.
Correct. That was my witness.
Yes.
I object.
All right, because you think the digital image is not a fair
characterization?
That's correct. It appears to have been lightened.
Didn't the witness say it was?
I don't know. He identified the red cup
All right.
as the image, called it orange, and then
The,
they
uh,
showed a
the-
digital image that wasn't even in evidence.
All right, the objection is overruled. It may be admitted.
The Commonwealth would call Juliana Hooper, please.
And by the way, jurors, when you heard me say, didn't the witness say it was accurate? If that's what the witness said, you still determine whether it's accurate. That's just a matter of whether I admit the exhibit. That is, it's been authenticated in some fashion as an appropriate picture for you to see. But it's always for you to decide whether, as you heard Mr. Scully suggest, it's been lightened or whether it's in fact an accurate depiction of the liquid.
Would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury, stating and spelling your name for the record?
My name is Juliana Hooper. First name is Julianna, and last name is Hooper.
What is your occupation?
I am currently a forensic scientist too at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And before getting specifically into what it means to be a forensic scientist too, could you very briefly describe your educational background to the jurors?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from Western New England University.
What is a forensic scientist too?
I currently work in the criminalistics unit as a forensic scientist too, where I examine, test, and collect evidence.
How long have you worked as a criminalist within the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
I have been a forensic scientist since 2019.
Prior to 2019, were you employed by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
Yes, I was.
In what capacity?
In 2017, I was a laboratory technician, also with the criminalistics unit.
What were your duties and responsibilities as a laboratory technician within the crime unit?
I basically maintained the cleanliness and quality control within the lab, as well as make chemicals and prepare samples for external testing.
As a member of the criminalistics unit, could you briefly describe what your duties and responsibilities are in that position?
Currently?
Yes.
So currently, any evidence that is submitted to the laboratory by external agencies or ourselves, I examine for blood, semen, saliva, trace, damage. I also collect for other units like DNA, arson, and trace.
Do you have specialized training for those responsibilities that you just described?
Yes.
Could you briefly describe what those specialized trainings are?
I received my training through the crime lab in the criminalistics unit. Basically, the training entails each type of collection and testing has their own module. So, for example, blood, semen, and saliva have their own sections. So we do a lecture, in-lab practices, written test, and an final lab test to complete the training.
And does your work as well as other members of the criminalistics unit undergo any type of ongoing quality assurance controls?
Yes.
And what is a quality assurance control?
So for testing, we do quality assurance controls on the chemicals that we use. And then other than that, we also do proficiency testing to ensure that we're still testing our evidence correctly, or if the protocols or training needs to be updated. And then we also have audits as well, both internal and external.
And what is specifically is a proficiency test?
So proficiency test is given yearly, and basically it's from an external vendor. We get samples that we then test using our protocols, and there's a key that is used later on for grading it, and we either pass or fail. And from there, if pass, great. If fail, then it goes on to a quality assurance investigation.
Is there also competency testing that you undergo to ensure that your work is being done properly?
Yes.
Just very briefly describe that as well, please.
Similar to proficiency tests, again, it's just samples that are given to us, and then there's a key afterwards to grade it. For the competency test, that is done after training is done so that we can ensure that I can complete the testing and follow the protocols correctly.
Is the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory accredited?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That means that we undergo audits through an external vendor to ensure that we're following international forensic standards.
Does the work that you specifically do in your unit undergo any type of review process?
Yes.
What type of process does your work undergo for review?
Once I complete work with a specific case, it then gets reviewed by a peer to ensure that everything that I did was done correctly and based on our protocols.
In the criminalistics unit, before getting into the specifics of this case, in the criminalistics unit, how are cases assigned to you or other members of your unit?
Once they have been reviewed by our case management unit, it's then assigned to our criminalistics unit itself, which then is assigned to me by my supervisor.
And when items come into the laboratory for potential examination or testing, is there a way in which the lab is able to keep track of those items in terms of where they are and who is testing them?
Yes.
Could you describe that process to the jury briefly?
We use an electronic laboratory information management system that basically tracks it through the case number and item numbers and tracks the custody of the item as it goes through the lab.
Is a short nickname for that the LIM system?
Yes.
Is every case that's submitted to the lab given a unique case number assigned to it?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that for every potential or every piece of evidence that's submitted to the lab, it has a unique item number that goes with that case number?
Yes.
And is that tracked throughout the lab depending on if it's in the criminalistics unit, the arson unit, crime scene services, if fingerprinting was done?
Correct.
Once your supervisor assigns you a case, what is the process? What do you do?
I first review the case information, so if there's any police reports or notes on the case, and then I also ensure that the items that were submitted are documented in our case file as well. And then I go from there in terms of testing and collecting within the lab itself.
So if you get assigned a case, where is it that you go to retrieve any items that you are to examine?
They are located in a cold storage room or a locked storage area.
What do you do once you go to either the cold storage room or the locked storage area?
Retrieve the item and then put it into my custody.
And is that scanned so that it's able to be monitored that it's in your custody?
Yes.
Once an item or items are taken into your custody, how do you maintain the integrity of those items while you're testing it?
So all items are sealed into their own packaging with initials and date to ensure that they're sealed and not tampered with. And then I do photographs of the packaging. I also ensure that the area I'm working on is bleached and clean, as well as the utensils like pencils, pens, rulers, and tweezers are all cleaned and ready to go. I also place a piece of bench paper down, and then that's when I open up the item and put it on the bench paper.
And you specifically, are you wearing any items to ensure the integrity of any testing that that's being done on those items?
Yes.
What type of things are you wearing, I guess?
So in the lab, we wear lab coats, mask, and gloves.
And when you're doing swabbing or testing of various items, do you do the items together or separately?
Separately.
And why is that?
To ensure no cross-contamination.
I want to specifically turn your attention to this case, the lab number 22-24257. At some point, were you assigned to conduct some examination or testing on various items that had been submitted that related to this case?
Yes.
And what specifically did you do as it related to this case once you became assigned?
After I was assigned, reviewed the case, and then started working on specific items that were submitted.
I want to specifically talk to you about item 2-1. Do you remember what that item was?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was submitted as a de-icer bottle.
And what did you first do as it related to that de-icer bottle 2-1?
I first documented it with a ruler, case number, item number, my initials and date on the bench paper, so photographs, and then I also documented any observations that I saw as well.
If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Ms. Cooper, I'm just going to show you two photographs and ask if you recognize those two photographs.
I do.
And what do you recognize those as being?
The photographs I took of the deicer bottle.
If these could be marked as the next two exhibits, please.
Any objection? No objection. They may be admitted.
Exhibit 55 and 56.
With the court's permission, if I may publish exhibit 55.
Yes, you may.
Thank you. This is the item that we're just talking about, right?
Correct.
And the background is the bench paper that you just described?
Correct.
The ruler is depicted in this as well?
Yes.
And the numbers, if you could just take us through what's written on the bottom of the photograph that you took.
So the 22-24257 is the case number. The 2-1 is the item number. And then next to that are my initials, JRH, and the date that I took the photograph.
I'm going to now show you what's been marked as exhibit 56 and ask if you recognize that.
Yes.
And again, those same markings on the bottom that you just described?
Yes.
After photographing that bottle, what, if anything, did you do as it related to that item?
After photographing and documenting observations, I then swabbed areas of that bottle.
And could you kind of take the jury through, when you say you swabbed areas of the bottle, what is the process for which you use to swab an item?
So the swabs that we use basically are a two-sided piece of material that's flat, kind of like a spatula at the end of a stick. One side is moistened with water. I then apply that to an area on an item. And then on the other side, it's dry. I then reapply that area to swab up any potential DNA.
And how many swabs did you do of that specific item?
One.
If I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 22. Is this the actual exhibit that is depicted in the photograph that you were just discussing?
Yes.
Could you show the jury how it is that you specifically swabbed that item, what you would have done or did?
So taking the swab, again, it's on a stick and it has like cotton at the end, swabbing the handle area and the exterior cap area. So going over it once with the wet side and then once again with the dry side.
And you swab the cap and the handle area together for that item?
Yes.
What do you do with the swab once you've completed your swabbing of that item, specifically what's in front of you?
The sample is then allowed to dry. I do label it with the item number. So this would be item 2-1 and the swab now has 2-1.2 attached to it. Once it's dried, I then make a sample for DNA testing.
And is it fair to say that that was given item 2-1 when it was submitted to the lab as potential evidence, correct?
Yes.
Any prior testing that would have been done as it related to that item, whether a fluid was removed from it, that was item 2-1.1?
Correct. If there was any other sampling before that, it would have been given an item number first as 2-1.1. And then when I worked on it, my sample would be 2-1.2.
And in this case, that's specifically the item number that it was, item 2-1.2.
Yes.
What did you do with the swab of that item 2-1.2 once it was dry?
Once it's dry, I then prepared a half of the swab for DNA testing.
Why do you do half of the swab?
That is routine for this type of analysis. So it's just general DNA collection. So we do half of the sample for DNA and we preserve the other half for any additional DNA testing that may be done later on.
How are you able to obtain half of the swab? What specifically do you do?
I use a sterile scalpel to cut the half.
And that half that is cut that then is going on to DNA, is that given another lab number to correspond with the half of the swab that then is being sent to DNA?
Yes.
And in this case, what specifically was that half a swab number that was sent to DNA?
2-1.2.1.
And is that the extent of the testing that you did as it related to the item that's in front of you, the Rain-X bottle?
Yes.
Did you have an occasion to do additional testing on items that were submitted to the lab?
Yes.
Specifically, did you have an occasion to do testing on item 2-2?
Yes.
And what is item 2-2?
Item 2-2 was submitted as a Powerade bottle.
And could you very briefly again just take us through what you did with the Powerade bottle as it related to your examination?
Similar to the de-icer bottle, bleached area, new bench paper, item number, case number, all that type of stuff with the ruler on the bench paper, photographs, and then documentation of anything that I observed.
So any testing or swabbing that you did as it related to the Rain-X bottle, everything's cleared away. Your entire station is cleared, bleached, and you essentially start over with the second item?
Yes.
If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
I'm going to show you 2 additional photographs, and the super and ask if you recognize this. And I'll also take that away. Do you recognize those?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize those as?
These are photographs of item 2-2, the Powerade bottle.
And you took those?
Yes.
If those could be marked as the next 2 exhibits, please.
Any objection? No? All right, they may be admitted.
Is it 57, 58, so much?
With the court commission, may I publish these as well?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 57 first. Again, this is the Powerade bottle that you were just describing.
Yes.
And this is the clean bench paper that you described behind it?
Correct.
Again, the lab number that you described, the specific item number, your initials, and the date?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 58. And is that just the other side of the Powerade with those same identifying numbers and letters on the bottom?
Correct.
What did you do as it related to item 2-2 after you photographed it?
Similar to the previous item 2-1, I also swabbed it for potential DNA testing as well.
How many swabs did you do as it related to the Powerade bottle?
I did 2 separate swabs and samples.
And when you do 2 separate swabs and samples, do you follow the same procedure that you just described in terms of the moist Q-tip and swabbing it?
Yes.
Which 2 areas did you swab when you tested the Powerade?
The first sample I took was 2-2.2, which was 1 swab of the entire exterior of the Powerade bottle. And then the second sample I took, which was 2-2.3, was a swab of the interior cap and mouth area of the bottle.
And if I may approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 20 and identified as item 2-2. I don't know if you want the gloves or not. But if you could describe to the jurors specifically the first swab that you did, the exterior of that item, which became 2-2.2. Could you show the jury which area you swabbed on that item?
So for 2-2.2, that was the swab of the entire exterior. So again, just taking the swab and doing the entire surface once over with the wet side and then again with the dry side to collect any potential DNA.
And did you follow the same procedure that you described relative to what you do with the swab after you've completed the swabbing, having it dry?
Yes.
And did you cut that swab in half and send half to DNA?
Yes.
Was the swab that was sent to DNA given another item number to indicate that it was half of the original swab?
Yes, it would have been given 2-2.2.1.
Now, as it related to the second swab that you did of the Powerade, did you change your gloves in between doing the first swab and the second swab?
Yes.
And could you describe to the jury specifically what you did as it related to that Powerade bottle when you did that second swab of the interior cap and mouth area?
So for the second swab, I would remove the cap first and then swab the...
If you don't, yeah, could you show them specifically what you did if you don't mind?
So basically swab all out on the outside of the mouth area and the inside of the mouth area right here. And then also on that same swab, the interior of the cap as well.
And is it fair to say that second swab was the specific area that was not encompassed in the first swab of the exterior.
Correct.
All of the areas that you swabbed during that second swabbing were covered by the cap that you had to remove to swab?
Yes.
And did you follow the same procedure as it related to that swab as you've previously described on the other swabbings?
Yes.
And after it dried, did you cut it in half and then send it for DNA?
Yes.
What item number did that become?
That would then be 2-2.3.1.
And when you cut that swab in half and sent it to become or became 2-2.3.1, the scapular that you used to cut it, was that cleaned or different than the scapular that you used to cut the swab from the exterior?
Yes. So for each sample, it would be their own scalpels, disposable, clean, one-time use.
In addition, did you have an occasion to do some additional testing as it related to a blood sample provided to the laboratory?
Yes.
And what was that sample that you were asked to do some testing on?
That was 5-1.
And was that the known blood sample of Leroy Fowler taken from autopsy?
Yes.
And what did you do as it related to 5-1?
So basically, it is a blood tube that we receive, and all that is required is to take a couple of drops from it and place it on a clean piece of paper that then gets sent to the DNA unit.
Did you follow the same procedure as it related to that blood tube that you were asked to essentially send to DNA by photographing the item prior to taking the blood from it?
Yes.
If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
I'm going to show you 2 more photos and I'll see if you recognize those.
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize those as?
The sample 5-1, the blood tube.
Is it fair to say that it was originally in packaging and you had to remove the tube and you also photographed that as well?
Yes.
If those could be marked as the next 2 exhibits, please.
No objection. They may.
And 60, so much.
Thank you. With the court's permission, if I could publish those?
Yes, you may.
I'm going to actually just show you what's been marked as Exhibit 60 first. If you could describe what's depicted in there.
So this is the packaging that contains the blood tube.
And I'm not going to zoom in, but did it have that LIMS number and the item number that we've been describing depicted on the barcode on the package?
Yes, it has the LIMS number and the specific container that the item is documented in LIMS as being in.
And that barcode's how it's scanned throughout the lab for potential testing?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now what's been marked as Exhibit 59. And that's the blood tube?
Yes.
Once you put the blood from that tube onto a paper, it's sent to DNA?
Yes.
And am I correct that you have no involvement in the DNA testing? You just collected the items and they're moved to another unit within the Massachusetts State Police?
Correct.
As it related to the item 5-1 that we're talking about, prior to removing that tube and doing any testing, was that done after the testing, the swabbing of the Powerade that we were just discussing?
Yes.
Is it fair to say that the blood 5-1 was never in the same area of the Powerade bottle while you were swabbing it?
Correct.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Mr. Norconis.
Judge, if I could claim the USB drive that had all the items from the search.
Sure.
Item 48, the search of the house.
48 is the defendant's interview. Twenty-nine contains photos.
Yeah.
33 also contains photos. was one that was marked.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Now, in relation to the bottle itself that you were just shown, Powerade bottle. Oh, sure.
Yes, you may.
Yeah.
When you receive that, you're already at the Massachusetts State Police Lab in Sudbury, right?
I'm actually located in Danvers, but correct, in the lab itself.
Somebody brings it in, right? When they bring it in, is it any type of special sealed bag or anything?
I don't know how it was submitted, but I do know that once it reaches the lab, it has to be sealed before it goes into our custody.
In terms of what you do for testing, does it matter? Like you're not aware of how it was found or where it was found, right?
No, we only receive recovery location on the evidence submission form, but we do not know other than that form where it came from before then.
Now, is it fair to say in context of DNA that like fingerprints, DNA can be left on a substance and the presence of that alone does not provide sufficient information as to how it was deposited, right?
Correct.
When it was deposited, correct?
Yes.
Or who deposited it, correct?
Correct.
And DNA can cling to an object. The studies would show you for decades, right, if it's undisturbed.
Yes.
And in the normal household, that might simply be days or weeks, correct?
Yes.
And in terms of, there's something called secondary transfer, right?
Yes.
All right. Secondary transfer would be that an individual can deposit DNA on an object without ever touching it, right? It can have touched something else that then touched that object.
I have heard of secondary transfer. I don't know the definition. I'm not as familiar with that as someone in DNA may have been.
DNA can be left on an object by someone who touched it or was touched by someone who then touched the object, or even further removed. It can travel easily itself, right? It doesn't necessarily always have to be, I touched this. I could be close enough, or the cells could get on that object, right?
Correct. DNA can come from various forms like saliva and other things that can be deposited without touch.
So when you bottle itself, in this particular case, if it came from a recycle bin, we'd be able to have that from item 29, it's an exhibit. If the object that was placed or given to you came from a large recycle bin with numerous other objects from that same household, then there could have been a transfer aspect from any of those other items to that bottle, correct?
There is a possibility of contamination.
And particularly because you would not know how long it had sat in that container, correct?
Correct.
And how long and what the weather conditions may be. A little bit of wind could blow DNA from one of the other objects to that object, right?
I don't know about that, but I do know that the reason why we test and collect from items separately is because there can be cross-contamination when they come into contact with each other. So that could be another reason for cross-contamination.
Now, in terms of testing at the lab on items such as that bottle that come into the lab, from your knowledge of how the processing works, there could be a request for both DNA and fingerprints, right?
Yes.
Now, if you test for fingerprints, you can eliminate the DNA, right? Don't you, if you're testing for fingerprints, are you swabbing?
So for the fingerprint analysis, that's done before the swabbing to ensure that if there's fingerprints, we don't destroy them from swabbing. So first, it's looked for fingerprints if there are none, or even if there are some and there isn't a clear indication of where they came from, we still swab for DNA.
So you would go to fingerprints first, then DNA?
Yes.
And doing the fingerprint isn't going to eliminate or contaminate the DNA?
No.
You would hope, right?
Yeah, as far as we know. Yeah.
Now, in relation to the cap itself on the bottle, and I may claim that, Judge?
Yes, you may.
Fair to say that this is full. I can't drink it with that cap on, right?
Oh, correct. Yes.
So I have to take the cap off, right?
Yes.
And when I take the cap off, I'm going to put it in the jury box here. I could put the cap here, right?
Correct.
Therefore, if there's someone else's DNA in there, it's going to get in potentially on the inside of the cap, right?
Potentially.
Right? Either transfer or if I move the cap, right? And in a household situation, if my wife touched my hand, I wiped my mouth on it, I could have had her DNA on my lips, right?
Potentially. I do know that for the skin cells in the mouth, they are a little bit more loose than skin cells on skin. So I don't know how much of DNA would be left behind, or if any, I'm not sure.
And then when I touch the mouth of the bottle, her DNA is going to be there, right? Potentially.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
You can't say no, right?
I'm not.
Transfer, a secondary transfer, touch something else and touches that, right?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with how transfer studies have gone in terms of that type of
Now, in
transfer.
this particular case, you got to learn that this was taken from a household where the two people whose DNA are associated with it lived there, right?
As far as I know, yes.
And therefore, potentially touched everything in the house, right?
Potentially.
DNA is all over the place, right?
Could be.
Potentially some in the air, potentially, right?
Again, I'm not sure how DNA transfers in that way.
And so having it on the bottle is it's inconclusive as to how it arrived on the bottle, correct?
Correct.
Now, and again, as far as how long it had been on the bottle itself, right?
Correct.
And were there any fingerprints on the bottle? Did you strike that? Did you do the fingerprint testing?
I did not.
Okay. And again, that was done before the DNA testing, right?
Correct.
In relation to strike that, Judge. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Resnick?
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hooper. You may step down.
The Commonwealth would call Krista Lundgren, please.
If you raise your right hand for me, please. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury, telling them your name and then also spelling it for the record?
Yes, my name is Krista Lundgren, Krista Lundgren.
What is your current occupation?
I'm a forensic scientist too at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in the DNA unit.
How long have you been employed by the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
I've been there for 10 years and 4 months.
And how long have you been a forensic scientist too?
I have been a forensic scientist too for about 9 years.
What does it mean to be a forensic scientist too?
It means that I complete DNA testing on items of evidence as well as known reference standards. I write reports detailing those results and I can testify to them if needed.
What is the nature of the work that you do at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab?
So we complete DNA testing on items of evidence. We do comparisons between those profiles and known profiles obtained from an individual. We calculate statistics and write reports detailing those results.
Prior to your employment within the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, did you have additional employment in the field?
I did.
And where was that?
I worked at Sorensen Forensics, which is a private forensic laboratory in Salt Lake City, Utah. And I was there as a DNA analyst for 2 years.
Could you describe to the members of the jury your educational background, please?
I have a bachelor's of science in forensic science and a bachelor's of science in biotechnology, and that's from the University of New Haven. And I have a professional science master's degree in applied genomics, and that's from the University of Connecticut.
Do you have additional experience in the area of forensic biology?
I do. So besides working at Sorensen and the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, I completed 2 internships. During undergraduate studies, I interned at the New York City Office of the Chief Medical Examiner and their Department of Forensic Biology. And I also participated in an internship during graduate school at the Connecticut Division of Scientific Services and their DNA unit.
And this may be obvious, but could you describe what is forensic biology?
Forensic biology is the application of science to testing items of evidence and doing DNA testing.
Have you received any specialized training in addition to what you've already described as it relates to forensic biology?
Yes, so before beginning casework at both Sorensen as well as the State Police Crime Lab, we're required to participate in a training program. This involves learning and demonstrating laboratory techniques as well as data interpretation training, and you have to take and pass competency tests and quizzes before you can begin actually working on casework. And I did that at both locations.
Approximately how many cases would you say you've had the opportunity to perform DNA analysis on at the Massachusetts State Lab?
About 1,600 at the state lab and about 1,000 at Sorensen.
Are you familiar with the term proficiency testing?
Yes, I am.
What is proficiency testing?
A proficiency test evaluates an analyst's ability to perform DNA testing. We're required to take and pass one test every 6 months in order to remain proficient and to be able to continue doing casework. The proficiency test is submitted to our lab like any other case, and we treat it like all casework, but we send the results back to that company who then grades it. And again, we have to take and pass one every 6 months.
And approximately how many proficiency tests have you participated in?
I've taken and passed 4 at Sorensen and 19 at the State Police Crime Lab.
How many times have you testified regarding DNA analysis that you've done during your time with the Massachusetts State Lab?
Over 50.
And what about with Sorensen Forensics?
About 10 times with them.
Is the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory accredited?
We are.
What does that mean?
It means that we've received formal recognition from an external source that we meet or exceed the quality assurance guidelines that are set forth by the FBI, as well as we're meeting the ISO 17025 standards for forensic testing.
And where do those standards come from?
They're generated by the accreditation body, which is ANAB at our laboratory, and we need to follow those in order to remain accredited.
And that's a neutral body that evaluates what the state police lab is doing to making sure that what they're doing is accurate and reliable.
Correct.
What type of quality assurance methods does the Massachusetts State Police Lab take to ensure reliable results in its testing?
There are many that we take, but one of the major ones is we have standard operating procedures that we call SOPs. These are similar to a recipe where it tells us how much chemicals to use, how long to use instrumentation for, so that regardless of who is doing that step in the lab, it's being done the same way every time. We also include positive and negative controls throughout our testing. So the positive control will show if the reaction worked properly, and the negative control will show if there's been any contamination introduced throughout that step. And we also make sure that all of our chemicals that we use on casework are tested first to make sure that they're working properly and contamination free before we then go and put them into a case.
And you may have mentioned some of this already, but does the Massachusetts State Police Lab follow standardized protocols and procedures with its testing?
We do.
And is that in conjunction with some of the stuff that you were just testifying to?
Yes.
Does your work undergo any type of review process?
It does. There's a two-step review process at our laboratory that involves a technical and an administrative review.
You had mentioned that these protocols and procedures and assurance methods that are done at the lab are steps to prevent any type of contamination. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Are you familiar with an elimination database?
We are.
And
or
what
I
is
am.
that? Or you are? What is that?
So that's an in-house database that we have filled with DNA profiles from employees that work throughout the laboratory. And so anytime we obtain a DNA profile from an item of evidence, we search it against that database to ensure that it doesn't hit to any employee or show any signs that there was a contamination event during the processing.
In addition to that, in terms of ensuring the reliability of your results, are there quality assurance measures that you yourself take in terms of the DNA testing that you're doing and the samples that are done within the lab?
Yes. So there are many steps. And the first is to make sure that our processing area is very clean and sprayed down with bleach. We also put down a layer of bench paper, and we are wearing protective equipment such as a hairnet, a face mask, gloves, and a lab coat to ensure that our DNA does not get into the testing that we're doing.
Now I want to specifically talk to you about the reason you're here. What is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it is the genetic blueprint for life. You inherit half your DNA from your mother and half from your father. And during DNA testing, we look at specific regions throughout the DNA. And within those regions, each person has a unique number of repeated segments. So it's the number of repeated segments that are unique to a person with the exception of an identical twin, and what we look for during DNA testing.
What kinds of biological materials contain DNA?
It can be found in biological fluids like blood, semen, saliva, and it can also be found in skin cells.
And is it fair to say that whether it's blood, semen, saliva, or skin cells, the DNA profile for an individual will be the same in any of those locations?
Yes.
Is DNA different between humans?
Yes, with the exception of an identical twin.
What is a DNA profile?
It is the number of repeated segments that a person has at each of the locations that we test, and those all combine to create a DNA profile.
And is it fair to say that when you're looking at a DNA profile, you're looking at unique regions within the DNA profile, correct?
Yes.
Are there certain steps that are involved in obtaining a DNA profile?
Yes, there are.
And is it a 4-step process?
So there's 4 steps in the lab, and then there's 2 steps beyond that.
Could you take us through those steps?
Sure. So the first step is sample preparation, and this is when an analyst will take custody of a sampling of evidence that's been taken by someone from the criminalistics unit. We will take custody of that sample and identify the unique case number and item number that has been given, and also document what that looks like when we receive it. And then we move into the laboratory steps, which the first is extraction. And during this step, we apply heat and chemicals to that sampling of the evidence. And that will cause any cells that might be on that sample of evidence to come off and break open and to release the DNA we want to test into the liquid. We can then separate all unwanted cellular material from the DNA so that all that's left at the end of extraction is just the DNA we want to analyze. We then quantify it to find how much DNA is there, and we need to know how much for the next step, which is amplification, where we make millions of copies of those specific regions throughout the DNA we want to analyze. And we need the millions of copies for the next step, which is detection, where we detect the DNA profile that was on the item of evidence. And the very last step is interpretation, where an analyst like myself will interpret that DNA profile that we got off of the item of evidence and determine how many people donated DNA to the sample and if it's suitable to be compared to a sample from an individual. And if it is, we'll do that comparison and calculate statistics and then write a report.
So essentially, you break open the cells and you collect the DNA. Then you check to make sure that you have enough DNA to actually compare it to a potential profile, correct?
Yes, we make sure that there is enough DNA there to move forward to amplify it and that there's enough DNA profile at the end to be suitable to be compared.
And the amplification, the millions of copies that you described making, why are you making millions of copies at that amplification stage?
So we need enough information to be able to detect it in the following stage.
Is it fair to say these are really small things and you're copying them so that you're able to visualize them?
Correct.
And once they're analyzed, you said it moves on to the interpretation phase. Is that correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the term a question sample?
I am.
What is a question sample?
It comes from an item of evidence where the source of the DNA on that sample is unknown.
And are you familiar with a reference sample or a known sample?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is a sample taken directly from an individual where the source of the DNA is known. So an example would be blood drawn directly from your arm or a swab taken from the inside of your mouth.
And is it fair to say a known standard doesn't matter if it's blood from your arm or a swab from your mouth? The DNA is going to be the same no matter where it's taken from a person?
Correct.
In the lab, are the question samples processed in a different location than the known or reference samples?
Yes.
And why is that?
That is to ensure there's no contamination between the two.
And is it fair to say whoever's analyzing the reference samples doesn't have any, the question samples doesn't have any information relative to the known or reference samples until their testing is complete?
Correct.
I want to specifically, I don't know if it's a good time to break or if you want me to just keep going before I switch gears.
I think we can keep going a
Okay.
little bit because we've had one quick break and got.
Certainly. I want to specifically turn your attention to your testimony today. Does it relate to lab case number 22-24257?
It does.
And at some point were you assigned to, quickly, could you describe to the jury what you were asked to do?
So there were 3 samples that were sent for DNA testing. The first was item 2-1.2.1, which was a sample of the handle and exterior cap of a bottle of de-icer. The second item was sample 2-2.2.1, which was a swabbing of the exterior of a Powerade bottle. And the final sample was item 2-2.3.1, which was a swabbing of the mouth and interior cap of the Powerade bottle. And all 3 of those were recovered from 108 Central Avenue.
And specifically those 3 items was the process that you described in terms of generating a potential DNA profile done as it related to each of those 3 items that you just described?
Yes.
Was testing also done at the lab on reference samples?
Yes.
And specifically, were there 3 reference samples that were provided to your lab where known DNA profiles were generated for future comparison with any DNA profile that may be able to be generated from the 3 items that you just described?
Yes.
And specifically, was one of them related to item 5-1.01.1.1, a known blood standard of Leroy Fowler?
It was.
And was one of them item 7-1.1, a known DNA swab of Judy Church?
It was.
And was one of those items item 8-1.1, a known blood swab, saliva swab of Barbara Randall?
It was.
And that's generated in another part of the lab, and it's essentially provided to you after your testing to compare whether any of those 3 individuals were consistent with the profile that you may have been able to generate, correct?
Yes.
I want to specifically talk to you about item 2-1.2.1, the sample of a handle and exterior cap of a bottle of de-icer from 108 Central Avenue. Could you describe to the members of the jury what the results were as it related to your examination of that testing?
The DNA profile was a mixture not suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile.
And we should have probably talked about this earlier, but what is a mixture?
A mixture is when there's DNA detected from more than one individual.
And on a unknown profile or a question sample, is a mixture common?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because it depends. There can often be a lot of DNA from different people on different objects.
And is it fair to say you don't know where these question samples are coming from or where they have been? So they're not the type of pristine profile that you might expect from swabbing someone's mouth or taking someone's blood.
Correct.
And in this case, you had indicated it was a mixture not suitable for comparison due to the quality of the profile. What does that mean?
That means that there is not enough information or enough DNA there to generate a profile that was suitable to compare to a reference standard.
As it related to item 2-2.2.2.1, the sample of the exterior of a Powerade bottle from 108 Central Avenue, was the same process that you described done as it related to that item?
Yes.
And were you able to determine if that was a single source profile, a mixture, either way?
Yes.
And what were you able to determine?
The DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 3 contributors, including male DNA.
And when you say a mixture of 3 contributors, how are you able to determine based on your evaluation of the data that's generated through that 4-step process that there's a mixture of 3 contributors?
It's based on looking at the DNA profile that's been obtained and seeing how much information we see, and it displayed and showed that it was from 3 individuals.
And that's based on the various locations that you're able to see in the DNA, that there's more DNA than you'd expect from 2 individuals, but it's consistent with 3.
Yes.
And what did you do as it related to that item from the exterior of the Powerade bottle once it was determined that there were 3 contributors, at least one of which was male?
Then that profile was compared to standards for Mr. Fowler, Miss Church, and Miss Randall.
And what were your results before I do that, how did you know there was male DNA present in that mixture?
There are certain parts of DNA that are specific to male, the Y chromosome being the location, and this profile indicated the presence of male in that Y chromosome.
And at some point you were able to compare the profile that was generated from the sample of the exterior of the Powerade bottle from 108 Central Avenue to the known reference profile from the blood of Leroy Fowler. Is that correct?
Correct.
And based on your training experience, what were your results as it related to that comparison?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 9.9 sextillion times more likely if it originated from Leroy Fowler and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals. This provides support for an inclusion.
How big is a sextillion?
It is a 1 with 21 zeros after it.
And you found that inclusion for Mr. Fowler in the DNA profile from the exterior of the Powerade bottle was 9.9 sextillion in favor of inclusion?
Yes.
Excuse me. Did you have an opportunity to compare that same DNA profile that was generated from the exterior of the Powerade bottle to the known DNA profile of Judy Church?
I did.
And could you describe to the juries, based on your training and experience, what the results of that comparison was?
The DNA profile from this item is at least 36 septillion times more likely if it originated from Judy Church and 2 unknown individuals than if it originated from 3 unknown unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
How big is a septillion?
It is a 1 with 24 zeros after it.
So it's bigger than a sextillion?
Correct.
And did you also have an opportunity to compare that same DNA profile from the exterior of the Powerade bottle to the known DNA profile of Barbara Randall?
I did.
And based on your training and experience, could you describe to the jury what your results are when you did that comparison?
Barbara Randall is excluded from this DNA profile.
Did you also have an occasion, you had said that you had done a third DNA testing on item 2-2.3.1, which is the sample of the swabbing from the sample of the mouth and interior cap of the Powerade bottle from 108 Central Ave. Is that correct?
Correct.
And again, you followed the same procedure that you previously discussed was followed, and a DNA profile was able to be generated?
Yes.
When that profile was generated, was it also determined whether it was a single source profile or a mixture profile?
Yes, it was a mixture.
And for this profile, were you able to determine how many contributors you believed were a part of that mixture?
Yes, the DNA profile was interpreted as a mixture of 2 contributors, including male DNA.
So when you looked at the first item, I guess the first item as it related to the Powerade bottle, the exterior, you were able to look at that profile and you observed that there were 3 contributors on that exterior Powerade bottle. Correct?
Yes.
But when you looked at the DNA from the swab of the interior mouth and cap area of the Powerade bottle, there's only 2 contributors. Is that correct?
Correct.
And were you able to compare was there also male DNA found in that profile as
There
well?
was.
And for the same reasons that you just described?
Yes.
Excuse me. Did you have an occasion to compare the DNA profile generated from the sample of the mouth and interior cap of the Powerade bottle from 108 Central Avenue to the known DNA profile of Leroy Fowler?
I did.
And based on your training and experience, what were your results as it related to that comparison?
The DNA profile is at least 23 septillion times more likely if it originated from Leroy Fowler and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
And septillion, you said, was with 24 zeros?
Septillion, yes, 1 with 24.
And this was 23 septillion in favor of Mr. Fowler being included as a contributor in that mixture of 2 contributors from the interior mouth, the swab of the mouth and interior cap of the Powerade bottle?
Yes, that DNA profile is at least 23 septillion times more likely.
Did you have an occasion to compare that DNA profile to the known profile of Judy Church?
I did.
And could you just, based on your training and experience, what were the results of that comparison?
The DNA profile is at least 2.3 octillion times more likely if it originated from Judy Church and an unknown individual than if it originated from 2 unknown, unrelated individuals, and this provides support for an inclusion.
And we haven't talked about octillion. How big is octillion?
A 1 with 27 zeros after it.
And did you also have an occasion to compare that profile to the known profile of Barbara Randall as well?
I did.
And what were the results based on your training and experience of that comparison?
Barbara Randall is excluded from that DNA profile.
What did you do with your results once you concluded your interpretation?
My interpretation, my report, and my entire case file went through that 2-step review process I spoke of. So it was technically and administratively reviewed. And once that was complete, then the report was issued.
And as part of the report that was issued, your findings that we just described specifically as it related to the 2 items where you were able to generate a profile for potential comparison, the sample of the exterior of the Powerade bottle and the sample of the mouth and interior, did you generate a chart depicting those results?
I did not.
Did you put it in a graph form?
Oh, yes, it is. It is in a table.
Table, sorry.
Yes.
If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Sorry, you did table, right?
Yes,
I'm going to show you a table and ask if you recognize that table.
I do.
Is that the table that was generated depicting the results that we've been talking about as it related to your testing in this case?
Yes.
If this could be marked as the next exhibit, please.
Mr. Narconis,
No objection.
Exhibit 61.
21, so not 61.
With the court's permission, may I publish this as well?
Yes, you may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit 61. Let's see. Is it fair to say the item number is depicted on the far left?
It is.
And that's the item number we're talking about, and then the sample description?
Correct.
The third column, the DNA profile description, is that where you are able to document what you testify to in terms of how many contributors you were able to locate within the profile?
Yes.
So for 2-2.2.1, mixture of 3 contributors, and for item 2-2.3.1, a mixture of 2 contributors?
Correct.
And the fourth column, could you describe to the jury what's depicted in that column?
Those are the names of the individuals that were compared to those mixtures.
So fair to say for each of those items, you compared 3 reference comparisons to the DNA profile that you were able to generate from the question sample?
Yes.
And the hypothesis interpretation, this is what you testified to, that the hypothesis for this first item, the exterior of the Powerade sample, hypothesis 1, that Leroy Fowler is included as a contributor, that 9.9 sextillion in favor of the fact that he's included as a contributor?
Correct.
And the same hypothesis for as it related to the reference comparison of Judy Church at 36 septillion in favor of hypothesis 1, that Judy Church is included as a contributor into that profile?
Correct.
And that Barbara Randall, when compared as included as a contributor or not included as a contributor, she's excluded as a contributor altogether. Is that correct?
Correct.
And very briefly, as it related to that sample of the mouth and interior cap of the Powerade, again, you compared it to the same 3 reference individuals, correct?
Correct.
And the hypothesis that you looked at is listed next to their names?
Yes.
And as it related to hypothesis 1, that Leroy Fowler is included as a contributor, the statistical weight was that in favor of that hypothesis, that he was in fact a contributor, 23 septillion?
Yes.
And as it related to hypothesis 1, that Judy Church is included as a contributor, 2.3 octillion in favor of that?
Yes.
And again, as it related to Barbara Randall, under both hypotheses, she's actually excluded from the profile.
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Let's take the morning recess now, jurors. We will recess for 20 minutes.
All right, everyone, we are going to get back over to the Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Since Judy Church's trial, they are taking their break for the morning. We will get you guys over there and get you guys back into court. Thank you for joining us today.
Record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter. All counsel and the defendant are present.
Okay, defense, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The defense calls Kelsey Fitzsimmons.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this cause now and hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Thank you.
You may have a seat and put yourself right up to that mic. All set.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, miss.
Good morning.
State your name and spell your last name.
Kelsey Fitzsimmons, Fitzsimmons.
How old are you?
I'm 29.
Excuse me. Do you mind, just pulling that mic a
Yes.
little bit closer, just so that we can hear you?
Is that better?
And I didn't hear your last answer, how
I'm
old?
29 years old.
29. Okay, thank you, yeah, that's better. Thank you.
And what's the town of your residence?
Currently, Newburyport.
Where'd you grow up?
I grew up in
Methuen?
Methuen, Massachusetts.
And did you live there your whole life?
Most of it, yes.
Did you go to high school there?
I did.
And where did you go?
Methuen High School,
When did you graduate?
2015.
And you lived there with your parents and your family?
Yeah, I lived with my mom and my dad. There were two different houses.
Tell the judge a little bit about your upbringing and your family and who's who.
So I have my mom, my dad, my mom Lauren, my dad Steven, my older brother, my biological older brother, Stephen Jr., and then I have my stepfather, William Page, his two kids that I consider my brother and sister, Madison and William.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the names.
My younger brother and sister are Madison and William.
Madison and William, did you say that they were step-siblings?
They're step, yes.
Okay. Try to keep your voice up.
Okay,
Just
sorry.
Use the mic,
Okay.
kind of like I am, like that.
Okay.
All right, thanks, Kelsey. So you guys are a close family, right?
Yes,
And they've been with you through this process the whole time, right?
the whole time.
When did you graduate high school?
2015,
Did you go to college?
I did.
And where'd you get your degree from?
I got my degree from Fisher College. I got my Bachelor of Science in Criminal Justice,
What year was that?
2020.
What were some of the awards and distinctions you received at Fisher College?
I think my junior year, I was inducted into the Criminal Justice Honor Society. In my senior year, I was voted in as the president of the Criminal Justice Club, and I just worked closely with campus police there and the advisor of the Criminal Justice Club.
Did you work while you were in college?
I did.
Where'd you work?
I worked for the college as a work study, and I also worked as like a host slash waitress down the street at a restaurant called Cheers.
Did you do any security work?
Yeah, in 2016, I was hired by Fenway Park Security, and I believe I worked there in 2017. And like throughout all of Fisher College, I worked for campus police as a work study, like a dorm proctor, checking IDs of students.
After graduating Fisher College, you had the B, is it a BA or a BS?
Yes.
BS in criminal justice.
Yes.
And what was your kind of goal for your life and your career with that degree?
When I graduated, it was the peak of COVID, so everything got a little confusing on what my next steps were. My plan originally was to try to go straight to a police academy, but when I graduated, there was no police academies running, so I decided to, because I love school, I decided to further my education and go to law school.
Where did you go? And tell us about law school a little bit.
I went to Massachusetts School of Law. I did about 3 semesters, and then some academies started to run again.
And did that change your pathway?
It did.
What happened?
The Essex County Sheriff's Department started doing Sheriff's Department academies again. So I applied to be a corrections officer, and that was in 2020. And I went through their academy in 2021.
Where's that academy?
Their academy is at the Northern Essex Community College in Haverhill, Massachusetts.
And what was the course of study? Just in general, what did it entail and how long was it?
It was 3 months. It had to do with just the training of being a corrections officer. Our whole job was safety and security of the inmates that were housed in the jail. So it went a lot into safety and security.
So you spent 3 months at the Sheriff's Academy,
Yes,
and you were hired by the Essex County Sheriff.
I was, yes.
When was that roughly?
That was in 2021. I think it was September of 2021.
What was your kind of original first assignment when you got to the Sheriff's Department? How did you start there?
I worked in housing. I was assigned to housing the whole time I worked there.
Did you have any other jobs while you were at the Essex Sheriff?
When you pick up a overtime shift there, they kind of just throw you in where somebody's needed. So I did a lot of different jobs just through all the overtime I worked, which included transportation of inmates to and from court. I would work in programs. They have church and school for the inmates that reside there. And there's outer perimeter security where you drive a cruiser around the perimeter of the jail to ensure no one's coming in or out. I did things like that on my overtimes.
Okay, and in terms of the transport, you were actually the person that kind of comes to here to court, goes into lockup, delivers prisoners, picks up prisoners, brings them back?
Yes.
How long were you at the Essex Sheriff?
About 2 years.
What, and at that point, you had a career path decision, right? A
Yes.
different decision.
I did.
And what was that decision?
I always knew I wanted to be a police officer.
And was there some opportunities that came up in that respect?
Yes, while I was working for the sheriff's department, I had moved to North Andover. I really liked the town I lived in, and I wanted to work in it as a police officer.
So what did you do?
I applied to the North Andover Police Department.
Did you interview with Lieutenant Daly? Was it?
I did. He was on a panel interview. They call it like an oral board. It included Lieutenant Daly and several other members of the North Andover Police Department.
And I take it that you're not going to get hired there unless they approve you.
Yes.
And that happened, and you were hired.
Yeah, they do an extensive hire check.
Background check and so
Yeah,
forth.
like there's a lot that goes with it.
What you would expect in terms of a police officer getting hired.
Yes.
What's the first step when you get hired as a police officer? What do you do next?
You have to go to the police academy for 6 months.
So you've been through a 3-month Essex Sheriff Police Academy, training academy, and now you're about to start a 6-month North Andover Police Academy training, right?
Yes.
And where did that training take place?
That also took place down the hall at Northern Essex Community College in Haverhill.
And you spent 6 months going to that?
6 months, yes.
Was that, is that something where you like stayed there the whole time, or did you come and go? Did you commute? How does that work?
I commuted. I got there in the morning, left sometime in the evening, and we had weekends off. So it's 5 days a week.
When did you graduate from there?
I graduated in May of 2024.
And did you run for any positions within the academy that they have in your class?
Yes, while I was in the police academy, I ran for treasurer, and I became the treasurer of my class.
And what does that entail?
That entails everything financial through our academy. I would collect, we had like academy dues, I would collect them, and we would purchase things that we wanted, such as like sweatshirts and sweatpants to wear for our PT days, as well as an academy sweatshirt. I also planned our graduation party. So I had to book it, collect the funds for it, and plan it, essentially.
And is it a situation where there's different classes going on at once, like class of 2020, class of 2021, like that?
Yeah.
Right. And you were the class of 20?
Well, my class was called Rock 5. So I don't know how the numbers go, but the one before me was 4 and the one after me was 6. I was Rock 5, ROC 5.
All right. And when did ROC 5 graduate?
May of 2024.
And you graduated with the class?
I did.
And what was your first assignment with the North Andover PD?
You first go to patrol on FTO, and FTO is meaning you're with a field training officer. So you ride with somebody in the same cruiser for a period of time.
Who were your field training officers?
So I had several, because you do different shifts. I had field training on day shift. My field training officer was Officer Tierney. I had field training on the 4 to midnight shift, and my field training officers were Officer Furman, now Detective Furman, and Officer Sousa.
The entire time you were there, were there any other FTOs that you had? Just to kind of list them all off.
I think there's multiple officers there that are FTO trained, but those were the ones that were assigned to me to train me.
So you were, I'm sorry.
No. Oh, yeah.
Thank you. So, Ms. Fitzsimmons, in your employ at the North Andover PD, you assumed the job of a regular patrol officer at some point, I take it?
Yes, I was a patrol officer.
And after you finish with field training officers, do they have some sort of a say in how you function in the field and report back to the administration or the supervisors about how you're functioning?
Yeah, so the supervisor on your shift, your field training officer gives them, like, I think it's a weekly report of how I did on calls and what calls we went on together and how I performed, stuff like that. And eventually, I think, I don't know exactly how many weeks I was on field training, but after it's complete, the sergeant will take you in his cruiser and you drive his cruiser and respond to calls or make traffic stops. And then he decides if you are signed off on, and I was signed off. And that day I got my own cruiser.
And when was that, if you remember, just roughly?
I think it was in end of June or early July of 2024.
And just a few things I want to just tick off on the list of things a police officer does. Did you serve restraining orders?
I have before.
Have you testified in court?
I have.
And you've made arrests?
I have.
Now, at the time, moving over to your personal life, at some point you met someone named Justin Elaine, right?
Yes.
And what was your experience with Justin Elaine in a nutshell?
My experience in a
Yeah, did you-
nutshell, we met through Facebook. We went on a few dates. We ended up hitting it off. While I was in the academy, we were dating. He is a North Andover firefighter. At my police graduation, he pinned me, and then I would see him on calls sometimes, and we eventually moved in with each other. We got engaged. We had a baby.
And what was the baby's name? What's the baby's name?
My son's name is Caden.
How old is he today?
He's 13 months.
And Justin Elaine is the father?
He is.
What happened on June 30th of 2025?
On June 30th of 2025, I woke up in the morning.
Let me be more specific.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Did he take any actions relative to you in terms of your relationship that day?
Yes.
And what did he do?
He obtained a restraining order against me.
Is it fair to say that he broke up with you via a restraining order?
Yes. I did not speak to him. I realized our relationship was over when a restraining order was handed to me.
So let's rewind to the events of that day, okay? So that morning, were you home?
I was.
Who was home?
So my sister slept over the night previous, so June 29th to June 30th. So she was over in the morning.
Maddie?
That's Madison, yes. I was with my son. I had work at 1 p.m. I had to go to CPR training at 1 p.m.
Now, had you been out of work for a while?
I was, yes.
And when did you first go out of work?
I worked up until I gave birth. Caden came 5 weeks early, so I wasn't expecting it. So I went out basically the day I gave birth to him.
And his birthday is what?
February 16th, 2025.
Now, when you were seeking to go back to work, did you get cleared to go back to work in June of 2025?
Yes.
Did that entail going through certain trainings and getting reviewed and stuff?
I did.
What was the event on the 30th that you had to do to finish that off?
I had CPR training at 1 p.m. on the 30th scheduled.
Was that your last thing you had to kind of go through?
That was it. Yep.
Were you seeking to see Justin Elaine that day?
Yes, we had spoken through text and on the phone in the morning. I was asking if he would come home because he hadn't been home in days to be with Caden while I went to work. And his response basically was, I can pick him up and watch him. And I said, you're not a babysitter. So there was a bit of argument about that.
Text argument.
Yeah, it was like, you're his dad. You're not a babysitter. You can come home. I don't understand picking him up and watching him. That was very odd for me to hear as his father.
Moms don't like when dads say they're going to babysit their own kid, right?
Yes, like you're your dad.
And at some point, just to kind of cut to the chase on that, you made a plan to meet up in North Andover?
Yeah, there was a lot of texting back and forth. He originally said yes, and then he said no, and then he said, I'll meet you tomorrow. And I said, you have work tomorrow? That doesn't make any sense. He worked a 24-hour overnight shift. So
There's something about gas money as well?
yeah, he said that he couldn't drive from Stowe, Massachusetts to North Andover because he had no gas in his truck. And I just was trying to get him to meet me. I'm like, we need to figure this out. I go to work in a couple hours. Like, we need to figure this out. He called me while I was driving to work and said, I'm on my way to North Andover.
Let me stop you right there.
Okay.
Let me just rewind
Okay.
rewind you a little bit.
All right.
So there's some texting about this, right?
Yes.
And the texting that you have and that's been kind of passed around in the case, it doesn't end up with, okay, I'll come and meet you at the North Andover Common, right?
No.
So was that arrangement made outside of those texts?
Yes. Like, looking back now, I think it was strategic, but
All right, well, just, I don't want to
that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I don't want to ask for your opinion
Okay,
on it.
sorry.
I just want to, factually, I'd like to ask you, were there a couple calls back and forth that kind of
Yes.
set that up once and for all?
Yes, he called me on my way to work. I decided I'm going to bring my son with me, which wasn't a big deal. But when I was on my way, he called
Well,
me.
hold on a second, just to be, yeah.
I just need to confer with court staff. Mr. Ring, can you turn the come back in a couple of minutes.
All right.
Court is in session, please be seated.
We're back on record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter. All counsel and the
Okay.
defendant are present.
And Ms. Fitzsimmons, could you retake the stand? Thank you. Take your time. Thank you. And just again, pull yourself up to that mic.
Yep.
Then make yourself comfortable.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Thank you. So Ms. Fitzsimmons, the last discussion we were having was that you were arranging to meet Mr. Elaine at the North Andover Common, is that right?
Yes.
And did he call you about it when you were on your way to CPR training?
He called me. I think I was putting Caden in his car seat. I missed it. And when I got on the road, I called him back.
And what was the conversation about meeting up?
It was quick. It was, Kelsey, I'm on my way to North Andover right now. My mom just gave me gas money. I'll meet you at the Common at 2. And I said, okay, I love you, bye. And the phone call had already hung up.
And after that, you went to work
I went to work
with Caden.
with Caden.
And what was the schedule? What was on the schedule for today, for that day at work?
It was a 1-hour CPR training. So it was going to go to about 2 p.m.
So it was 1 to 2?
Yes.
Did you get there on time?
I think I got there a couple minutes early.
What was the layout when you got there? Who was there? Where'd you go? What was the general kind of mood of you going there?
So I knew it was going to be held in the community room. I was told prior that's where it was going to be held. So right when you walk through the officer's entrance of the police department, the community room is the first door on your right. So I just entered right through there.
And you had your baby?
I did.
And it's fair to say this isn't a visit to the police department where you're in full uniform or anything, right?
No, I was in a t-shirt.
And that's because you're going to be training, working on, those rubber dummies that you train for CPR with, right?
Yes.
Who met you when you got to the police department? Who was there?
Detective Gordon was conducting the training.
I'm sorry, did you say Gordon with a G?
Gordon, yeah, Gordon.
And you saw him?
Yes, he was conducting the CPR training.
Did you see any other friend and colleague officers around that time period?
I saw Lieutenant Domenico as well.
And did you have a chat with him?
We didn't really talk because I was in the middle of the training. It was just we waved to each other when he was walking out of the door.
What happened with Caden while you were doing the training?
I asked Detective Gordon if he wanted to hold him because I figured he hasn't held a baby in a long time. So it's kind of funny seeing guys that haven't held a baby in a long time and they're like, but
Did he hold the
he
baby?
did, yeah.
And is he someone that you trust to hold your baby?
Absolutely, yes.
Do you let just anybody hold your baby?
No, Detective Gordon was my drill instructor for my 6-month police academy. So I knew him more because of that. I saw him every day for 6 months.
You trusted him?
Yeah.
And how did the training go?
It went fine. Normal. Passed.
How long did it take?
It takes about an hour.
What time did you finish?
I think it was around 2 p.m.
Who else did you see while you were at the station?
Just Lieutenant Domenico. I was supposed to pick up my radio from an administration office upstairs. And I had texted the person that was giving me the radio and said, I'm just going to grab it tomorrow because I was like more focused on go to the park. So it's like I can just drive to the station tomorrow and grab my radio.
Were you, quote unquote, on the schedule?
Yes.
Start soon?
Yes.
And what was the schedule when you were going to start?
I was going on to the day shift, which is 8 to 4 p.m. And I was supposed to start on July 4th.
You left the police station at about what time?
Detective Gordon walked me to my car. I probably pulled out around 2:05.
Where'd you go?
I drove down Osgood Street to the Common.
Who's this guy, Hunter Hassan?
That was one of Justin and I's mutual friends that lives in the town of North Andover.
Did you go by his house?
Yes. So the only logical way to get to the Common from the police station is to take Osgood Street, which is what I did. And he lives on that street. So I had to drive by his house when I was on my way to the Common.
Did you see anything at his house that surprised you?
Yes.
What did you see?
When I drove by, I saw Justin's truck. And at first I thought nothing of it. I thought maybe he got into town before I got out of training and stopped in, like that would be normal. But then I started noticing other cars I recognized there as well. And
Whose cars were those?
I saw my maid of honor's car, Katrina Caruso. I also saw people standing outside near his pool. I know I saw his sister, Courtney, Justin's sister, and I know I saw Michelle Mitchell, which was another one of my bridesmaids. So I was like, what is going on right now?
This meeting was not something that you knew about?
No, I was supposed to be meeting Justin, and Justin was at our mutual friend's house with people, and I just like was so thrown off. I was confused.
Did you actually see Justin as part of those people you saw around his pool?
I drove by quick. I saw a group of people. I recognized the trucks and the people I did definitively see, yes. I know Justin was there.
From the truck?
Yeah, from his truck.
Okay. So in terms of your confusion, are you wondering if he's there or if he got a ride to the Common or something like that? Why did you just stop there and say, hey, what are you doing?
Well, because I was just driving by, and then I was like, well, that was weird. So I tried calling Justin, and then that's when it just like communication stopped. No more, he was not answering my texts. He was not answering any more phone calls. I even went as far to text his friend Hunter and say, what is going on right now? And am I allowed to say what Hunter said back to me?
So did he respond to you?
He did, yes.
Did it affect your state of mind about what was going on?
No, it confused me even more because he said, oh, everyone's just meeting up for people who forgot things at the house from the bachelorette party that happened a couple of days prior. He said everyone was meeting there to pick up things that they forgot. And I was like, meeting in North Andover. And I was trying to make sense of it. And I was like,
Did that add to your confusion?
yeah, because I was like, this person lives.
Yarn, do you have a question?
Yeah, I just, so who said this and how? I didn't catch.
So I had texted when Justin had stopped answering me.
Yeah.
I texted his friend whose house he was at, and I knew he was there because I had to drive by from.
This is Hunter.
This is
Okay,
Hunter.
all right.
Yes.
Now I get it.
Okay. Yes. So I texted Hunter, and he told me everybody was meeting there to get things that they left at the bachelorette party, and it's like that's in my mind that made me even more confused and didn't make sense because everybody lives here, there. Why meet in North Andover?
Let me stop you right there. So as a result of that kind of adding to your mindset, sounds like adding to your confusion, right?
Confusion, yes.
Did you stick to the plan to go meet him at the common, or did you divert somewhere else?
No, I went to the common.
And you got there, what time?
It was probably like 2:10.
And did you wait there with Kaden?
I did.
And approximately how long did you wait, if you can remember?
It was at least an hour. It could have been more.
Did you ever show up?
He never showed up.
What time, did you make a decision to get out of there at some point?
Yeah, well, I was receiving other phone calls, which were adding to my confusion.
Not what was said, but from whom?
They were from Michelle.
And she was the woman who testified here yesterday, right?
Yes.
And she indicated that she was trying to meet up with you, and you were
To get coffee.
and you were trying to focus on
I said,
meeting
I'm
with Justin.
trying to meet Justin. Okay. Like, I love you. I'll call you later. Trying to meet my fiance at the park.
To Michelle, you said that.
Yes.
Okay. Did you go home after that?
Yes.
What time did you go home?
It was at least an hour after 2 p.m. So sometime around maybe 3:30, because I know I was waiting a while at the park. Caden's bottle had run out of milk, so for formula, I had to go home.
Now, as you sat here for the last couple of days, you've heard a lot of business about where you parked your car. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So you didn't park in your driveway, right?
No.
And you're adjacent to a school at 125 Phillips Brooks Road, right?
My neighbor to my right is
And
school.
I should say for the record, your home is 125 Phillips Brooks
That's
Road.
my home.
Single family house in North Andover, right next to what school?
The Atkinson Elementary School.
And there's a big parking lot next to your fence line.
Yes.
And when you came back from the common, you parked in there.
Yes.
Why did you park in there?
Because I didn't know what was going on. I knew something was going on. I first have my fiance just not showing up to meet me and not talking to me anymore. And then somebody that doesn't know I saw them trying to call me, and they're trying to meet up with me. I'm trying to meet up with Justin. And a bunch of other people were there that didn't make sense. And I thought they were going to come to my house or something. So I didn't want anyone to know I was home. So I just parked at the school.
Okay. Did this have anything to do with the North Andover Police Department?
Had nothing to do with the North Andover Police Department.
So you parked at the school, and as a young new mom, you probably had a lot of stuff you had to carry.
I had his diaper bag. I had him in his little carrier. And I think I had my phone in my hands and my house keys.
And you walked around and you went to your door.
Yeah, it was genuinely a 60-second walk to my car to my house.
Sure.
From my car to my house.
And you went into that porch door that we've seen on the video here.
Yeah,
and
my
there, right?
front door, it leads to a porch.
And then you got up on the porch and you make a left into another door into the house, right?
Yep.
What happened when you first got home? What did you do?
I made Kaden a bottle. I called my mom. I asked my mom if she would come over because it was like, what do I do? Like, what's going on?
So you wanted some support from mom.
Yeah, so like advice. My mom's my best friend. I knew she'd come over and maybe like have a
Figure
different.
this out.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'll withdraw that, Judge. I'm just trying to move. What was your?
Mr. Brado, I'm sorry. I assume the objection is for leading?
Repeatedly, yes.
Okay. All right, yeah, if you could just stay away from leading, thank you.
What was your state of mind about having mom come over?
I was sad. I was really confused, and I wanted her advice.
How far away does your mother live?
She lives in Methuen, so it was her house is about 7 to 8 minutes away, but I think she was on her way home from work at the time, and she has to drive right by my house. or my old house.
How was Caden at the common and then getting home? How was he behaving in terms of fussiness, or was he okay, or sleeping, or quiet, or what?
I ran out of his bottle while at the common. I thought I'd brought enough. I think if our plans played out, I would have had enough for taking a walk in the common. But because I was waiting for so long, I ran out of his bottle and he started crying. I drove right home.
And then at home, you made another bottle and started to give him the bottle.
Yes, beat him.
Okay. What time did your mother get there?
Approximately, like maybe 5 to 10 minutes after I got home.
And you sat, did you visit with your mom for a while and consult with her on the situation?
Yeah, we sat on my couch while I fed Caden. She did some my house was messy, so she was just trying to pick up around the house a little bit for me. We were just talking.
Okay. And did she leave at some point?
She did.
When was that?
Probably had her over for about an hour. Maybe 5 o'clock she left.
Was her car in the driveway?
Hers was, yes.
And obviously she got in the car and left in her car.
Yeah, I told her that I was gonna be packing and probably going camping with my son, which is normal for me. My family owns land. We call it our happy place. I've been going there since I was a baby, so I was gonna go there to clear my mind since Justin wasn't going to meet up with me. I just figured I don't have work till the 4th, so that's what I'm gonna do. And
The idea of sitting around.
I just didn't.
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
The objection sound was sustained.
Oh.
So next question.
Why did you want to go up to the land?
To clear my mind. I've brought Kate in there 2 times before, and for a 4-month-old baby, he crushed it up there. He loved it. So I just thought, I texted Justin, I'm going to my land. He knows what that is. He proposed to me there. He knows I call it my happy place, and I told him I'll send you pictures when I get service, and I love you because there's not good service up there. And that was the last thing I ever said to Justin.
When your mom pulled out of the driveway, did you get a visit from the North Andover police?
I heard someone knocking on my front door when I walked up to the porch.
How long after your mom left did the police knock on your door?
I know now approximately 3 minutes.
And what were you able to do to figure it out pretty well?
My home has a lot of surveillance. My dad owns a security company, so my home had a lot of surveillance outside. So I was just curious, how long was it after my mom left that the police came? And I believe it was about 3 minutes approximately.
Can you use the video system to refresh yourself on time intervals and such?
Yeah, yes.
And while we're on that topic, are there timestamps on the clips from your house?
Yes.
And do you have any knowledge of the accuracy of those timestamps?
At some point, one of the daylight savings happened, so my cameras were 1 hour off.
And how off? Like which way off were they?
If it said it was 5 o'clock, it was actually 4 o'clock.
Okay, so it's an hour ahead.
Okay.
So,
hour ahead.
All right. So in terms of any clips that come from your house, does the timestamp show hour ahead?
Yes.
So are you referring to what's in evidence?
Yes.
Okay, all of those video clips?
Yes, Your Honor. So just want to make sure, did we say that right, that the clips are an hour ahead, or is the actual clip an hour behind?
I have to think about this. I'm sorry.
It's okay. We can come back to it later. I do that all the time. That's okay. How long after your mother left did you hear a knock on the door?
Like 3 to 5 minutes.
Where were you when you heard the knock?
I was sitting on the couch feeding Kaden in
What
my
did-
living room.
What did you do when you heard the knock?
I put the bottle on the coffee table. I got up with Kaden in my arms and I opened up the door.
You walked out on the porch and
I walked out on the porch. So there's like 2 doors. My front door leads to a porched in area. Walked out onto the porch and opened up the front door for 3 police officers.
who were they?
It was Lieutenant Daly, Officer Noonan, and Officer Houston.
And Lieutenant, let's just go through each of them real quick for a second.
Okay.
Lieutenant Daly, you talked about in terms of training and hiring and all that, right?
Yes.
And what about Officer Noonan? What was your relationship at the time with Officer Noonan?
He had transferred after I had already started. We were on the same shift for a brief time. On one of our shifts, there was a really horrible call.
So we'll get to that, but just
Okay.
generally in terms of your relationship.
That's just like how our relationship kind of even started. That's why I brought it up. That's how we became like texting each other and kind of more than just like, you're just my coworker and I've never talked to you, to we've had conversations and talked about personal things.
Did you think well of him?
Yes,
And to your knowledge, did he think well of you?
I think so.
So now you mentioned a particular call.
Yes.
And just so we don't have to dwell all over it, it's a call that involves a murder, suicide, and the murder victim is a young baby, right?
Yes.
And when was that call?
It was in August of 2024.
Was that response just you and him?
I believe I was the first officer in with Officer Cuevas, and like then Officer Noonan came. It was like a pretty much when something like that comes over the radio, everybody starts heading there. The call was in my sector, so the sector I was assigned to that night. So I was the closest with Officer Cuevas. So we walked in together.
And just to encapsulate it, the call involved administering first aid and it was a difficult call.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the source of when you sort of broke the ice with Officer Noonan?
Yeah, we stood outside of the scene for a long time, all of us, everybody who was on that call, and we talked, and then the chief had asked us to, we were like out of commission for the night. Other officers came in and filled in for us, and we had like a meeting debrief in the chief's office. He had pizza delivered.
And just in general, fast forwarding all the way to June 30th of 25, did you ever have any problems or issues with Officer Noonan?
No,
Did he ever, to your knowledge, did he ever have any problems or issues with you?
no.
So there's Noonan. And then who's the third officer there?
Officer Houston.
And we saw him testify here as well today, yesterday, right?
Yes.
And what was your relationship with Officer Noonan?
Noonan or Houston?
I'm sorry, Houston, thank you.
I was closer with Houston. Probably out of the 3 of the people that were at my house that day, Houston and I were friends. He came to my engagement party. He was invited to my wedding. We have the same type of dog. I think they've met before. The dogs, I mean. Yeah.
He's a work friend.
He was a work
outside
friend.
work.
Yeah.
So these 3 come to the door. What are the circumstances of how they come in the house? Did you let them in or how did that happen?
I opened the door and Lieutenant Daly immediately put his foot on my front porch, and we didn't just come in, and I was like, okay, all right.
didn't hear that one.
When I opened the door, Lieutenant Daly put his foot into my porch and they just said, we need to come in. And I said, okay.
And then did you turn around and you and Kaden walked back in the house and they followed you?
Yes.
So what happened when the four of you, five of you, got into the living room area?
They asked me, Lieutenant Daly asked me to put Kaden down in his car seat. They've referred to it as like a rocker, does rock, but it was his car seat. And I was in the middle of feeding him. So when I put him down, he was obviously crying. And I was like, whatever this is, I'm going to hold my son. Because they had a folder. I knew they were going to give me something. Wasn't
At that moment,
yeah.
did you have any idea what was going on?
No, I knew, like, obviously I knew something was going on. The police are in my house, my coworkers, but when they told me to put Kaden down, I was like a little hesitant because I'm in the middle of feeding him. And then I listened, I put him down and he started crying and I was like, I'm going to hold my son, whatever this is. Like, I'm going to feed my baby and read it. So I picked Kaden back up and I had him on my lap while I opened the envelope. And that's when Lieutenant Daly said, Justin filed a restraining order against you.
Okay, so you're trying to read it and he's talking to you and the baby's crying?
Nope, baby
you
isn't
feeding
crying
him?
anymore. I picked him up and I'm feeding him.
What did Daly say to you about the situation?
I asked a lot of questions, like why? I was supposed to meet him at the park like a couple hours ago. I'm confused. He said he didn't know anything. And I said, do you have the affidavit so I can read what I'm being accused of? And they didn't. And they said they didn't know the details. And he said that Kaden was on it as well. And
Did that affect your state of mind?
yes,
How so?
I knew in that moment I was going to have to hand my 4-month-old to a police officer to be brought out of my house.
How did that make you feel?
I don't know if there's a word. Sad.
Were you able to have a minute or two to kind of comprehend it, or did something else immediately happen?
I comprehended it. I was asked to pack a bag for Kaden for about 2 weeks.
Who asked you that?
Lieutenant Daly said the court date was in 14 days. So he said, pack enough for 2 weeks. And
He said that to you?
yes.
So you didn't take it upon yourself to want to do that?
No, they told me that I needed to pack a bag for Kaden because he was going to go be with Justin for at least the 2 weeks till the next court date.
Who was there when that was, when that came up?
That was when the three of them we were all in my living room.
Did Houston or Noonan say anything at this point?
No, I knew if I put Kaden back in his car seat, he was going to cry. He loves being held.
So the plan at that point was to go get some stuff?
Yes.
So you had to put Kaden somewhere.
Yes.
And what did you do?
I handed Kaden to Officer Noonan.
Why'd you give him to Officer Noonan?
I could say I trusted all of them. But I knew Officer Noonan I know Officer Houston has no kids, and I knew Daly seemed like preoccupied, and I knew Noonan had kids. So I guess that's probably what went through my mind, but it really wasn't that much of a thought. I just knew I had to have someone hold him because I didn't want him screaming in his car seat on the ground.
Was he someone that you trusted to do that?
Yes.
What happened when you handed your baby to Officer Noonan?
He took Kaden from my arms.
And what about the bottle? What happened with the bottle?
He took the bottle as well.
And, what did he do with respect to the bottle and Kaden?
He was trying to feed him.
Did Officer Noonan exhibit any resistance or discomfort or anything with respect to holding the baby?
No, I think he said like, "Oh, I haven't done this in a while," like something like that.
What was your intention at that point to do?
I had to pack his bags.
And are you, as you're starting to go figure that out in terms of luggage, what do you need, where's he going, etc., are you having kind of an unfolding thought process, if you will? I'm just asking her what she's thinking, Your Honor. What are you thinking?
So it took. I grabbed one of my duffel bags and I first went in the kitchen, and as I was putting the bottles in the bag, it was just kind of like all setting in exactly what was happening, and there was just so many unknowns. And as I was packing things, I was like, okay, Justin just broke up with me via restraining order. We have a wedding in 4 months. Kaden is not going to be with me for 2 weeks. That's an eternity for a mom, any mom. And everyone was just brushing over the fact that it was 2 weeks. And I was like, 2 weeks without Kaden? Like, and I just kept, in my mind was just going fast. Like, I can't work overtime because I have a son now. I can't afford my home by myself without overtime. It was just, I lost everything. Even my doggy was on the restraining order. Maverick, my dog Maverick, was on the restraining order. So my son.
Was he your dog or
Justin's dog? He was my dog. So I saw my baby go, my fiance, my dog, my house. And I knew that was going to be my job too. Because whatever I was accused of wasn't good if at restraining order.
And you didn't have the affidavit?
No.
Where did you go after you went to the kitchen with the duffel bag and the bottles?
I went all around the house because his diapers were in one room on shelves. His bottles and formula were in the kitchen. His toys were in the living room. And his books and stuff were upstairs with his clothes.
Tell us what you did on the first floor before you got upstairs. What was the what was the packing there?
On the first floor was bottles and formula, and he was just getting introduced to like purees, and I had just ordered purees from Target, so I packed all those too. Then I went into the, thank you, I went into, it was like our exercise room. It had shelving on the wall, and there was just like a ton of boxes of diapers. I just put those aside and was like, 2 weeks, a lot of diapers, so take the boxes. And then I went upstairs.
All right, before you got upstairs, part of the order was that you had to give up your firearms, right?
Yes.
Did you say anything to the officers about the location of your firearms?
Yes, I did.
What did you say?
I told them that they were in the basement.
Was that true?
No,
Why did you tell them that?
because I didn't want them to take them away.
Why not?
Because I wanted to be alone with my firearm and take my life.
When did you make that decision?
I made that decision as I realized I had just lost everything in a 15-second conversation with my coworker.
Where were your firearms?
They were upstairs in a green safe
In your bedroom?
in my bedroom.
So you went upstairs, you mentioned?
Yes.
What was your state of mind at that point, whether or not Justin was coming over or not?
I didn't think Justin was coming over. I knew that Caden was going to Justin, but I would never think Justin was coming over.
Why not?
That's just not like normal practice to put a plaintiff and defendant in the same room intentionally. Usually you're doing the opposite as police officers. So I didn't think Caden, Justin was in the house.
The opposite being what? What's the opposite of what they did here?
They let Justin in my house.
So what's the normal procedure?
Normal procedure is to separate people. It's like the first thing you do on any call where there's any sort of argument. You separate.
Now, you've served restraining orders, you mentioned, right?
Yes.
Is there a provision in those orders for accessing property?
I don't know about specific provisions. I can tell you like what I've done before on a call where there was a restraining order involved. I don't know if it's a provision or not though.
Okay, we'll move on from there.
Okay.
So you were going to go upstairs
Yes.
and you had made that awful decision already?
Yes.
What was your state of mind about whether or not you wanted to involve any police officers in that?
I didn't want to involve anybody. I was trying to get everybody away from me.
Why didn't you want to involve any police officers in that? These police officers in particular?
I wanted to be alone so I could kill myself. I decided that I was going to take my own life. I didn't want to involve anybody else in that. I'll just.
Did you go upstairs back and forth a couple times, or did you just go up there once?
I think I went up I think I went up at least twice. The second time I went up, I was up there for a while.
Do you remember who accompanied you on each of these trips?
It was Officer Houston and Officer Noonan.
Was that the first time or the second time?
That was the second time.
And was there a visit upstairs before that? Houston and Noonan visit?
Yeah, I was trying to hand them things so they would go away.
Where did that happen?
That happened upstairs. So I was first in the room. You walk up, there's a landing. The room on the left is Caden's room. I went in there first and I put books in a car seat because Justin Struck didn't have the car seat. And I handed it, I don't even know who I handed it to one of them. And I said, can you bring this downstairs?
What happened after you said that?
Somebody brought it downstairs and then they came back up.
So you struck out in terms of what you testified to earlier.
Yeah, I just kept trying to hand them things to make them go away.
Meaning, what do you mean make them go away? Be more specific if you can.
Like,
What was the plan?
I knew if I pulled out my firearm in front of a police officer, I would get shot. That was not my intention, and that's not what I did. I was trying to get them away from me, so that didn't happen. So they weren't put in that position because I'm not dumb. I was a police officer. If someone takes out a gun in front of you, yes, that's a threat. Yes, that's somebody that you probably feel threatened from.
So, but if you want to kill yourself, why not just let it happen that way?
That's selfish. I would never do that. Even looking back now, like reflecting for 9 months, I think my decision to do it to myself was selfish to everybody who loves me. So I'll just leave it at that. I wanted to kill myself, me and my gun, no one else involved.
How many different times did you try to have the officers transport some stuff downstairs?
Several.
At some point, did Officer Houston leave the second floor?
Yes.
And that left who up there?
Officer Noonan.
So upstairs, it was Officer Noonan and yourself.
Yes.
At some point, did you go across that landing to the other room?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
I was on the floor packing more clothes in the duffel bag.
In which room?
My bedroom.
Okay, hold
When we
on.
walk up the stairs to the right.
Okay, so you finish up in the other room and you go to your room.
Yes.
All right. Tell us the circumstances of where do you go, where does Noonan go when you go into your bedroom?
So nobody came into my bedroom with me. I was asked, I can't even say who exactly, like I don't know if Officer Houston had come back up at the time, but somebody asked me, who is that downstairs? And I said, I have no idea. And
Let me ask you a little bit about that. What was your state of mind about you being asked that? What were you thinking about?
I was like, I don't know.
Did you hear anybody come in?
No, but they did. I was, because they were on the landing, they would be able to. I was like more into my bedroom than them. So I was like, I have no idea who's here. Shouldn't you guys know?
What happened next?
Officer Houston walked down the stairs first. Officer Noonan followed him down several steps.
Did that give you a chance to do anything?
That was, I knew, my only chance to be alone with my firearm.
Show you Exhibit 51. What's shown in Exhibit 51?
That's my bedroom. That's the room on the top of the landing to the right.
Where's the photographer standing in this picture?
He's standing in the doorway.
When you went to go get that firearm, was there anyone in your view in that landing?
No.
Was this after you saw Noonan depart?
Yes, his back was turned towards me. He was following Officer Houston downstairs.
Did he stay that way or did he disappear from that scene?
Well, he must have turned around at some point and walked back up the stairs because...
You know how when you're near somebody that's going up and downstairs, you can hear going up and downstairs. Did you hear any particular number of
No,
steps?
I'm certain I heard him and saw him walk down several steps.
And how did that affect your state of mind at that very instant?
I knew that was my moment.
To do what?
Kill myself.
What did you do?
So that shoebox was not on top of the green safe.
At the time you were doing this?
At the time, yeah, there was nothing on top of the safe.
All right. And you're referring, for the record, there's a orange lined box in the picture?
Yeah, it looks like.
Is that what you're talking about?
It looks like a shoebox. Yeah, yes.
Mr. Britt, can you just give me a moment to catch
Sure,
up?
absolutely.
I'm sorry, did you say that that box was not on the, what did you say about that box?
That box was not there. That the top of the chest, I'm calling it a safe. It's a chest that locks. That's where I kept my firearms. The top of it, nothing was on it. So whatever was placed there after, that was not there before.
Thank you. Ready to go? Yes.
What about the chair? Is that how the chair was?
The chair was turned the other way because that was the chair I would rock it in. That was not facing that way. The back of the chair was up against the wall, I guess.
So it's kind of like as you'd expect it to be in the room.
Yeah, I would need to pivot like this to be right. So it was probably moved. My room is small.
And to get at your guns in there, you kind of have to flip up the top of that chest.
Yes.
Were you, where was your focus in terms of the firearm, the chest, whether Noonan's coming back? Where are you focused?
I was just like, hurry up before somebody comes back.
And what did you do?
I grabbed the gun out of the chest. I put it up to my chest here.
So what was going on with you putting it up to your chest? What was that all about? What do you mean when you say you put it up to?
Like I just
you made a motion to your stomach area, right?
Yeah, like I just grabbed it quickly. I bent over, grabbed it, put it here, took 2 steps backwards. And I don't want to make the motion of what I did because it's horrible. But I put the gun up to my head.
Which hand?
My right hand,
And where on your head did you put it? Just can you just describe it?
my temple.
Was Noonan in the door frame by now?
Not yet. He had just walked in, like when I pulled the trigger on myself, with the gun pointing towards my head.
What happened when you pulled the trigger?
He said, Kelsey, no. Kelsey, no. I pulled the trigger. I'm sorry, but I said fuck.
What happened next?
I got shot.
How long after you said that did you get shot?
I don't even think I got to the K in the word before I was shot.
What did that feel like?
What part?
Getting shot in the chest.
Hurt.
Did the force of that bullet knock you in any particular direction?
It knocked me backwards.
Do you recall what happened with your firearm?
I got moved. It was
Well,
on.
before we, I'm sorry,
Okay.
bad question. I'll ask you a better question.
Okay.
Right at that point, as you're shot and you're flying back or falling back, whatever you want to call it, can you remember what happened with your firearm?
It fell out of my hands. It was to my head and it fell out of my hand. And I fell on the ground and the firearm fell on the ground.
Couple of questions before we move on. At any point when you were doing that, when you had the firearm up to your head, was Noonan present during the time you raised the firearm to your head?
like when I motioned up to my head with it,
Correct.
no, he was not in the room. Nobody was in the room.
When Noonan came into your view, where was the gun pointed?
The gun was pointed at my temple.
At any point, did you move the muzzle of that gun
No,
towards Noonan?
no, never.
Did you move it anywhere?
No, never.
Did you ever intend to harm Noonan?
Never.
What did you know about Noonan's kind of personal circumstances in your time getting to know him?
He was like, so he was a cop for a long time, and I was considered like a rookie. And like after I had like a few really bad calls in a row, and everybody kind of knew it, and the senior guys would like check in on me and give me advice, and he was one of those people, and he told me his own personal experience with like calls and how to handle them when they're bad.
So what was his family situation?
I've met his wife. I knew he had a son just by like talking.
Did you want to involve him in your tragedy?
I didn't want to involve anybody. I wanted to take my own life. I never pointed the gun at a fellow police officer. It never happened.
When you went onto the ground, what did Noonan do after he shot you?
I thought he walked away, and Lieutenant Daly came over to me, and then I think Noonan walked back over to me, and like I couldn't say anything really, but I couldn't breathe, and I think I was just like, why did you do that? I'm like, it hurts, and then I just wasn't able.
Say that?
I said, why? Like, why? And he was holding my hand. Officer Noonan was holding my hand. And I said, why? I was so confused. Why?
Where was Daly?
Daly was there.
What was he doing?
He was on the radio. I don't know what he said exactly on the radio. I'm assuming like.
So you get shot, and you got shot in the chest, right?
Yeah.
Lower chest. Well, after being shot, how did that affect your ability? I sound like a lawyer, but how did that affect your ability to perceive things, recollect things?
I went into like a huge adrenaline shock. It didn't feel like normal pain. It almost felt like absent pain, but it felt like my entire body was burning, and I was completely alert, completely awake the whole time. I was speaking as much as I could. My lung was punctured, so that's why I was having trouble breathing. But other than that, I was very alert and aware of my surroundings.
Where were you laying in the room?
I was laying between my bed and the wall where the air conditioner is.
Were your legs parallel to the foot of the bed or somewhere else?
I think so. Yeah, I think that they were.
Were you bleeding?
Yes.
Is that the way you wanted this to happen?
No.
What do you remember next?
The fire department got there fast. It felt really fast. They put me in like a bag.
A sack?
and like they were all tall guys, and I knew that my ceiling, you would bump your head if you're over like 5'10". So when they were carrying me down, I said, watch your heads. And they brought me outside, and I think when I was still in my house, one of the firefighters was trying to put oxygen on my face, and I was taking it off and just saying, I want to die, I want to die, I want to die.
Did you make any apologies at any point?
I think I said, I'm sorry, I tried to kill myself, I want to die. Like, I just didn't understand what just, like, I don't know what just happened. I tried to shoot myself, and then I got shot in the chest. Like, nothing really made, like, I was just in total disbelief and shock.
Did you, at any point before you got taken out of there, did you hear Noonan saying anything about what happened?
No.
Did you see Houston yet?
Houston, yes. He came in, and I think he put like medical like gauze on the wound. Somebody did. He had the medical bag. I remember that.
Were you able to sort of perceive the first aid techniques they were administering to you?
No, I wasn't paying attention to it. I was like trying to focus on breathing because it felt like I was choking. It felt like I was drowning.
So they bring you downstairs, and at what point in the trip downstairs and out of the house were you trying to take off the mask?
I think the whole time. And when I was in the ambulance, I said to everybody, I'm a fucking idiot. I just tried to kill myself with an unloaded gun. I'm a fucking idiot.
And then
I said that to everybody. I said that to the hospital staff. I said that to all the firefighters. I probably said that when I was laying on the ground. Those were the words I just kept repeating.
What were they doing to you in the ambulance before the ambulance departed in terms of working on you? They were working on getting a med flight. I had to get a blood transfusion. I finally agreed to keep the oxygen mask on my face, and they were doing my vitals and just trying to keep me stable before I was going to be transported to the hospital. What hospital did you go to?
I was flown by med flight to Massachusetts General Hospital in Boston.
So by helicopter?
Yes.
And then when you were in the helicopter, was there anybody that you knew in the helicopter?
No, when I was in the ambulance, I was holding on to firefighter Smirtelni's hand.
And can you spell that for the court? It's a funny spelling. Why don't you spell that, if you can?
His first name's Kevin.
And is it, let me take a crack at that. Is it Smirtelny?
Yeah, I think you're right.
And did he go in the helicopter?
No, he was holding my hand the whole time I was in the ambulance and comforting me. And I asked if he could go in the helicopter. I didn't want to let go of his hand. I asked, can you come in the helicopter with me? And he said, I can't, no one can.
So you get in the helicopter, you're getting transported to Mass General, is it?
Yes.
Now, was there another problem with the oxygen in the helicopter?
It either like ran out or it shut off. And when you're in a med flight, you're laying down and there's a person flying the helicopter next to you. And I just like tapped him and like gestured. It felt like I was drowning again. Felt like I was choking I couldn't get a breath. So I just like told him, like I couldn't talk, but I gestured like to the oxygen that was above me. It wasn't working. I think they had switched the tank or something or turn it back on. Something happened, but my oxygen got shut off in the helicopter and they had to fix it.
Was that indicative of maybe some kind of a change of heart about whether you wanted to die?
Yeah, I think so. It's hard to say in those exact moments because it took a lot of healing from the moment I decided to make a suicide attempt to now to be healed mentally. So I don't know what my exact thoughts were in that moment. But I know when I got to the hospital, I said, I'm a fucking idiot. I tried to kill myself with an unloaded gun. How could I be so stupid?
What was the length of time that you were at Mass General?
Like the length from when I was admitted to discharge, it was 53 days.
And how many operations have you had?
I've had 5.
What were the kind of the main issues that the
Objection to the relevance.
Relevance?
just the circumstances, Your Honor, of what happened to her?
Sustained.
May I have a moment, please, Your Honor?
Yes. Take your time.
Nothing further.
All right. So Cross, I need to, let's take a 10-minute break, please.
All right. Stand in a 10-minute recess. Please exit quietly if you're going to exit.
All right, we do have some room. Let me just room it and get it to her cross-examination. Here we go. We're back in court.
Okay, Ms. Fitzsimmons, you may resume the stand. I think we're ready for Cross, right? Yes.
You know as your time as a police officer that domestic calls are the most dangerous. True? Yeah, it could be true. It could be true. They're the most dangerous, right? That's where.
I go into every call thinking it could be dangerous, but I guess domestics are. If that's a fact, then yeah, sure.
Okay.
Can you just keep your voice up?
Yes, sorry.
That's okay.
Sure. Well, okay, we'll step back and we'll go with your point. Every call is dangerous, right?
It could be.
Sure. Well, you have to treat it that way.
Yes.
Right? Because you don't know what you're walking into.
Yeah.
Domestic calls, like we just talked about, can be especially dangerous because you're dealing with people who are sometimes highly emotional.
Right.
Okay?
That's why you always separate when you get to a scene.
And we'll get to that, okay? And I agree with you that you need to keep people apart.
Right.
You also need to.
Excuse me one moment. Yeah, you're going to need to ask closer, Cross closer to the mic. Okay. Thank you.
When you walk into a domestic situation, whether it's a restraining order that you're serving, whether it's a call for some sort of domestic violence, right? You walk in there with a heightened sense of awareness. Is that fair to say?
As a police officer, you always have a higher sense of awareness.
Okay. But domestics are kind of a different animal, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
And because emotions are involved, true?
Yes.
And sometimes the opposite of love isn't hate, it's anger, and things can go in 9 different directions in a minute. Is that fair to say?
Sure.
When you're dealing with someone who you know has a mental health past, it can be even more volatile, correct?
Volatile.
Yes.
I wouldn't use that word as it pertains to mental health, sir, respectfully.
There is as a police officer, there is a heightened sense of awareness, right? You're taking all the information in.
In every call, yes, yeah.
Well, domestic violence call in particular. You don't agree with me?
No, I do. I agree with you on every call. A heightened sense of awareness is key to being a police officer. So domestic, car accident, anything. We go to work in a bulletproof vest.
Exactly, that's my point.
Yeah, we
And
have
so
to.
When you go to a domestic call, we talked, or you talked, you try to separate people, right?
Yes.
Because if they come together or you can see each other sometimes, bad things can happen. Right?
Yes.
And so when you walk into a domestic violence situation, or any situation, right? Your first order of business is to keep everybody safe. Fair to say?
Yes.
The people who called, right?
Yes.
Yourself.
Yes.
If you have a partner, your partner.
Yep, the other officers, yep.
If there are family members there, you want to keep them safe. True?
Yes, police officer, your job is to keep everyone, including yourself, safe.
If there are children, you want to keep them safe.
Everybody.
Okay. So, and if you think there are guns in the house, that is a particularly serious concern for you also, right?
Yes.
For your safety,
Yes.
for your partner's safety,
Yes.
for the children's safety, for everybody, right?
For everybody.
And you know that, correct?
I know that.
And so you know when you walk into a scene, when you think there may be some mental health issues, that there may be some weapons, that you don't take your eyes off anybody, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't let someone walk into a room by themselves, right?
You shouldn't know.
You should have, and I think with Officer Houston, you should be in their pocket, right?
I'm not familiar with that phrase. Did he say that?
You did.
Okay.
Well, if you're not familiar, you should be right near them, right?
Yes.
Because at any point, someone could grab a weapon,
True.
use a weapon,
True.
and especially when there's a heightened sense of volatility on some of these calls, right?
Yes.
And you know that as a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And that's just kind of common sense anyway, right?
Yes.
And you've been trained on that.
Yes.
And so you don't take your eyes off any of the parties, true?
True.
You don't leave them alone.
True.
That's what you're trained to do. That's what you're supposed to do. And that's pretty much common sense of what you do.
That's what you're supposed to do, yes.
Right, okay. We agree on that.
We do.
Now, if there is you are a police officer, so you know other divisions of the forces, correct? Like SWAT. You understand what SWAT is, right?
I was a very new police officer. I was only on for about 2 years. I'm not familiar with SWAT. I know it a little bit.
Okay, so we'll talk about what you know.
Okay.
SWAT is like a special weapons tactical team. You know
Yeah.
that,
I know that. I don't know exactly what their job functions are or what they do.
You do understand that they respond to highly volatile situations that are dangerous.
Yes.
If there is a weapon involved, someone's barricaded, there's an active shooter, they respond.
Yeah, they go to everything that's bad.
Because they're highly trained to deal with those situations. True?
True.
They're the ones who see guns all the time, see violence all the time, and have to react to a weapon. True?
True.
Because not every call involves a weapon. Some of them are, like you said, car accidents. True?
Every call is very different.
Yeah. And so, but those guys are trained and picked because they deal with that stuff well. True?
I don't know how they're picked or trained. I know nothing about their training or the process of becoming on SWAT.
Okay, but you know to call them if something happens.
That wouldn't be my job, but my supervisors. But yes, we can agree to that. Yes, they get called to bad things. I know this.
They get called to bad things and have to deal with bad things.
Yes.
And you know that as a police officer, you need to qualify and get trained in order to do certain things. If like a domestic violence officer may have to be trained in domestic violence to be in a unit like that. True?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have that on my department, but I have heard of that on other departments. Like a domestic violence detective would probably be trained more in that sense.
Right, so there's sometimes specialties
Yes.
that people focus on, that
Yeah.
people are prepared to deal with better than other people. True?
Yes.
Officer Noonan was on the SWAT team, you know that, right? You know that.
I know that now.
You knew he started in Andover, that's where he began his career.
I knew he started in North Andover.
Sorry, North Andover. And then he went to Lawrence.
Yes.
And Lawrence is really a different atmosphere than North Andover. You agree with me there?
Yes.
North Andover is...
North Andover does get the flood in of Lawrence,
Sure,
though.
there's some crossover.
Yes.
Right, but you know what that crossover is.
Yes.
True?
True.
It's not to disparage any community, right? But Lawrence has more guns than North Andover.
I think so. I don't know off personal knowledge, but I would assume.
They have more gangs.
Yes, that I do know. Yes.
They have more drugs.
Yes.
They have more violence.
Yes.
They have more need for people who can deal with that stuff, correct?
Yes.
And you know that Officer Noonan worked in Lawrence for years.
I did know that. Yes.
You did know that, right?
Yeah, I did.
And then he came back. Did you say you were on the job or not on the job when he came back?
I was already on the job when he came back.
Okay. And you know he came back from Lawrence, right? And when he came back from Lawrence, it was really, he was the most experienced person on the force at this point, right? From what he had been through.
I didn't know his experiences.
Okay, you knew that he was.
I honestly thought I looked at my lieutenants as that
Well,
for me.
Officer Noonan, back when you were on the job, you looked up to him.
Yeah, I looked up to all the senior officers that were willing to train me or give me any type of advice.
Well, we're talking about Officer Noonan.
He did that. So yes.
Yeah, you looked up to him. You knew he was experienced. Correct.
Yes.
You knew he was a by the book kind of guy, that he was going to teach you well.
Yes.
You went to him for that.
I went to him for advice.
Right. And you went to him for advice because you thought he knew what he was doing, right? He'd been through the ringer, and that's why you went to him, right?
No, he told me, he reached out to me and told me that, he's been on bad calls before, and this is how he handles it.
Right.
And he's.
And you appreciated that.
I did.
And it seemed like that was true with the advice he was giving you.
Yes. Yes.
A gentleman about it. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Justin's a different story in your life, correct? Justin, on June 30th, you had said that what was happening was a surprise. I don't know if you used those words, but the demeanor you gave off was this came out of the blue, right?
I was very confused.
You were confused, but stuff, and we're not going to get into it, but stuff that happened that weekend before, that Saturday night, that would have given you some inkling that something was wrong, right?
I was aware me and Justin were in an argument. I was aware the second I woke up in the morning. That's why we were planning to meet.
So it wasn't a surprise that there was some strife between you and him at that point.
No, I knew that. I'm saying I was more surprised about being ditched at the common and the police involvement. Those were
Well, the police had come to your house on that Sunday to check in on you, correct?
I got accused of.
I'm not asking what you were accused of.
They came to see if I was okay. They thought I was in a car accident. I was never in a car accident.
But they came to you because they were concerned about you, right?
They thought I was in a car accident.
And on the Monday.
Somebody told them that.
On the Monday, well, okay, we'll get back to that.
Okay.
Okay. on the Monday, you were surprised by this order, correct?
Yes, I was surprised by the order.
And you say that you have no idea why this has happened.
Right.
You eventually think that you're, well, you know Katie's going to be taken away from you for a short period of time, right?
You say short, and that's fine. But he was 4 months old, and it was 14 days. That's an eternity for me.
I grant you that.
Okay.
I grant you that.
Thank you.
That is a significant amount of time for any parent. True.
Yeah,
Okay?
sure.
So I'm sure that was devastating to you, right?
Yes, yes.
And it was Justin who was doing that to you, right? It wasn't the police.
No,
Right.
right.
It was Justin who went to court, who said, I should have custody of that child, correct?
Correct.
And so that's who is doing these things to you, right?
Yes.
So that's who your anger was focused on, right?
I mean, I don't even know if I got to the point of grieving, of anger yet. I don't think I was there yet. But if any of my emotions were directed towards somebody, it would be Justin.
Sure.
Yes,
Because you felt betrayed.
I did.
And you knew he was going to get taken.
I knew that I had to give Caden to the police, for the police to give Caden to
Well,
Justin.
you know the police don't take custody of children, right?
I don't know that.
Well, as your time as a police officer, you have actually taken custody of a child and left.
I have.
So you're telling this court, you're telling the judge that if there is not a family member to take a child because something happens, that you actually take the child and leave, you don't call DCF?
Well, you always file a 51A after
Sure.
the fact.
And then they come to the home and they take it, right?
So I guess the call I went on was different. I did end up taking the juvenile in my police car. I drove her to the police station where she met with family members.
Okay, so how old was this person?
She was maybe 12.
Okay, so we're talking about infants, right? You wouldn't transport it.
No, I guess.
So,
Counsel's testifying about facts that are non-evidence and unproven. They're sort of being suggested as if they're gospel, which might mislead the witness.
So overruled, but Mr. Gubitosi, you can just allow Ms. Fitzsimmons to complete her answer and like all witnesses, I don't want you folks speaking over one another.
Of course.
Thank you.
So you agree with me that DCF would typically come and get an infant, right?
Yes, I've never personally had a call with.
Well, okay, let's just talk about your career. You said you.
I think so. I can't tell you for sure.
Well, let's just talk about your career. When did you graduate the academy? May of 2024?
Yes.
Okay, and you went out on leave on when?
I went light duty while I was pregnant. I was about 20 weeks pregnant when the duty belt didn't clip anymore.
Okay, so, but you went out on February 16th. That was Katie's birthday, right? That's your official leave?
Yeah, that's my official leave.
Okay, so 20 weeks, and he was, so you do the math. How many months were you actually on the road?
Okay, let's see. So like 7 months, and then I was light duty. So I graduated the police academy in May of 2024, and I went out on maternity leave February 16th of 2025.
So were you actually just on the road for 7 months?
Light duty, you're not on the road because, I mean, you're pregnant.
Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. And that was your choice to stay in the station and work that way, right?
Yes.
Okay. But you were actually on the road, going to calls, doing the dirty work as a police officer, just for 7 months, right?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to jump back to June 30th at the house after the police come, right? You called your mom. You asked to do that, and they let you do that, right? There's no prohibition.
Are you talking about after the police?
Yes, after the police arrived.
Yes, I called my mom.
Okay, and she came.
Yes.
Okay, she came. Now, you called her your best friend, right?
My mom is.
Your best friend, right? And so you could have talked to her, right?
Yes.
When Justin arrived, you knew he came in the house, right? You heard him.
No.
You didn't hear him come in the house?
No.
You knew he was coming to get the baby.
I never expected a police officer to allow the victim or plaintiff in a case to enter the home where the defendant is. That,
Well, you knew he was getting the child. Right?
yeah, but I thought that I passed Kaden off to walk outside. I never thought, or I never knew Justin was in my home.
You knew he was coming to the house.
I thought they would do it at the school, but yes, I mean, I knew he was going to be in the vicinity. I never expected or knew he walked through my front door.
When you went upstairs, and we'll talk about that green chest you called it, correct?
Yes.
Was it locked?
No.
Okay, you can just flip it open.
Yes.
When you claimed you pulled the trigger, it clicked.
It did.
It was not around in the chamber.
Correct.
There was a full magazine in it, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Well, you used that gun to go shooting on Friday, true?
That is true. That's why I didn't chamber around. Thank God.
And when you're doing shooting, were you qualifying? What were you doing on that Friday?
We have a qualification. Yeah.
Okay, so you had to do that, right?
Yeah, because
when you're shooting for qualifying, when you're at the range, how do you hold your pistol?
2 hands, and then there's some where they say use your strong hand or your left hand. You're not strong.
But your typical reflex is 2 hands, true?
Yeah, that's
two hands extended.
that's most of the range day. Yeah.
Right, that's your training. That's the safest way to shoot a gun, true? So that's your default?
That's what we do at the range for those 8 hours, other than the one part where you shoot with your strong and non-strong hands.
So on Friday, you spent hours shooting with 2 hands?
Yes. Yeah, it was Friday. Yes.
Well, I'm asking you.
I think so.
Now, you stated that after the police came and you were starting to process things, true?
Yes.
And it took a bit for you to process it, about your life unraveling, if you will, true?
Yeah, as I was packing things, it just started to hit me like, this is going, this is going, this is going. Just as I was walking around the house, I just was like,
All those things are going, and it's all because of what Justin did.
yes.
Thank you. I have nothing else, Judge.
Redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. All right, you may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And the defense, you can call your next witness. Okay. Aside from what? The view. Okay. Right, so can I see counsel at sidebar along with Ms. Fitzsimmons?
All right. While they are at their sidebar, we are going to go ahead and get you guys over to the Judy Church. They have been on a break, and we are going to get started in that courtroom.
Want to Should I leave these so you can start throwing them at me if I get too carried away? Oh, is it? Bad idea. Yeah.
Yeah, no, we're good to go. Come right now.
All right, for the Joes. Be seated.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may, Mr. Nokonis.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
The DNA evolved as a biological science in terms of uniqueness of each individual, right? In other words, DNA deals with the original DNA aspect is something called the genome.
Genome? Yep.
Yep, and mispronunciation, but and there are certain loci on those, certain points on each of those in everybody's body, and those would be somewhat differently for every person, correct? Is a general concept.
Yes. Each person is unique with the exception of an identical twin.
Now, in this particular case, again, when you were asked to make, the determination, the on the exterior of the bottle, I think you referenced there could have been as many as 5 profiles or 5 persons referenced. You said definitely 3 to the exterior of the bottle, right? The mixture.
The mixture is of 3 individuals.
All right. And now, of those, you don't know when it got there, correct?
Correct.
Just because, my body doesn't tell you that, right? It doesn't know how it got there.
Correct.
And it doesn't know how long it's been there.
Correct.
Now, and when those types of issues happen, you move from the biology basically to a mathematical probability, right?
We do statistical calculations, yes.
Yeah. Because you can't determine how to take the biology of 3 people, but you can take, what's there, but you can apply the probabilities based upon the loci numbers that you have, right?
So we do a comparison between the profiles found on the evidence and a reference, and then we calculate a likelihood ratio statistic, and that gives the DNA profile as this many times more likely if it originated from person A than other random individuals.
So when you have two people or one person, you know definitely it's biology, it's pure. You know, this is you, right? When it's more than that, then the probability aspect comes into it, which is the math application, right?
So there's always statistical calculations, even if the profile was just from a single person. When we do that comparison, we still would calculate a statistic as well.
That's the number in the gazillions, right? And there's nobody else on the planet or in the universe that has that match, but you can never say absolutely positively because we've never done every person in the world, right?
That is true.
But when there's more than that, we're doing is mathematical formulas that you apply to see is it more likely and what is the percentage then, correct?
We're calculating a likelihood ratio, but we do a statistic and report it in our reports.
And therefore, with the three people, you do that type of application. And when there's two people, even then you have to do a somewhat similar application, right? It's only when it's single, you don't do, you know what it is, but then you figure out the probability that it's this person here versus anybody else in the world.
So even if it's a single source profile from one individual, we would still calculate the likelihood ratio and provide a statistic in our report to show that that DNA profile is X number of times more likely that it originated from that person versus another.
Again, because you can't, everybody in the world has a test, right?
Correct.
In the aspect of whether it's male or female, that's because the X's and the Y's change for the loci, right?
So there's a sex determining region in our DNA, and a female has an XX and a male has an XY. So anytime we see an indication of that Y location, that tells us that there's male DNA present.
I don't have any further questions, Judge. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
Ms. Strasser.
I have no question. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lundgren. You may step down.
Thank you.
John Haywood. Right this way.
Sir, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God? Thank you. You may be seated.
Good morning, sir. In a nice loud voice, could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Yeah, it's John Haywood Jr., Heywood.
And sir, how old are you?
52 years old.
And where do you live?
Salisbury, Mass.
How long have you lived in Salisbury, sir?
Overall, I'd say about 35 years on and off.
Okay, did born there?
I was born there, then I moved away for a little bit, and now I'm back.
Came back. All right, and we don't need your exact address, but where in Salisbury do you live, sir?
Salisbury Beach.
Okay. And do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you do for work?
Sheet metal worker.
Okay. How long have you been doing that?
31 years.
All right. Now, sir, I want to take you back to November of 2022, and really even before that. Did you know an individual named Leroy Fowler Sr., sometimes referred to as Big Leroy?
Yes.
Okay. How'd you know Mr. Fowler?
He is my first cousin on my father's side.
Okay. And just for purposes of the questions I'm going to ask you today, there's been some discussion in the trial about his son, Leroy Fowler, as well as his father, also Leroy Fowler, who mentioned. All the questions I'm asking you today apply to Leroy Fowler Sr., who's about About your age.
It's actually Leroy Fowler Jr.
Sorry. Exactly. That's why I made that little announcement. So we're talking about Leroy Fowler Jr., Big
Correct.
Leroy.
Yeah.
All right. So you said that Mr. Fowler was your first cousin?
Yes.
So you guys pretty close in age, so grew up together?
He was about 6, 7 years older than me.
Okay.
As a child, elementary school type, we were kind of close as a family. As we grew older, not so much.
Okay. In the last couple of years of his life, sir, how often would you see Mr. Fowler?
In the summertime, once to twice a month, not really at all through the winter.
Okay. And were these sort of planned meetings or planned get-togethers, or was just
No.
what were the circumstances under which you would sometimes?
We
see Mr.
both lived
Fowler?
on Salisbury Beach, so if I went to a bar or a restaurant, I would usually see him there.
Okay. And did you know a woman named Judy Church?
Yes, I did.
How did you meet Miss Church?
She was dating Leroy.
Okay. And how long had you known Miss Church as of 2022, sir? Give or take.
I'm gonna guess since they first got together, so maybe 8 years or so.
Okay. And when you would see Mr. Fowler out and about on Salisbury Beach, would you see Miss Church as well?
Yes, usually.
Okay. And did you ever did you see her by herself as opposed to with Mr.
A couple
Church?
times.
How was your relationship with Mr. Fowler, sir?
Good.
Okay.
Yeah.
How about Miss Church?
Same.
All right.
No issues.
No issues. All right. Now, you said that these meetings that you described for us were generally just happenstance. You just happened to be in the same bar, the same part of the beach as Mr. Church, excuse me, Miss Church or Mr. Fowler?
Yep.
Did you have any planned meetups that you guys ever
No,
did?
never.
No. Okay. Now, sir, I want to draw your attention specifically to the summer of 2022. Now, during that, during the summer, and I know you don't remember the exact date, did you have occasion to run into Mr. Fowler and Miss Church at one of the bars on Salisbury Beach?
Yes, I did.
What bar was that?
Uncle Eddie's.
Okay. And what kind of a establishment, it's a bar, but what kind of establishment is Uncle Eddie's?
It's considered a dive bar.
Okay. And popular?
Very.
Okay. And did you on one of those one day in the summer of 2022 run into both Mr. Fowler and Miss Church in Uncle Eddie's?
Yes.
Okay. Was it a planned meetup?
No, it's not.
Just happened to be in there at the same time?
Yep.
Okay. And did you have a conversation, interact socially with them while they were in the bar?
Yes. When I saw them, we usually interacted.
Okay. Do you remember what day of the week it was?
It was either a Saturday or a Sunday. I don't.
And how do you
recall.
remember that?
Because I'm usually away on in the summertime. I live up in the mountains for the most part.
Okay.
But I happened to be home that weekend.
Okay. And was it crowded?
Very.
All right. Now, at some point during your interactions with Mr. Fowler and Miss Church that day, did the subject of cheating on a partner or spouse come up?
Yes.
Okay. And what was Miss Church's comment about that sort of activity?
She said, if he ever cheats on me, I will poison him.
All right. And did the conversation just kind of continue on from there?
Yeah, there was a little more talk afterwards.
Okay. And then, how much longer did you spend socializing with them that day?
If I had to guess, the total conversation through the whole time they were there, maybe 3 to 4 minutes.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
Okay.
Who is this witness?
I do, Judge.
Mr. Scully?
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir.
Hello.
My name is Liam Scully. I represent Judy Church.
Okay.
You and I have never spoken or met, right?
No.
Okay. So you just testified on direct examination that you were present in a bar with Judy and Leroy. You had a good relationship with both of them, right?
Yes.
And the subject of cheating came up, right?
Yes.
And Judy said something like, if he ever cheats on me, I will poison him, right? And Leroy, according to a statement you made previously, Leroy was there and he laughed or smirked or smiled in
Correct. He
response,
smirked
right?
and like
Yeah.
tipped his head off the side.
So, and you thought, this is just a joke these two are having, right?
The way it was said and the fact that I knew he had another girlfriend made me uneasy.
Well, okay. You did nothing about it in the time, right?
I told my wife.
Okay. You told your wife and she said, I didn't hear him say that, right?
Correct. And then I
Yeah.
told her again that night.
Yeah. So she was standing next to you.
No.
Wait, listen. She was standing with you and you asked her, did you hear that? And she said no, right?
No, that's not how it went.
Okay. Let me ask you another question, all right? So this statement that now you attribute to Judy Church, you first came forward with this and told law enforcement about this in September 26, 2024.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Years after the statement was supposedly made, right? There's no recording of this statement, right? There's nothing written in this statement, right?
Excuse me?
There was nothing written down in this about this statement, no text messages.
There was text messages.
Okay.
Me and my family.
Okay, between you and your family.
Yes.
Okay. And were those turned over to the prosecutor?
No.
Okay. So you knew back, well, and it's over 2 years since the time, or just about 2 years since the time that Leroy passed away before you came forward with this statement, right?
Correct.
So this is your first cousin Leroy, right?
Yes, it is.
You spent a lot of time together as children, right?
True.
Playing together, right?
True.
Family parties.
Yep.
Holidays.
Not so much holidays, but yes.
Okay. You knew him for 50 years and you loved him.
As a relative, yes.
You cared about him.
Yes.
You didn't want anything bad to happen to him.
No.
Okay. And then when he died in November of 2022, did you go to his funeral?
Yes, I did.
And did you go to his wake?
Yes, I did.
And did you express condolences to Tammy Carbone?
Yes, I did.
And did you express condolences to his son Leroy?
Yes.
And express condolences to Michael Hawkins?
I'm not familiar with Michael Hawkins.
You don't know Michael Hawkins as well? You remember seeing somebody, you ever get introduced to him?
I don't recall.
Okay. And Tammy is also your first cousin, right?
Correct.
And so you become aware at that time that Leroy died, and he died of maybe antifreeze poisoning, right?
Correct.
That becomes a known and accepted thing in the family at that time, right?
Yes.
And not long after that, in fact, Judy gets charged as having committed this poisoning, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, and you were aware that the family had been meeting with police officers, right?
I knew from the newspaper that they'd met.
Yeah.
So, no.
And so November 11th, 12th, 13th, Mr. Fowler dies. You don't come forward to the police with this statement about Judy in November. December of 2022, you don't come forward with this statement to the police about Judy.
Nope.
Keep it to yourself.
Yes.
A secret.
No, I told my siblings,
Okay.
my mother,
All right.
my wife.
And January, we go to 2023, January, February, March, April, May, June, July.
Mr. Scully, I think we can all do the months. Go ahead.
Yeah, all the way to November of 2023. You don't say anything to law enforcement.
Correct.
The anniversary, first anniversary of Leroy Fowler's passing, his death, November of 2023. There's an ongoing criminal case. Judy Church has been charged, right?
Yes.
It's in the media, right?
If you say so.
Well, is it?
I try not to follow the news or anything.
Okay. Did you know that this case was being covered by the media?
I knew about the case, yes.
Right. And you knew that this would be a difficult time, the 1-year anniversary for Leroy's son, Leroy, and for Tammy, right?
I never crossed my mind.
So November, the 1-year anniversary comes and goes, and you don't say anything to law enforcement.
No.
And then we get to 2024, and I won't count out all the months, but all those months go by all the way to September 26, 2024, right? Or strike that, September 23rd, 2024, right?
If you say so, I don't know.
You walk into the police and give them a written statement. You remember that?
Yep.
Okay. And that's you coming forward now with this information that all those years ago, you were in a bar with Judy, and she said, if you cheat on me, I'll poison you, to Leroy.
Correct.
Okay. And when you came forward that day, what inspired you to come forward was the case was in the news again.
It was my sister make me feel very guilty about having knowledge and not saying
The
it.
defense had filed a motion to dismiss based on the
Objection, Judge.
bittering agent.
Objection, Judge.
Just a moment, just a moment. Come to sidebar, please.
Covered, and you learned about. May I rephrase that question, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Okay. At the time that you walked into the police station on September 23rd, 2024, to give them this information about this statement that you say Judy made a couple of years prior to that, this case was back in the news due to a number of pretrial proceedings and being covered. And you learned about that, the proceedings to a degree, right?
No.
No. All right. So you go in on the 23rd, right? And you remember that to be the day?
Yeah, I don't know the date.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Just gotta get my glasses.
All right. Does that refresh your memory about the date that you came in to give your statement to the police?
On September 23rd.
2024, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the statement about cheating, right? You knew Judy and you knew Leroy, right?
Yes.
And at that time, Leroy wasn't cheating on Judy. Leroy had an open, notorious relationship with Barbara.
I was not aware that Judy knew about it.
Oh, okay. Were you aware of who Barbara was?
I just knew that there was another girl and her name was Barbara.
Okay. All right. All right. So you're not aware that this was just an open triangle.
I am now.
You are now. You learned that during the case.
Yes.
Okay. So, in fact, at that time, Leroy's not even cheating on Judy. He's just having two relationships at one time, whether she likes it or not.
I didn't know that.
Okay. Now, you went to this bar called Uncle Eddie's, right?
Correct.
And you testified on direct examination that you had a good relationship with Leroy at that time, right?
Correct.
And you had a good relationship with Judy at that time.
Correct.
And that in the summer months, because you were all connected to Salisbury Beach, you would see them 1 or 2 times a month on average in various restaurants and bars, right?
Correct.
And they would be coming and going from those bars together.
Yes.
They lived at 108 Central Ave.
They lived on Central Ave. Yes.
And that's right near the beach.
Correct.
Is that a walk to the beach?
Yep.
Okay. How close?
Maybe a 4 to 5 minute walk.
Okay, 4 to 5 minute walk. And you would see them on a regular basis, but not on a planned basis during that time, right?
Correct.
And this statement that you now came forward with 2 years later You say that that occurred on a Saturday or a Sunday, but you don't remember which one, right?
Correct.
And that it occurred in the summer, but you don't remember what date.
Correct.
And that Leroy smirked in response.
Yes.
Okay. No further questions, John.
Mr. Camellia, anything further?
Just real quick, Judge. Sir, why did you come forward in 2024?
It was the stress. My sister was really getting. When Leroy had passed, I had texted my family about the conversation, and then my sister would get on me now and then, and she has a habit of getting under my skin, and she was really getting on me to come forward and give my statement.
Did you want to be involved?
Not really.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Mr. Scully.
One last question.
Yes, you may.
You were asked, gave the initial walk-in statement on the 23rd, right?
Yes.
And then you conducted a recorded interview that took place on September 26th, 2024, a couple of days later, right?
Sure.
And you were asked at that time as well by Trooper Williams why you came forward, and you said it's just best to go in so you have that extra testimony.
There was more to it.
Yeah.
You're reading one sentence.
Well, that's one of the sentences, isn't it?
Is that exact quote? Which one here? Can I read the full quote?
Well, why don't I read it to you, okay? I talked to my family some more. They said maybe I should. It's just best to go in, have that extra testimony.
Correct.
That's the exact quote, right?
Correct.
So you came in for extra testimony to pile on in the evidence that was being brought against Judy Church from 2 years prior, didn't you?
I came in because my conscience was getting on me and also to help the case
Extra testimony.
as a
Right?
witness.
Those are your words.
As a witness, correct.
Nothing further wrong.
Thank you. You may step down.
Oh, Judge, I'm sorry. I do have a response to that.
Okay.
So the full statement about why you came forward was actually more extensive, was it not?
Correct.
You said that
Objection scope.
Well, it's not beyond the scope. I'm allowing, this is the third round of questioning, which I rarely allow, and about the only circumstance I do it is if a statement has come up right at the end and it's an issue of completeness. It's about the only time I allow what is, at this point, redirect. I will give Mr. Scully one more go round too after this, but go ahead, Mr. Camilio.
Thank you. And your full statement was, I was going to come forward initially, and then I saw through the papers like the evidence and stuff, and nobody really wants to get involved in a murder case. So, and then Trooper Williams says, yeah. And you replied, I told like my family and stuff, but it's been eating at me for the past few weeks. And Trooper Williams asked, is there any reason the past few weeks? And you said, I don't know. I really don't know. Is that a more accurate and complete
Yes.
description? Thank you.
Mr. Scully.
Extra testimony to help the case, to help the guy you love who's gone, Leroy Fowler, right?
That's part of the quote.
Yeah. And that's what you were doing.
That is one part of a long quote.
Nothing further wrong.
Thank you. Now you may step down.
Thank you.
Mr. Camilio.
Judge, we are ready to go back to the defendant's statement if this is a good time to do that for the court.
It is. That's fine. It's fine. We, if I understand, just by happenstance, I think according to Ms. Strasnick, we ended up stopping that recorded interview, the second recorded interview you're hearing with respect to Ms. Church, at almost exactly to the halfway point through that interview. Is that correct, Ms. Strasnick?
That's correct. I couldn't plan it if we tried.
So we just happened to stop right at the halfway point. So we have half of that interview left to be played. And I told you we would play it, but you'll recall we suspended the playing so we could ensure that we completed the testimony of Sergeant Williams. So now we'll get back to playing the second half of that interview. And this is exhibit, what's the thumb drive exhibit?
48, Your Honor.
48?
Yep, and we're going to pick up at 4633, which is where we stopped.
Could I have one moment just to get organized on that, Judge?
Yes, you may. Before we start playing it, you mean? Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, we're ready to proceed.
Oh, yep. All right. Yep.
He's then,
there we go.
he's at Mount Auburn, and then kind of, can you walk me through what's the proxy issue? Is it just the official documents out there? Because I know like legally, I'm not positive how proxy works. Because even like if you were married, would you automatically be his proxy? Or do you need
Oh, I don't,
you might need,
truthfully, you're right, I'm
I
not
don't really
sure.
know if it's like, as soon as, you know, if it's like next to kin, like legal next to kin gets it all, or if there has to be a form. But you got, basically, you didn't have a form saying you're a proxy, so therefore you couldn't interject.
Yeah, but on all of his paperwork, my name is there.
Yeah, I know.
So
Hospitals can be tough.
I get it, everybody has to cover their ass.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, somebody needs to cover their ass because how did it tank from there? So so at 1:45, I call the hospital again, knowing dialysis takes a few hours. I don't really know what the process is.
What time?
1:45
AM or?
AM.
AM, okay.
I was Saturday now.
Yeah.
And they said it didn't need dialysis, that his acid levels are normal. See, that he had a high elevated acidity in his blood. And they
I don't know.
they were,
but
well, your blood had
no, I know.
a
But
pH balance of alkaline and acid, and
Yeah.
it needs to be on a balance. Or
Did you used to teach science or something?
no, I knew
Yeah, we didn't even touch that. What grade did you teach? Fourth grade? Sorry.
No, I'm Dr. Google. I look everything up, and
I Google.
you know, I look up all the symptoms, and you know, try. I've told him more so than anybody else what's actually wrong with him.
Yeah.
You know.
I use. Have you ever heard of DuckDuckGo?
No.
Oh, it's a search engine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Sorry.
That's all right. And so they tell me he doesn't need dialysis. Good.
Because his blood was better.
His the acidity was normal. His potassium was coming down. And what was the other thing? And that, you know, he'd be off the ventilation in the morning. Now that all sounds wonderful to me.
Yeah. Good.
And I wrote it all down because I wanted to give that information to Tammy and Leroy.
Yep. Okay.
And I did.
Yep.
And, you know, visiting hours were from 1 to 8. I'm gonna go sit with him, blah, blah, blah. And and then I called the hospital at 10 too, around 10 a.m. And she said, yep, everything's okay. He's okay. But the doctors are making their rounds this morning.
Is this 10 a.m. Saturday or Sunday?
Saturday.
Saturday.
Oh, well, let me think.
Yeah. We saw you
He's at Mount Auburn. Yeah.
Yeah, so we saw you with the pizza.
You saw me Sunday.
So that's why.
Okay. No?
No, we see you Saturday. Now you're again now. Yeah, we saw you Saturday. So yes, so you're talking about. So basically, before we get to the 10 a.m. to assuming that was Sunday. So then you left.
No, 10 a.m. was Saturday before I left for the hospital.
Oh yeah, because there's Anna Jake's Friday, Mount Auburn Friday, Saturday, 10 a.m. Mount Auburn. Okay.
Right. So
Yep. So you haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I called this around 10 and they said that the doctors were making their rounds, you know, but he's okay. And she called back in an hour and I said, well, you know, in an hour I'll be driving there for visiting hours, so I'll talk to the doctors around. And somewhere between that amount of time, I guess, Leroy took proxy away and now they left in the dark.
Oh, son Leroy took proxy away. Okay, so he became the proxy guy. And then you left the hospital, came, talked to us. You've been in the dark since you talked to us. Okay.
Well, no, I'm not gonna say that. I texted little Leroy and he kept me informed, I suppose. And it just was all awful. It was all nothing that compared to what I thought I left
Yeah.
in a hospital.
I remember talking to you. It seemed like, because even when I was talking to you, you were like, why are you talking to me? He's going to be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got that vibe.
I mean, wouldn't you have heard that as good news? Things all doing what they should, not that your organs are shutting down.
Yeah, I wonder if, because obviously that day when we talked to the hospital, I got the vibe that it could take a turn for the worse. I don't know. I don't want to speak on the hospital's behalf. I wonder if it's your family. Nobody wants to go to someone and say, you know, especially because what if they're wrong and he pulls through and they're like, well, why did we say all this to her? You know, so I don't want to speak on their behalf. I'm making an assumption before I did that. Okay, so that's Saturday, and then who notified you that he passed away?
His son.
That's what it was. Okay, so Leroy has still talked to you. He hasn't been
Yes.
jamming you.
And I gave him the whole story. I texted him the whole thing, you know. It's the truth as I know it, and it can't change. I mean, I'm not making any facts or facts.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, and then it's Monday, so you got to. So on Sunday, did you go back to the hospital at all? He passed away Sunday night.
No.
Okay, so you were home Sunday, and then he passed away Sunday night. Okay, so is there anything then? And I know we just spent a lot of time talking about the timeline of 72, and then basically 72 hours after the incident. So we went on like 6 days. So I'm sure I missed something. Is there anything from Wednesday to basically now that I didn't ask you that you think I should know, or like an event that, like Wednesday, you're like, oh, I couldn't really remember what happened. Like, did anything pop into your head while you were talking about anything I didn't ask you during that whole time frame? No? Okay.
I don't know. Probably.
Yeah, I'm positive too. How are you doing right now with the news of Leroy, obviously?
I'm in shock.
Yeah.
Man was my world. And I think his family is shutting me out. And
what makes you think that?
I don't know, just.
So I know you said you talked to him.
I texted Tammy, you know, they're not replying, you know, they're not really. And little Leroy is still, you know, I'm confused. I told him I don't know what to do. And, you know, I need to have my grieving process too.
Yeah.
And
Oh yeah.
the man loved me.
Yes. Yeah.
I have his medical history that you could fill this room with.
Can you get, because I remember you saying Anna Jakes is like normal for him because of the pacemaker. So I'm interpreting his medical history as, I'm assuming he has a heart issue, he has a pacemaker. Is there anything else that's like you said bipolar, possible drug use, smoking, and a pacemaker, so his heart. Is there any other part of his body that you worry about?
All of it. I mean,
or like, I guess,
always.
you know, I think I misphrased that. Is there any other reason that he goes to the hospital? Like, how frequently does he go to the hospital to Anna Jakes? Is that like a once every 6 months?
He doesn't go to Anna Jakes. His heart doctor is in Newington.
Okay.
And he hates Anna Jakes.
Yeah.
I actually was saying to the ambulance guy, don't take him to Anna Jakes.
Okay. Is there a reason why he's gonna just not?
You go into alleges, you come out, you're dead.
Mm.
That's his history of the alleges.
Is he on any? I should have asked earlier. Any prescription medication for his heart?
Yeah, so I got a whole.
Do you know? Oh, so a lot of stuff. Do you know any of them off the top of your head? I know there's like.
I can throw the list.
How many would you say prescriptions he has? Like 10? Can you list them while you're doing that?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm looking. I put all his medicine in the, Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can list him. He takes some Mesprazole for his GERD, heartburn.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He had
All right. Well, it seems Court TV has decided to jump and go all the way to the beginning. So while I get this taken care of, we are going to head back to the Fitzsimmons and see what they decide to do as far as tomorrow is concerned. All right, give me 1 second. Let me refresh. Well, it seems we have a black screen. Y'all be patient. I'll get it pulled back up.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. We're back with record on the Kelsey Fitzsimmons matter. All defendant.
Okay, all right, so I guess let's start with the view. Mr. Bradle, is the defense still seeking a view?
Your Honor, I don't believe we're going to seek a view, just a contingent on, I just wanted to submit to the court and I hope I say this right, it's an agreed chalk of the upstairs, and we put in pen just which room is which.
Okay.
And we were going to just submit that as a chalk, Your Honor.
Okay, so as a chalk, so.
And I believe it's agreed.
In other words, Jesus, man, I'm tongue-tied. Is what you're saying that I shouldn't take these measurements for the truth or something? What is?
Traditionally using a chalk, the witness can talk about it and refer to it, and the court has it for whatever Your Honor's weight you want to give it as the fact finder. And I think what we're saying is that we all trust the court to take it for what it is, which is and I'll tell you a little bit about what it is, Judge. It's an MLS listing, and on the bottom it says the statement on the bottom is part of the exhibit, and you can take it for what you will.
Okay, Commonwealth What's your position on this?
That's fine, with the caveat, small writing at the bottom.
Small writing, you're talking about these square footages?
No, I'm not talking about at the bottom, the text on the bottom of the, bottom line.
This
Not
is-
in the diagram itself, below.
Yeah, the floor plan created by?
Yes, we keep reading that.
Okay, I see. Measurements deemed highly reliable but not guaranteed. All right. So why don't we just strike that? And oh, you like that? Oh.
And then if convenient readings in it, I have no problem with it.
Okay, you like that. And I apologize. I'm losing steam. So I just all right. So you want to keep that in? We'll just mark it as a chalk. So why don't we do this? And you want the version that says baby's room, KFC room?
Yes, please.
Okay. Why don't we mark it for ID at least, and then I'll use it. But this is helpful. And I frankly, I think it's more helpful than a view because from my understanding from speaking to you folks at Sidebar, that room is going to look nothing like it did.
We agree with
The bedroom. So
we're gonna waive the view motion, Judge, and I appreciate all your consideration you gave it, and we're gonna rest.
okay. So let Mr.
H somewhere.
All right. So Mr. Royan, that's Exhibit H is the floor plan chalk. And I'm gonna deem the motion for view withdrawn.
Yes.
And the defense rests. Does the Commonwealth seek to present any rebuttal evidence? Okay, so the Commonwealth rests. Let's talk about, all right, so I'll take care of that.
Judge, if I may, just for the record, I
Sure.
renew my motion for required finding. Otherwise, if we get into this conference, I'll probably forget later. So
Okay.
I just want to do that now. Waiving argument, thank you.
And I'm sorry, what was the last part?
No argument, just
Okay.
relying on the paper again.
All right, so the oral motion for required finding at the close of all the evidence is denied.
Thank you.
All right, let's talk about let's conduct a charge conference, I guess. And I disseminated some proposed law related to the elements of assault by means of a dangerous weapon. And it's been marked as Exhibit C. If you folks had an opportunity to take a look at that. All right, so let's start with the Commonwealth. Any additions, subtractions, objections, et cetera, modifications?
No, not really. I just want, and I'm sure that Your Honor is aware, I don't necessarily see it in writing that an assault can be committed in either of two ways. I just wanted to be clear that the Commonwealth need only prove one of the other theories.
Yeah, so
I'm sure Your Honor.
I am, but your point is well taken. So what I tried to do is I tried to take my jury instruction and make it more applicable to here. But yes, I think we all agree that under the two different theories, the SJC actually said not to use the term theory. There are two different types of assaults. It can be either or. Surprisingly, I didn't realize that that wouldn't need to be unanimous by the jury. Okay, so other than that, that's duly noted. Defense, your view of the law of the case?
We're fine with this, Your Honor, and I do acknowledge that it's two theories and it can be proven either way.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
All right, that's great. So let's talk about tomorrow. Let's talk about closing arguments. So we'll reconvene in the morning and 30 minutes each side for closings. You think that should suffice?
That's plenty, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, fine, Your Honor.
All right, and I'm not going to have a buzzer or you're not gonna, like a trap door, you're not gonna fall through and end up in the basement somewhere, but I'll diplomatically and gently warn you when you're getting close, all right? All right, so while we're talking about closings, I want there to be some ground rules. And the main ground rule that I have for this trial is that there should be no gratuitous character assassination, okay? By anyone, either side. It's not helpful. This is a straightforward case. Did the Commonwealth prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an assault with a dangerous weapon? The stuff that happened before and after even, not to be cold, callous, and uncaring, are not before me. And it's just not helpful to have either side throw in gratuitous comments about someone's character. Obviously, you'll argue credibility, believability, and but I expect you to stay within the bounds of what would be expected at any trial. After the closings, you'll just meet. We'll stay on the record, and you folks will just note your contentment with the exhibits. I think, is there 100 of them?
Let me see, 98.
98. Okay, so 98 the 98 exhibits will come up along with. You'll send up as well, Mr. Bruin, Exhibit C, which is the law, and Exhibit H, which is the floor plan. So they'll be just like in a jury trial. After you folks have noted your contentment, our court officer will bring it up to me, them up to me, and I will deliberate. I have no idea how long or short of a period of time that it will take me. What my plan would be is, so let's say that I begin deliberations at 10:30. What I likely would tell you at that point is, let's plan on reconvening at 2 tomorrow afternoon, and then I will let Mr. Ruane know if that target is going to be successful or not. I obviously am going to take as much time as I need to reach a verdict. So it may be Friday morning or something. So you folks should make yourselves available. As I said, I intend to announce my verdict here in open court and give some explanation as to why I reached the verdict that I reached. Okay. Anything else? Let's see if there's anything else in my.
No, thank you.
Defense?
What time did you want to reconvene in the morning?
I'd like to start at 9 and.
Sure.
Is that doable for everyone? Okay. Oh, and I also meant to, this may be obvious, but so the sequestration order is done now, is vacated. Okay. So
Thank you. We're going to ask
folks that were subject to the sequestration order are no longer subject to it, can come in and watch the closings or et cetera. All right. All right. Thank you. We'll stay in recess.
All right. Which stands in recess tomorrow, 9 a.m.
Take your way out.
All right, we surprisingly got a little surprise. The defense has rested and they have decided that they are going to waive the viewing of the scene. So tomorrow morning, it looks like we will get closing statements. So let us get you over to the Judy Church. I have gotten it back up. Looks like we had some gremlins earlier. It gave us a black screen, but we are good to go now.
And just as a reminder to everybody, after the Church trial, we will still be covering the complete day of, I believe it's day 4 today, if I got my count right. Trouble in Paradise, Hawaii versus Koenig trial. So please stay with us.
Yeah, sorry, I'm looking, I put all his medicine in the, Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can list him. He takes some methprozole for, his GERD, heartburn.
Okay, yeah.
He had, no, I won't be able to, atorvastatin he takes, lisinopril, carvedilol, if I'm saying it right. I give him a baby aspirin. And he has gabapentin. He doesn't take it all the time. One of his legs get restless.
Okay.
And I think that's it.
Okay. Did you check those pills like recently? Had he been taking them regularly?
Yeah.
Was there a chance he took too many, like the wrong day?
No, he took, yeah.
Okay. But he didn't double up by accident?
Yeah.
Like Saturday, Sunday?
I don't think even if he did, I took some in the morning and forgot, took some at night, I don't think there's anything in there that's gonna
you have
really.
to take a lot. I guess on that topic, I know we had suicidal ideations, thoughts, statements, attempts, nothing like that.
No.
He seems like a happy-go-lucky guy based on how you describe him. Kind of goes to the beat of his own drum, but
he was happy.
Happy overall. Okay. Do you have any other questions about some of that timeline? Other than the orange soda. See, I'm wondering if something he took could have caused this, like the Percocets. Did you look around for that canister at all?
No.
Since after?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, we were saying we would.
I haven't even touched that one.
Okay. Any other food, drink that could have I guess allergies? Something like that. What would cause them to?
He didn't have allergies.
All right. Because I did listen to that throwing up at all.
He said that he wanted to throw up that morning.
When did he say
Thank
that?
you for saying that, because it just, I think about it and, he said he wanted to throw up and he would cough and, some spittle would come out on the floor. This is when he's, stumbling around.
Okay. So I did listen to the 911 tape, and I actually did hear you say you don't take them to Antijakes. But and when they were trying to, I don't think they.
I don't think they have a choice, really.
Yeah, I think kind of the closest. You did say you thought he ingested something. So what made you think he ingested something?
Because I don't have a conversation that seems normal at 4 and to he's legless.
All of a sudden, yeah. So just kind of that was kind of the common sense.
Something.
Like,
and that I had seen it before back in 2019.
Okay. Do you have any other questions about that timeline? Is there anything that popped into your head, like he just said throw up? Like, is there anything that popped in your head while we were talking?
No.
So anything earlier in the week, was he vomiting? Was he nauseous at all, leading up to that?
No.
Or you had said the other day he was leaning against the wall to catch his breath while he was working.
Oh yeah, he felt
get dizzy.
Dizzy. Mm-hmm.
And how long was this happening? Was it just Thursday?
No.
Every
Yeah, he'd be dizzy a lot, and I thought he was anemic, and I started, cook him up some red meat.
Yeah.
He complained about a month ago about the urine.
Mhm.
And I told him he gotta drink more water. Oh, that's another thing I did. I gave him water. I took him a sip of water. I said, "You're dehydrated." I was thinking his behavior he might be presenting as dehydrated. I took a sip and just, I don't want any more of that.
Well, he was on the floor or in the bathroom or
No, in the bed.
in bed. Before or after the fall?
Before.
Before the fall. Okay. Oh yeah. See, that's why we ask questions. I keep thinking of things. You mentioned carbon monoxide. In the
Well, that is what happens when your body expels that the carbon monoxide caused from the acid in your body. So it's elevated. That's what part of that whole.
Is that what they said at Anna Jake's?
Mm-hmm.
Body might have a higher.
Yeah.
Oh, so
Not that carbon monoxide was the cause, but anything was worth looking into. I even told little Leroy last night, he kept saying there's an unknown toxin in his blood. And he said it wasn't Perks, it wasn't Coke, it wasn't, I don't know, whatever else it could have been. And it's an unknown. And I guess everybody wants to know what the unknown is, and so don't I. And then I said, well, he cleaned out the basement and he crawled up onto the cottage. There was obviously evidence of critters. And maybe because I've heard, rat poop, you smell it, you can die.
nasty stuff.
And so I mentioned that. I mean, that could have been it. And he got back to me and he said, no, the doctors, he's already gone, his brain dead.
When was he cleaning out the basement area you showed us?
Mm-hmm.
What day was that?
Thursday,
the day before. He was cleaning out the basement area.
Mm-hmm.
And then you were thinking that, so the doctor told you about carbon monoxide, is that why?
Right. Well, I think I Googled it and I said, what is he expelling? That's why he says that told me that was another good thing, that his body's expelling the carbon monoxide.
So that's
caused from the acid in his pH.
That's why you thought possibly the basement if it had.
Yeah.
But you and your son never felt like any effects of anything.
No.
Do you still think that could be a thing? That like the basement could have carbon monoxide?
I'm certainly looking into it and
okay.
I'm calling
There's
it.
a little room is right above that too, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
And so, and then I thought in the back room there in the ceiling, there's mold. I said, maybe it's mold. And I'm throwing out there at every possible.
It's all stuff you breathe in, so.
Right.
When he told you he fell a couple times, what was your reaction? Were you surprised by that?
Yeah, I was actually.
Did you
explain it? I asked him if he was okay. Well, that's really, he made it to the bedroom.
When he said I fell, what do you picture in your head? Like just standing up and wiping
Stumbling.
Or like kind of like unsteady?
I didn't hear it, so it couldn't have been like a big, like the noise created when he was around the room.
Sorry. I was listening. What you just said?
Just about him stumbling and falling.
Okay, sorry.
So I was like rat poop.
Rat poop, yeah.
You're just clutching at straws to think.
Like, yeah, I mean, I've heard of actually pigeon feces. You can get it's something in your lungs. It's I know a firefighter that it happened to. It can cause some like disease over the term. Okay. All right. So, do you have anything else on the timeline? No. Once again, anything that's like because things are popping in.
Well, as they do pop up, I will, definitely call you.
But so I'll let you know too. Kind of extension on here. No, it's not. Okay, so I do know, so obviously we've been doing our he's been on it since Friday. I was notified Saturday. Death investigations, what we do. But we have been able to talk to the hospital and we had preliminary results of what that toxin could be. And AntiFreeze was detected in his system. So that's what the preliminary results are. They need to wait till the official lab results come back. But we talked to the doctor. That's what is preliminarily determined to be in his blood. So that's why I was asking you about like suicide, things like that. Trying to figure out like how that could have got in his blood.
I don't even know if we had antifreeze at the house.
Okay.
Sometimes cleaners, windshield washer fluid.
True. Yeah. Sorry. I think I interpreted like like it's a preliminary test result. It's not like the lab result came back and said antifreeze, just preliminary. So take it with a grain of salt when I say antifreeze, but something like I guess like maybe like a cleaner or a toxin or something.
So you're thinking he drank this himself?
Homemade alcohol.
I'm trying to figure out how he could have
like moonshine, stuff like something like that.
Like you said, he had I don't know. I don't want to. It's your loved one, so I don't want to ever imply anything. But you said you saw him drinking orange soda in the morning, and I'm just thinking. I have to have an open mind as a detective, so I'm just thinking, well, he was drinking something in the morning. Could that have been in there? And I'm not implying your loved one was suicidal. I'm not saying that. I'm just trying to. That's why I kind of danced around it. But I'm trying to piece together how. I'll say at least a liquid toxin, maybe not antifreeze, you don't officially know what it is, how that could have got in his blood. Like, could you ever see him, I guess, doing that? Would that even make sense?
No.
No, okay. Does he drink his orange soda? Like, is it something where he's
right
like
out of a can.
popping a can, so it's not like it could have been he...
Right out of the can.
Oh, okay. So the soda's out of the pitcher. And you didn't drink, because I'm assuming if that's what it is and it got in the, you had to have drank it. I'm assuming you don't eat, unless you drink it direct from like the bottle. But you said you don't even have antifreeze in the house, or something of that nature. I'm not like an expert.
I'm not an expert on toxins either, but things would be under the sink.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be things out in the back. He likes to fix bicycles.
Yeah.
But I don't know if there's any toxins in that.
And you kind of now me telling you what I know, like you don't see him doing that.
No,
okay.
No, not ever. He kind of likes himself, he's he's a private man, he's a proud man.
Yeah.
Likes his world to be his own world, and not fodder for the rumor mills.
Okay.
So just knowing that about him, it would be just total opposite.
Of what he would
To
do.
drink
To just like do something like that.
Right.
Okay, because
But then he said to me, I'm gonna die. Which is fun, which is odd. Like I said, he usually says, you're killing me. You laugh about it.
Do you know what he drank out of that morning? Does he pour it in a cup or anything? Or like there could be
No, the can's still sitting in the little rack there. Or a can of orange soda, I'm assuming.
What do you mean by like a little rack?
Well, he puts up a little thing so you can, like
a shelf.
It's like a.
Is it in his like bedroom area, the kitchen?
In the back room.
In the back room, he has a little rack.
Right.
And he put his orange soda there. Okay, and that's in a can. So, I don't want to imply that he did anything to himself, but I'm just trying to like
for mistake.
Yeah.
It could have been something leaked on something.
But even if there's not antifreeze even in the house, so it's like, could he have any in his truck?
And he could have cleaned out the van that day.
But you keep saying the van. There's a trailer in front of the house.
Yes, and his black truck.
So where's the van?
Right in the driveway.
And when I'm looking at the house from the street, is the driveway left or right?
From the street? Right.
Right, okay, so there's a van there. I didn't know that was your parking area. Okay. Okay, so we've also been told that Leroy in the past has thought that he's been being poisoned by somebody. and he doesn't feel good, and it's been an issue. So we're trying to piece together how he feels that way, and then he has what they determine to be antifreeze in his system.
Okay. I don't know how this antifreeze in his system.
Okay.
I make him coffee fraps. And yeah, he's a bad boy, you know, he cheats on me and stuff.
Yeah.
And one day I bring him this frap and he says, "You're not trying to poison me, are you?" You know, I laughed, took a sip of it myself.
Yeah.
You know, but it was kind of an ongoing joke between us. And
when was that?
I don't know, a year, 2 years ago.
Oh, so he's been going with this joke for a while then.
Yeah, okay. I mean, just us fooling around that.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Like right that Wednesday we watched a lot of true crime because now that's popping into my head.
Yeah.
He says when I get to Florida, I think I'll become a serial killer.
Okay.
And so I just keep looking at him, you know, like, you know, but you wouldn't kill me.
Yeah.
You know? And you know, he just had this look in his face, like, you know, yeah, I'm gonna become a serial killer. He met Eileen Warnos.
I don't know.
She killed men down in Florida.
Oh.
And because he was homeless down there way back when. And she told him, "You're a good kid, get out of here, you don't belong here." Except killing.
Really?
Yeah.
Eileen who?
Warnos.
Warnos? She a serial killer?
She was assassinated. Well, I mean, not executed, electrocuted.
Oh, so she was back.
She was a serial killer, and she got the death sentence. So anyway, so it was a story on TV, and he just gets this idea in his head.
Yeah, so
You know,
maybe
but we, you know, and I look at him like, and he'd just be, everyone, you know, I'd be watching TV, and every time I look over, he'd be staring at me, you know, giving me a look like.
What channel does he watch true crime on?
I think it's called True Crime.
Is that the channel? Oh, okay. I use like Netflix, so I'll be honest, I don't really watch TV anymore. So there's a channel called True Crime, and he watches true crime.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like true crime?
Once in a while I watch them. I call them the murder shows. You watching the murder shows?
Do you relate more to detectives or to the serial killers like he does?
I don't want to know anything about the serial killer. I like the process.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, because that was surprising you said he relates to the serial killer. I feel like most people watch it to like see what the detectives do and the legal bit, how they solve the crime, as opposed to I guess having the opposite thing. So I'm just trying to piece it together. If the test results do come back that it is antifreeze, is there any enemies of Leroy? Is there anyone that you could see doing this? Anyone that would have the ability to do it?
Well, there's Barbara. She's batshit crazy.
Okay. Would she have like the motive or drive to do that? Like,
Yeah, because he leaves, you know, he comes back to me. He always comes home to me. I don't talk to her. I don't want to see her. I don't even want to bump into her. She's just evil incarnate.
Evil in what?
Incarnate.
Oh, incarnate. Okay.
She's just presents. She's, you know, she has all her little minions that do things for her. And I'm like, what? Doesn't anybody have their own brain? You know, can't they think for themselves? And I'm not just saying that because I hate her. I know there's all kinds of drugs being sold in and out of that house.
Could you see her, I guess, you know, I know you love Leroy.
Mm-hmm.
So did she like love him, or was she just kind of like he was like a side piece to her, and like you could see?
No, I think she loved him too.
Okay.
If evil can love.
Yeah. What did she think about Florida? You know, like, did Leroy talk about her?
And she just
Like, you guys are going to be moving down there.
Yeah.
But did he ever talk about her in
No.
regards to Florida? Like,
No,
I'll
no.
never see her again. I don't care.
Yeah, he would say things like that to me. You know, I gotta get out of here, he kept saying, I gotta get out of here.
Did, but you never mentioned how she felt about it to you? Because obviously, you wouldn't be around her anymore. You know, you say that
Right.
she's pissed off. Like,
Right.
did he ever say that he told her?
I guess I can't really answer the question, I don't know.
Not sure. You never know. Speculate. But you never said
You
it
know,
to you.
let's put it this way, at her house, I'm probably the CUNT bird.
Yeah.
And at my house, she's the CUNT bird,
Yeah.
so.
Does he kind of not bring her up around you?
Yeah, he will every once in a while, and mostly it's because she's, you know, as dumb as a bag of rocks. You know, thinks she knows everything, thinks she's, knows, Leroy's father and Leroy's father issues, and, you know, these people are past dead before he even met this woman. And how do you know these things? And, but she was very manipulative, and she'd do anything to have him back.
So you could see her being capable of.
I'd be the one being poisoned, you know what I'm saying?
So would you not see her being capable of doing something to this to Leroy? I know you said maybe to you, but could you see her doing that to Leroy?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And so if we found antifreeze in your house,
Okay.
right? What would you say if we found your fingerprints on the antifreeze?
It wouldn't be.
It wouldn't be. Okay.
Nope. Unless I bought it, but I don't even remember buying antifreeze.
Right.
Anyway,
If you
you need
did, what-
antifreeze for?
It's your car.
Is it your, in the radiator?
Yeah,
Keep things from freezing?
Yeah, we live in New England. It's November.
I mean,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah, and
all right.
it prevents freezing.
Well, usually that, you know, if I get an oil change, don't they do stuff like that?
Okay, so it wouldn't be
So I-
antifreeze in your house. Your
No.
fingerprints wouldn't be on the antifreeze.
Motor oil bottles, any of that,
That's
not
more
my-
like Leroy buys that type of stuff.
Mhm.
These are hypothetical
Okay,
questions.
yes.
I'm not saying I have your fingerprints on an antifreeze bottle in your house. I'm not saying, I'm sitting here.
Right.
I've been in your house today for like 30 seconds. I'm
Right,
not saying
just like you wouldn't find,
Yeah.
you
Yep.
know, his fingerprints on a pot or a pan.
Yeah. All right. So these are just hypothetical questions that I'm asking. Can you understand like where we're coming from? Like obviously why we have to ask these questions. I understand it's uncomfortable. You know.
I want answers.
Yes.
I'm
And
just.
the family wants answers. You know, everybody wants answers, and like I said, I know it's preliminary test results of some toxin. So who knows? But until the final results come back, I mean, it
Take
could.
the can of orange that's still sitting, I haven't touched that.
Yeah.
I stand there saying, I know I gotta look for that little container, but
Do you have any questions for me right now?
You prepared food, did you put anything in it?
did I put
Did you
anything?
put any poison in his
No.
food or drinks?
No, we
So
didn't.
you tell me you did not poison him?
I did not poison him. I loved him. I wouldn't harm a hair on that man's head.
You weren't upset that he's bouncing back and forth between you and Barbara?
It upsets me, but, you know, he comes home to me. He loves me. We have the future, the plan.
Has he ever been sick before, like, just not feeling good
No.
around you?
No, he's usually,
You have to take care of him at all?
well, you know, rub his back hurting.
When was that? Like, what was that?
If he asked me to rub his back,
I know, but
How would I
can you
take
think
care
of a
of him?
specific, like, example?
No, we just. Ask your question
Have you ever had
again.
to, like, take care, like, he's feeling sick or ill?
I take care of him.
I know, like, when has that happened?
He's never ill. He's hardly ever ill.
Okay.
I've never heard the man throw up in my life.
Is there any reason why Leroy's family would say that you were poisoning him? Because I know you mentioned you went right to the coffee drink, or no, is it a milkshake? Is it ice cream or something?
Coffee, ice cream, you know, milkshake. Frap.
Coffee, ice cream, frap. So
I said
Why
that
would
to
it- why
Tammy
would
the
it?
other day, just the other day, and that's why they got it in their head. It was a joke
okay,
between Leroy and I. You
okay.
know, he's always saying, you know, they know how much I love them.
Yep.
So,
I have to ask the questions.
Because that's fresh in her mind. I've done something.
Did you tell her that on the phone or like text or talk? You talked to her in person? Well, not in person.
I was talking.
Okay, so you think that got in her head? Because did you tell her that? When did you tell her that? What date was that?
Thursday.
Was that Friday?
Friday.
But he was already in the hospital?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And then was that Friday morning, afternoon, night?
Well, it was when I got home, because I didn't tell anybody anything. It's probably what Leroy would have wanted me to do until I had some answers.
Yeah, get the facts.
And so I got home around 6:30. They intubated him around 6. I never knew, it's not like on TV, they stick a hose down your throat. They actually stop you from breathing.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
They give you a medicine. And I was in the room and I heard them talking, you know, give him 100 or 125. And they said because of his size, give him 125. I didn't know what they were talking about. And the nurse said, and you know, this whole tray of stuff in preparation. And when I heard that his heart, they stop your heart, I just went whoop in a full-blown panic attack. And I had to leave and I went out to the waiting room. I left my bag there. So I had to call, can somebody just bring me my bag so I can go home?
So you think then Tammy just has it in her head because of the joke. How did that conversation come up? So obviously I'm gonna ask Tammy about that. How did that conversation come up with Tim and what brought you to mention the coffee frat?
I don't know. I know there was something, but I don't know.
Okay.
I think we were just talking in general.
Were you talking about, well, actually, it must have been, no, because was it, did you say you told the family later that day because you wanted to wait to get the facts? You must have told it, that night. So was that then like your first phone call to Tammy? Like, hey, Leroy's in the hospital, blah, 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 talking about all this stuff.
Right.
Assuming you talked for a while. Not like, I'm sure that wasn't like a quick
No, we talked
1 minute phone call.
We talked quite a bit, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then the coffee milkshake comes up. That's in her head now. Yeah.
But we did. I know there was a reason.
Yeah, it had to have been some reason. Was she trying to figure out, was she asking the questions like we asked, like, did he eat something, did he drink something, did he take drugs? Like, because I'm assuming, if that was me, I would have a million questions.
I don't remember the conversation. Okay. I do remember saying that to her though. So that's in her head. But surely, I can't think that's true.
Okay.
Absolutely not. Okay. Absolutely not. I've done everything for that man in the name of love. Everything. To want him dead? Yeah. No. Never.
Why would Leroy be telling his family that you're poisoning him? I know you kind of said it's the true crime.
Because he's a little fucking pissant liar, is what he is.
Does his brain kind of, like, you kind of implied at the shows?
He thinks he's a genius and he talks like a dope.
Okay, so you think he's basically just fabricating that?
Yes, he's fabricating because he wants answers. And
no, sorry, Leroy Senior.
Oh my!
Sorry, yes.
Oh God, no.
Sorry, no, time out. Sorry, let me back up. There's two Leroys.
Yes, I know.
Completely understand the case. Because when you were answering that, I was surprised.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry, so Leroy, I'll say Senior. Why would he tell his family that he thinks you're poisoning him?
I don't know. I don't know the context of the conversation. It could be. And he said me, that I was?
Yes.
I can't answer that. I can't even tell you why he would say something like that.
Okay. I know he told his family that when he's at your place and when he leaves, he feels better when he leaves, and he thinks that you're poisoning him with the coffee milkshakes. He's told his family members that. I'm asking why Leroy Senior would say that, not Leroy Junior.
I don't know.
Because I'll be honest with you, I've spoken to Tammy, I've spoken to Bill, I've spoken to Leroy, I've spoken to Mike Hawkins. Obviously I've spoken to you. I haven't spoken to Barbara yet, but I've been working this ever since I got the call. And what if I told you that right now we are doing the search warrant on your house, like I told you in the lobby, and there is antifreeze in your kitchen?
I don't know anything about it. You won't find the fingerprints on it.
Do you know why there'd be antifreeze in your kitchen?
Do I know why there would be? No.
Because I know with me, I usually, like I have gasoline for my lawnmower, I leave it in the shed though.
I don't know. I don't know why Leroy would say that.
He told it to Michael Hawkins, and then the sister, Tammy, is also aware of it.
Yeah. If you're looking to me to be the bad guy, you know, they're putting the blame on me and they're just gonna focus on me and it isn't me. I
Do you
don't
think
know.
there's antifreeze in his system?
I don't know. No, why would I? Why would he drink it? As I told you, the man loves himself. I don't know what else to say. I really don't. That floors me.
Have you ever seen antifreeze in the kitchen before? If we just found, and this isn't an if, we just found antifreeze in your kitchen. So have you ever seen antifreeze in your kitchen? So you weren't aware that it was that it was there.
No.
Is it typical to keep those types of items in the kitchen?
I wouldn't put antifreeze in the kitchen.
Did Leroy put any, did he store anything in the kitchen?
You saw my kitchen, correct?
No, I did,
It's
yeah.
a mess, and where things are being put, you know, could be willy-nilly at this point. But I don't even know what a bottle of antifreeze looks like, first of all.
Okay.
I would never store it under my sink where I put my, you know, regular cleaning utensils and rags and things. It wouldn't be my choice, so.
When you make the coffee shakes for him, how are they blended?
On a ninja machine?
If we took the ninja machine and tested it, would there be antifreeze in it?
No.
Okay. What about the dish towels? If we tested those, would that have antifreeze on them?
No.
From washing the dishes or anything?
Antifreeze? Oh, no.
Yeah, like
no.
you clean something and then it transfers on to the dish towels when you test it and it comes back.
No. Shouldn't be.
Can you understand the questions I'm asking?
Yes,
from
I am.
my point of view.
I understand.
As somebody who doesn't know you and Leroy through a hole in the wall.
Right.
I just met you on Saturday.
Right.
And like I said, you know, my job is to facts are facts. And I talk to everyone. I know you said the family wants to pin it on you and just make you the bad guy. That's not how I do my job. I don't just look for the easy out. I leave no stone unturned. I look everywhere. And then whatever the facts are, the facts, essentially. Do you have any questions for him?
How do you usually make one of his fraps? What goes into it?
Just coffee ice cream, milk, and coffee syrup.
Coffee syrup. So you don't buy like coffee ice cream? It's just
Coffee ice cream.
Oh, and there's extra coffee syrup that goes in. What kind of coffee syrup do you usually use? Is it?
It begins with an A. It's a big bar. It's on the counter.
You buy it just from the supermarket, Walmart, something?
Market Basket.
Market Basket. What channel do they sell that in? Is it with like the dessert stuff?
No, I think it's like where syrup is. Like
maple syrup?
Maple syrup.
Okay. Or like chocolate syrup and like strawberry, like chocolate milk stuff? Okay.
So with your phone, we are gonna search it, that was in the warrant, so are we gonna find anything about search histories on AntiFreeze or messages about AntiFreeze, and why would those be there?
No.
No. Can we have your passcode for your phone?
Mm-hmm.
What's your passcode?
5896.
You know Leroy's password for his phone?
No,
Did he use, was it numbers or did he use like a design?
I don't know. He was very private about his phone because obviously,
When you said you Google a lot, is that on your phone or do you have a laptop?
on my phone.
On your phone
Do you have like an iPad or like a tablet, just the phone? Do you have a Gmail account?
Mm-hmm.
What's your email?
Church Judy 99 at gmail.com.
Is there any relevance to 99?
No, it was just a number that popped up. No.
So just, Leroy was with you for a few days before Friday.
Mm-hmm.
Something happens, he goes to the hospital, they find AntiFreeze in it.
Mm-hmm.
It had to get there somehow. So how did it get there?
I don't know.
Do you think when we test his drinking containers that we will detect AntiFreeze in it?
Maybe if you're telling me he ingested it,
Saying preliminarily.
but my hands will not be on that can.
Okay.
Well, actually, because I put them in the fridge.
Yes.
Do you recognize this?
Yeah.
What is it?
Just one of my notebooks.
Is it like a diary or?
Yeah, it's got a lot of things on it. A mixture of things.
How are you like coping with him leaving and going to Barbara's? Does that drive you crazy? Do you get upset when he goes? So say he goes for.
Yes, I get upset. Of course I get upset, but I don't do anything about it. He comes home and, he has little ways of making it up to me and everything's fine again. We're happy and laughing and no, I don't.
The time now is 5:36. I'm going to end the interview. Okay. I have my card on here, which I didn't have the other day. My extension is 5013.
Okay.
Obviously, we'll give you a ride back to your house. I'm not trying to attack you. We have other people we need to talk to, but it's just, part of the job, I guess. Can you coordinate a ride for her back? Absolutely.
It's just incredible timing. Once again.
Judge, the only thing that I have, we can.
Do you have additional witnesses for today?
Well, I do not have any additional witnesses for today. I did want to read a couple of things from those two notebooks that got mentioned right at the end of the interview.
Did you say you do or do not have additional witnesses?
No, I do not. I'm sorry.
Oh, so the witnesses have finished for today?
Yeah, as we discussed yesterday, the medical examiner is the remaining witness.
That I was aware of. I just didn't know if we had completed the rest of the witnesses.
Yep. So the only thing that I wanted to do today was to read a couple of excerpts from the notebooks that were just mentioned in the video. I can do it in the morning or I can do it right now. Take about 3 minutes.
Why don't we just do that in the morning? We have plenty of time tomorrow. But let me just see counsel actually just about scheduling generally at sidebar so I can give the jury a sense of what tomorrow will look like. Because it looks like you're going home now or going wherever it is you go when you leave here. Use of the whole day again because there's a couple of defense witnesses who are likely to be called who are not available tomorrow, not available until Friday. The way things stand is there is some prospect of us going to closing arguments on Friday. That is, all the evidence having been completed. I expect all the evidence will be completed by sometime Friday. Depending on when that occurs, determines whether we have time and it's appropriate to continue the closings and jury instructions, because those have to come together. I don't like to separate them, or whether we have to do that on Monday morning. So that's a little bit up in the air right now. But I will see how tomorrow goes. It's possible we'll push into the afternoon depending on how lengthy the witnesses are. But knowing that we've got the medical examiner and then 2 defense witnesses, I won't be surprised if it's much like a day like today where you're going at this hour. I know this is so uncertain that it doesn't really help you plan in your daily lives as to what you can do. And I'm sorry for that. We're doing the very best we can. If that is frustrating to you, please don't take it out on the parties or the lawyers who represent them. Although nothing's ever really my fault. Direct your frustration at me. I can take it, truly. And I say that in all sincerity. Direct your frustration at me and not at the other folks in this room. So with that, jurors, until we see each other tomorrow morning, please don't discuss the substance of this case with anyone, including, among yourselves. And please don't allow yourselves to see, read, hear, overhear anything from any outside source about this case. And who knows, maybe tomorrow morning will be the first day I don't greet you with a hacking cough. I'm going to be optimistic about that. See you tomorrow morning, folks.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Judge on the floor.
Yeah, so after
We'll stay in session for just a moment. Mr. Scully, you said there was a logistics issue?
Yes. So our one of our witnesses tomorrow is one of the not Zoom but court closed camera Zoom type of appearances, virtual appearance.
Yes.
And so we would like, if possible, to do a quick dry run with him. He has to download software. I know he was having a little trouble with that, and get it up and running so that tomorrow runs smoothly.
Okay.
And I don't know, we had talked to him about trying to make that happen at the lunch break, but don't want to impose on courtroom staff. So we were wondering if we could maybe try at 2:00 for us to come back in and get this hooked up and get him on, just so that we can make sure we're ready to go tomorrow.
All right. Well, let me check with the boss. Mr. Draper, is that at 2:00 or
Well,
2:50?
2:05, whenever, an hour from when.
Yeah. I give a full, whenever we recess, I give a full hour. So
I appreciate that.
So let's say 2:15, Ms. Draper, would that be acceptable?
Perfect. And thank you, Mr. Draper. I appreciate it.
All right. When folks get a chance, do read over the jury instructions. They are the standard model jury instructions, but we'll have to have a charge conference, and maybe we can do that sometime tomorrow after the evidence for tomorrow is ended.
The only one that I didn't see in there as a preliminary thought was a full Bowden instruction.
So you will have a request for a Bowden instruction.
Yes.
It's instruction I almost never give. It's not actually a favored instruction because it's viewed as perhaps putting a hand on the scale a little bit. There are certain unique circumstances where it's appropriate, usually not, even when a Bowden defense is being vigorously pursued, but I will give it some thought.
Thank you very much, Sean.
But there's no instruction in there for example, involuntary manslaughter, and I haven't seen a basis or any, and my supposition is nobody's looking for that. Is that correct, Commonwealth?
Yeah, I don't see any basis in the evidence.
And Mr.
We will revisit that, but as of right now, that's correct.
All right. That's fine. All right. Mr. Narkunis.
I've just been informed, Judge, by Ms. Morrissey that our witness needs to come in the morning tomorrow, Mr. Crouch.
Okay. You mean to do the logistics?
Yeah.
All right. We will try. Let's see if we can try to do that at it depends on Ms. Draper's availability, but is he available to try to do the dry run in the 8:45 range?
So I think there's been a little mix up. We would still like to do the dry run at 2:15.
Oh, this is I'm sorry.
Yes. And
your witness is only available. The live witness is only available to be taken out of order. Is that what you're telling me?
It is. It's the witness, Judge. The
I'm
video
sorry?
Witness. It's Mr. Crouch who would be the video witness. The one, we're going to try and set it up today, but he is only available. My understanding is tomorrow morning.
Oh, so to do the actual video testimony.
Yes.
You're requesting for him to be taken out of order before the medical examiner.
Yes.
This could be a
Yes,
problem
yeah,
because I think we've been we've been working around this medical examiner's availability. So that's a problem, I presume. I don't expect, is this the math witness or somebody?
Yes. Yep.
I don't imagine his testimony is going to be very lengthy.
Correct.
But I also don't know what the situation is it Dr. Atkinson?
Atkinson, Judge, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've essentially really worked to get him so he can come in, get out of here. So we're going to ask that he go on at 9 o'clock. And I can't imagine he's more than an hour. So I think that's plenty of time to do that.
I think we have to honor that. Normally, I would strong arm the Commonwealth about any witness to take an otherwise unavailable witness out of order. But here, I wanted the doctor here today, and they made their efforts to do that. And when we couldn't guarantee, as it turns out, I think we could have. We just didn't know that. But we couldn't guarantee that he would be on and off the stand today. The compromise was first thing tomorrow morning. And given their schedules, I don't want to mess with that. So let's see what we can work out with Mr. Crouch, is that his name?
Crouch, CR.
Okay. All right. And we'll do the very best we can, but I'm certainly hopeful that he'll still be available and we'll be able to do that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Court call, Raz.
He doesn't need him. Yeah, thank you.
All right, everyone. We just want to say thank you for joining us today in the Judy Church and Kelsey Fitzsimmons trials and their trial coverage. We've had a very busy day today between the two trials. We got a little bit of shocking news. The defense pulled their motion to view the scene, and the defense and the Commonwealth both have rested. They did that both today. Each side has been given 30 minutes for their closings for tomorrow morning. The judge did crack some jokes and say that, he's not going to have a trap door if they go over that time limit, but he wants to keep them right at around 30 minutes for their closings. Both the Commonwealth and the defense seem to think that would give them plenty of time to make their closings. So we will hear that in the morning. Looks like the judge will then get the case to deliberate. And although he said he's not going to come, to a rush, and he says he's going to take his time, which, in my opinion, he has been very fair. He has kept good control over his courtroom. And I don't see him being biased. Again, that's my opinion. And he anticipated possibly having a verdict on Friday. So it looks like that trial, if that timeline stays, looks like we'll be coming to an end by the end of the week. In the Church case, we've heard more testimony from the prosecution. We have listened to the ending of the interview, of the police interview that they did. It looks like we're going to be hearing some more testimony tomorrow. Looks like that case may be coming closer to getting into the defense's hands. And we will start to hear from some defense witnesses. Again, we just want to thank you for joining us. Keep in mind, this is kind of our day coverage for trials. June and I will be coming on in just a few minutes to run the Hawaii trial, the Hawaii versus Dr. Koenig. We will be starting that one. We do have our giveaway, though, that we need to do. June, I heard your microphone go live. Do you have anything you want to add before we do this?
No, you pretty much said it all. Unless Ada can do it, we cannot teleport today. to the other trial. So when this live ends, please come and join us in the Hawaii trial for day 4. Thank you.
All right, I am going to actually pull up the giveaway and we will go ahead and do that. For anybody who has not, if you would like to be considered, we need you to put I liked and I shared so the tool can pick it up in all caps. And I will give you guys just a couple of seconds for anybody who may not have been able to. I liked and I shared.
And if you subbed today, first of all, thank you for supporting the channel. And also in all caps, type in I sub, ISUB.
Thank you, June. I did forget to include those.
That's why we have teamwork.
Yes, teamwork makes the dream work. Do we want to play some music here? Let me see if I can get us some music that doesn't blow our eardrums. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Oh, look at there. Nate Dog, you got another entry. Do we want to draw again, June? We've got 5 entries. We had 6.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do one more.
Okay.
And Nate Dogg is one of our newest members, too. K-Swan.
K-Swan. Awesome.
She's
All right,
way
let me.
too lucky.
She won yesterday, too. She got those extra entries.
Yeah.
Let me just take this screenshot real quick so I can get it over to Ada. All right. And then we will do the I shared. We only have 1 entry for this one. So they will automatically get that entry for that one. All right, let's stop the music. All right. We are good to go. We've done that. I'm going to get this over to Ada. We just want to thank you guys again. I know that we have told you guys multiple times, Ada is moving and packing and cleaning, trying to get in her new place and get her studio set up. So although June and I are not pros, as you can see, we have our gremlins too. When Court TV wants to give us, a little bit of a hassle, we pick it right back up and get you guys right back into court as quickly as we can. I'm nowhere near as fast as Ada, but we are just trying to keep the trial coverage going and keep the support to Ada as much as we possibly can while she's trying to get all of this set up and try to alleviate a little bit of that stress that she's got, even if it's a little bit. We want to thank you guys. And we appreciate all of the support.
So, in the infamous words of our fearless leader, behave, be good, be safe, and make sure that you tell your loved ones that you care for them. And for this stream, the only other thing is to say is bye.
Bye.
Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.